We're back in session. I'm Jennifer Homendy, and I'm honored to serve as Chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board and Chair of this Board of Inquiry. This is day 3. We probably should not mention that we have air conditioning, but I'm thankful for that and for the staff for working on it. This is day 3, the final day of our investigative hearing of the fatal midair collision involving a Sikorsky UH-60 Lima operated by the U.S. Army under the call sign PAT 25 and PSA Airlines Flight 5342, a CRJ700, that occurred over the Potomac River near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport at about 8:48 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on January 29, 2025. The first 2 days of this hearing focused on the accident helicopter's air data systems and altimeters, the DCA Class B airspace and helicopter routes, and training, guidance, and procedures applicable to DCA air traffic control. You can view those proceedings on our YouTube channel. Today I'm joined by my fellow board members, Member Michael Graham and Member Todd Inman. Together we comprise the Board of Inquiry for this investigative hearing, the notice for which was published in the Federal Register on July 11th, 2025. I now recognize Dr. Dan Bauer, our hearing officer.
Thank you, Chairwoman Homendy. We will now share important safety information for those here in person. Please play the video.
Hello and welcome to the NTSB boardroom. Before we get started with today's meeting, I'd like to quickly walk you through our emergency procedures. First things first, please take a moment to silence your phones or other electronic devices. If you need the restrooms, they're just outside the boardroom on the left side of the lobby. Now, in case of an emergency, here's what you need to know. If someone experiences a medical emergency, our on-site Federal Protective Service officers are trained to respond. They'll call 911, perform CPR if needed, and use the automated external defibrillator device mounted in the lobby between the boardroom exit doors. They're also trained to provide first aid. There's a first aid kit at the security desk in the lobby. If we're asked to shelter in place, like during severe weather or a security incident, please stay seated and listen for instructions. Our security team will manage the situation and let us know when it's safe to leave. If the fire alarm sounds, please follow NTSB staff to the nearest exit. There are 2 main options. You can exit via the stairs next to the stage, or you can exit the same way you came in through the lobby. Please walk, don't run. Once outside, you'll be directed to an assembly area. Stay there until we're clear to come back inside. If there's a small fire, our security officers are trained to respond using one of the fire extinguishers. You'll find them in 3 locations: by the stairwells on either side of the stage at the front of the boardroom, mounted on the wall in the back of the boardroom, and near the security area in the lobby. For anyone who needs an accessible evacuation route, you can use the door to the left side of the lobby, which leads into the parking garage. From there, turn right and follow the walkway to the street level. NTSB staff will be available to assist anyone who needs help. And finally, safety is everyone's responsibility. If you see anything that seems off or concerning, please let a staff member or security officer know right away. Thank you for helping us maintain a safe and secure space.
All right.
Chairwoman Homendy, that completes my remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bauer. And thank you, Sherry, for that excellent video. Next to Dan in the front row, I want to introduce the NTSB staff. Is Mr. Bryce Banning, our investigator in charge for this investigation, or the IIC, Dr. Jana Price, Transportation Safety. Oh, I thought that's the order I have in here. Is there a new order? Oh, that's panel 5. Great. Hold. We're going to go ahead and let the panel all introduce themselves while I find panel 4 and get on the right panel and drink my Starbucks coffee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Captain Rocky Stone. I'm an aviation safety investigator for air carrier operations.
I'm John Flynn, systems investigator.
I'm William Bramble. I'm a National Resource Specialist for Human Performance.
Captain Van McKinney, Aerospace Engineer, Helicopters.
I'm Sarah Lewis, Air Traffic Control Investigator.
Marie Muller, Vehicle Performance Investigator.
Michael Portman, Aerospace Engineer, Vehicle Recorders.
Catherine Wilson, Human Performance.
Brian Soper, Lead Air Traffic Investigator.
Jihoon Shin, Helicopter Engineer.
I'm Brian Fuchs, Materials Engineer, and I will be running the audio-visual today.
Good morning. I'm Anthony Lamb, Transportation Safety Specialist. I'm running the timer today.
Good morning. Dr. Jana Price, Transportation Safety Specialist.
Lauren Groff, Chief Data Scientist.
Sean Payne, Branch Chief Vehicle Recorders Division.
Tim LeBaron, Director of Aviation Safety.
Thank you. Jana, you got introduced twice. She'll be in the front row next. So behind me is Mr. Daniel Baranowski. He'll provide legal support throughout the investigative hearing. And for those in the room, several representatives from our Transportation Disaster Assistance Division are here to provide support throughout the proceedings today. Can TDA please stand up? We have folks there all around. Thank you very much. And once again, volunteer mental health clinicians from the American Red Cross can provide emotional support for anyone attending. I'd like to thank the Red Cross for being here throughout this hearing and certainly throughout all our investigative work, whether it's this investigation or others. Turning to the parties to the hearing, as I call the name of each party, I ask the designated spokesperson to identify themselves and then introduce others at their table. We'll start with Airline Pilots Association.
Good morning. I'm Captain Daniel Mullen Alpa, spokesperson and party coordinator. With me today, Chris Heck. Next to him, Captain Matt Gorshey, Shea Bohm across the table, and we have Captain Mike Palazzolo, Captain Russell Page.
Federal Aviation Administration.
Good morning, Chairwoman. My name is Todd Gentry. I'm the agency spokesperson for the hearing today. Beside me is Patrick Lush, the agency's lead investigator and party coordinator. We have two SMEs with us today. We have Alex Rodriguez and Andy Shaw for the first panel. Hearing Heidi Kemner is the Federal Aviation hearing officer, and in front of me is Chris Stevenson, our counsel.
Thank you so much, FAA. National Air Traffic Controllers Association.
Good morning, Chairwoman. John Murdoch. I'm the party spokesman for NACA today. I'm the safety representative. Across the table from me is Seth Myers, party coordinator. To his left is Cher Oxenberg, safety rep. To her left is Sandra Fulmer, safety rep. And to my right, Karina Marinas, air safety investigator. And to her right is Natalie Moffett, NACA attorney.
Thank you very much. PSA Airlines.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Darren Hall. I'm the Vice President of Safety, Security, and Development for PSA. At the end of the table, we have our Director of Operations, Captain Lucas Bowden, and beside me is our legal counsel, Benjamin Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Sikorsky.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Dave Blair, the Chief Pilot for Safety with Sikorsky. Behind me is Jill Browning, our Chief Air Safety Investigator. To my right is Paul Bowles, our Chief Counsel. To my other right again is Kyle DeLong, our Director for Aviation Safety and Airworthiness, and Dan Cooper, who you met, our Senior Technical Fellow.
Wonderful. And the U.S. Army.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Brigadier General Matt Brayman. I'm the party spokesman. And with me is Colonel Matt Parker, our Army Party Coordinator, Colonel Noah Fontenez, our legal counsel, Colonel Kevin Easter, the Deputy Director of Aviation. We've got CBF5, Bob Phillips, the Army's Standardization Officer, and Mr. David George, Technical Lead for Assured Airspace Access Systems.
Thank you, and thank you all for your participation in the proceedings. To ensure all questions were answered yesterday, we shifted panel 4 to today, so we all appreciate everyone's flexibility. And we'll begin on panel 4 in just a few moments with collision avoidance technology. Later today, we'll move to panel 5, which will address safety data and safety management systems at the various organizations. We'll break for lunch and throughout as needed, so please remain flexible. And we'll follow the same process for both panels. Dr. Bauer will introduce the topics to be addressed, as well as the technical panel members and witnesses. I'll then swear in the witnesses who will be questioned in the following order. First by the NTSB technical panel, next by the parties to the hearing, and finally by the Board of Inquiry. And then on behalf of the board, I'd like to thank the many witnesses testifying today, many of which have been here throughout the entire proceedings. So thank you so much for your work and for being here and for your support of aviation safety. And again, just a reminder that we ask all witnesses to be present until we adjourn, unless you've coordinated that in advance with the hearing officer, who will coordinate with me. And next, the hearing officer will describe the exhibits. Dr. Bauer.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hamady. Exhibits for this hearing include reports produced by NTSB investigative staff, videos, and other documents submitted by the technical panel members, witnesses, and parties to support the testimony and questions you will hear today. The exhibits for this hearing are in the docket. The docket number is SA-544. That's Sierra Alpha 544. The NTSB is authorized by statute to disclose information to carry out its mission, but we protect confidentiality and proprietary information to the extent possible. As such, the exhibits contain redactions. These are the result of negotiations between the parties and the NTSB regarding the disclosure of information claimed to be personally identifiable, security sensitive, or proprietary in nature. Though redacted, the exhibits contain sufficient information so that the members of the public can refer to them during the hearing and throughout the NTSB investigation. The exhibits entered into the record and any presentations, along with other records of the investigation, become part of the NTSB public docket and are available via the NTSB website, ntsb.gov. The public docket opened Wednesday morning. Party spokespersons and witnesses have been provided electronic copies of the public docket containing the exhibits identified above. The docket is located on the investigation page, which you can access in one of two ways: by visiting ntsb.gov, or if you've joined us in person, you can scan the QR code on the hearing agenda. On the investigation page, you will find the link to the public docket on the right-hand side, just below the map. A transcript of the testimony taken during the hearing will be prepared and entered into the docket as soon as possible. In addition, Mr. Baranowski will keep a list of any documents admitted during the hearing that are not currently exhibits in the NTSB public docket. These documents will be submitted after the hearing and entered into the docket. As a reminder, if a party to the hearing has a new exhibit to propose in accordance with 49 CFR section 845.9, it will not be admitted unless Chairwoman determines that good cause has been shown. Chairwoman Hamady, this concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much. We're ready to begin panel 4, Dr. Bauer. So please review the panel topics and introduce the technical panel and witnesses.
Thank you. Panel 4 will provide an overview of collision avoidance technology. We will address the following topics: Description of collision avoidance technology. FAA requirements for collision avoidance technology for Class B airspace. Difference between the Traffic Alert and Collision Avoidance System, known as TCAS, and Airborne Collision Avoidance System, known as ACAS. Difference between an ACAS and ADSB Traffic Advisory System, or known as ATAS. Pilot compliance rate with TCAS resolution advisories, including the current rate and what can be done to improve compliance, and reduction in nuisance traffic alerts and resolution advisories to improve the compliance rate. Description of TCAS version 7.0 and its inhibits, including resolution advisory inhibits and oral alert inhibits. A description of what collision avoidance technology the CRJ had on board to include TCAS configuration on the CRJ, the traffic display to the CRJ pilots, and any limitations. A description of the Army philosophy of collision avoidance technology, including Army use of ForeFlight for traffic awareness. A description of the results of TCAS and ACAS simulations using the geometry of this accident. Reduction of resolution advisory threshold and the effect that would have on operations in TCAS resolution advisory compliance. Evolution of ACAS and safety payback or benefit. ACAS XR for helicopters and ACAS XR standards. Combinations of technology solutions to mitigate the risk of future mid-air collisions. And ADSB in and out, the effect on aircraft onboard collision avoidance technology and operations. The NTSB technical panel, starting on my right after Mr. Banning, is composed of Captain Rocky Stone, an aviation accident investigator for air carrier operations, Mr. John Flynn, aerospace engineer, systems, Dr. William Bramble, a national resource specialist in human performance, Captain Van McKinney, aerospace engineer for helicopters, and Mr. Chahoon Shin, an aerospace engineer for helicopters, who is seated behind Captain McKinney. Witnesses for this panel are composed of the following individuals. From my left, nearest the board members. In the front row, we have Dr. Steve Kasner, an aviation human factors researcher and author and retired NASA Ames employee. Dr. Wes Olson, the leader of the Transportation Safety and Resilience Group at MIT Lincoln Laboratory. Mr. Neil Suchi, a TCAS manager with the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Matt Haskin, with the FAA certification for avionics, communications, and surveillance with the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Michael Grease, the Senior Director for Certification and Airworthiness with Collins Aerospace, and Dr. Fabrice Kunze, the President of the Avidyne Corporation. In the second row, from left to right, we have Captain David Surridge, the Director of Air Traffic Management with American Airlines. Next is Captain Grant Clow, the Assistant Director for Flight Ops Tech with PSA Airlines. Next, Chief Warrant Officer David Van Vechten, standardization instructor pilot with the Army Aviation Brigade, Lieutenant Colonel Paul Flanagan, product manager for Assured Aerospace Access Systems with the U.S. Army, and Ms. Stacy Rowland, the Director of Systems Engineering with Sage Tech. Chairwoman Hamady, these witnesses have been pre-qualified and their respective experience and qualifications appear in the docket as exhibits. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bauer. I'll now ask the witnesses to please stand and raise your right hand. Please answer by saying, I do. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this hearing will be the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. As a reminder to the witnesses, you'll remain under oath until the conclusion of the hearing. We ask that you answer the questions factually and avoid analysis. If you have any questions about if a question would be asking for analysis, please feel free to direct the question to me or the hearing officer. Finally, please push your microphone button to talk and then push it again when you're done. All right, I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Bauer, and the technical panel.
Thank you. We'll start with Captain Stone.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. We're actually going to, human performance plays a central role in everything that we do in collision avoidance and aviation, so we're actually going to start our questions with Dr. William Bramble talking about human performance issues.
Thanks, Captain Stone. Actually, before I begin with our predetermined line of questioning today, I just wanted to follow up on something yesterday that was discussed with you, Mr. Van Vechten. The term vertigo came up, and I wanted to point out that that term is sometimes colloquially used to refer to the phenomenon of spatial disorientation, which is an inaccurate perception of attitude or trajectory. Such experiences are minor and transitory usually, but they're unfortunately common due to the fact that human senses did not evolve to correctly interpret the forces of flight. A 2002 U.S. Air Force survey found that 26.9% of pilots had experienced spatial disorientation in the month before the survey, and 58% had experienced it in the previous 6 months. And a 1975 study of naval helicopter pilots found that 56% had experienced one or more episodes of severe disorientation in flight. Mr. Van Vechten, have you ever experienced misleading sensations when maneuvering at night under NVGs?
Yes, I have.
How do you handle that when it occurs?
It's essential to cross-check your instruments and reference your primary would be your attitude indicator. Now, the only time this is really prevalent is when you don't have a visible horizon. Once spatial disorientation occurs, once you have the horizon, it almost immediately goes away for most pilots. And it's highly unlikely that both pilots would be spatially disoriented at the same time. So you can also transfer the controls to the other pilot, and most likely they are not spatially disoriented.
How are you supposed to communicate with your fellow pilot when that happens?
We have since changed our technique and procedures. There's a new term called uncaged, but prior to that, you would announce that you are spatially disoriented. Now, I need to mention that there are 3 different types of spatial disorientation. The first is recognize, where I understand something's not right. Maybe I feel like I'm spinning or I'm getting what's called the leans. That's recognized. Unrecognized is it's happening and I don't realize it, and then that could lead to incapacitating. The most dangerous would be unrecognized spatial disorientation because you don't know it's happening. So, I'm sorry, going back to your original question again, I wanted to explain those 3. What was your original question?
How are you supposed to communicate?
Oh.
And I think you did.
Sorry, yes.
Does that usually resolve if you follow the protocols?
Yes, it should, because like I stated, it's highly unlikely that both pilots would be spatially disoriented at the same time. And it's usually unlikely to occur with a visible horizon. So that usually corrects the situation if you announce it and then transfer the controls.
Okay. All right, turning to Dr. Kasner.
Dr. Bramble, if you're going to raise that, can you yield for a second to me?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Van Vechten, I just want to, along those lines of question, because Dr. Bramble raised it, at the time of the Midair collision, there was a pilot flying in the left seat. That individual was flying at the time of the accident, correct?
Correct.
At the time of the dizzy comment, which pilot was flying? Do you know?
I'm trying to think back to the transcripts. I just went over this last night. It should have been the pilot. The pilot was... The instructor pilot was flying the aircraft.
That's correct. Yeah. The pilot instructor was flying for 10 minutes from 1943 to 1953-39, which was confirmed by our recorders specialists.
And the reason it's a little confusing is because PI is the duty symbol we log, which is, but it's co-pilot. Yeah. I know. And then the pilot in command was the instructor pilot, and that's PC.
Is it unusual that a pilot who would not be flying would also experience dizziness because they're not flying?
That's actually more common. So when I'm on the controls, like I stated yesterday, like demonstrating combat maneuvering flight or perform evasive maneuvers, several times I've had a co-pilot or pilot become sick and nauseated because of the maneuvers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Vechten. Back to you, Dr. Bramble.
Thanks. Those were some very helpful clarifications. Okay, Dr. Kasner, we're going to kick this off by talking about see and avoid, which has been discussed from the standpoint of air traffic management quite a bit over the last 2 days. But we haven't talked about the human factors of it that extensively. Can you describe the challenges of see and avoid from a pilot standpoint?
Certainly, as I pointed out the other day.
If you could just come a little closer to the mic.
Certainly. Our range of vision is actually quite narrow, as we talked about the other day, about 3 degrees. In a complex airspace, you have many directions you got to look in, up, down, and 180 degrees, maybe even 360 degrees. So it's a lot of real estate to cover with one narrow beam of attention.
Okay, and what does human factors research say about how good pilots are at detecting other airborne traffic that they aren't necessarily expecting to see?
Okay, that's highly dependent on how much information we're provided about where the potential threats could be. There's a classic study done about 35 years ago that asked pilots to just operate normally and were given no heads up at all about any intruder aircraft that might come their way. And what they found was pilots spotted just a little more than half of those intruder aircraft. And to be clear, they missed almost half of those, given no clues, given no heads up that anything was coming their way.
Wow. Why is it so hard to notice an intruder target?
Again, there's so many things to look at when flying an aircraft. You have the internal scene, instruments, the external scene, many things to think about. There's just a lot going on. And again, we have that ability to look at and think about one thing at a time.
What are the factors that attract our focal attention to an object in the environment typically?
Okay, that's where peripheral vision comes in. Motion is a very big cue for us. Everyone is familiar with the idea. They see something flickering or jittering in their periphery, it grabs our attention. We see it detected quite well.
Okay, when two aircraft are on a collision course flying a relatively steady heading, the opposite target will appear to be relatively stationary in the pilot's visual field. How would that impact the ability to detect the target?
That's going to make it very difficult. When something is approaching from the side, say a 90-degree angle, you get a lot of movement in your field of vision. When something is coming at you directly, it just doesn't seem to move very much, and that's a tough thing to see.
Mr. Fuchs, can you put up figure 30, please, from 2 Hilo A? Okay, so we reviewed some of the limitations of NVGs yesterday. Monochrome, this is the white phosphor version, so lack of color. How might that be a challenge in detecting airborne traffic?
Well, there are many challenges there. First of all, there's no color. So any aircraft that is oriented at an angle toward me, I'm not going to be able to see their navigation lights, the red and green navigation lights, which could help me understand how they're oriented and which direction they're coming. Also here, it makes it difficult to know what is what we were calling cultural lights, stars, and aircraft. We just discussed that an aircraft coming at you does not appear to move in the visual field. Well, neither does a star and neither does a building. So this makes it very, very much a challenge.
Okay. Mr. Van Vechten, those aircraft shown on the horizon in this image are about 4 or 5 miles away. Do they look any different than ground lights? Can you, in real life, can you make out the fuselages of those aircraft, or do they just appear as point lights?
Those just appear as point lights. It's very difficult to tell. It could be on a pole in the distance, could be a light. And because I'm so far away, I wouldn't have any motion like you stated, so I can't tell if it's moving. So that would be difficult to determine.
Okay. Can we pull up figure 29? Okay, so this is about a mile away. These are images taken from the green and the white NVGs. The acuity is reduced by the use of NVGs, so you see they look a little bit blurry. It's about 20/40 for the green, 20/25 for the white. Can you typically make out the shape of the aircraft at this distance?
No, I cannot.
Okay. How does that impact your ability to differentiate airborne targets from ground lights?
We have to use scanning and viewing with the naked eye. So continuously moving your head to try to get some type of relative motion to the object that you're looking at to determine if it's moving or if it's stationary, and then looking with the naked eye to possibly see an anti-collision light, or like the doctor stated, the red or green lights. So in aviation, we have a term, right on red return. So if you're looking at an aircraft and you see a red light on the right side, that means it's returning towards you, and that's how we use the red and the green position lights to determine the track of the aircraft.
But how do you do that when you're looking through the monochrome NVGs?
You have to look with the naked eye to try to see the red and green lights.
Do you usually flip the goggles up or tilt your head? Or?
No, you look side to side or look underneath the goggles.
Okay. Okay, so given the difficulty of detecting apparently motionless targets in the visual field, what is the role of expectancy, Dr. Kasner, in driving attention when operating in a dynamic environment and performing multiple tasks?
Well, here's where the idea of airport orientation, airspace orientation comes into play. If I have a familiarization with traffic patterns there, I'm going to know to direct my attention a little extra in those directions, more than I scan anywhere else. So knowing where to look, that is the key.
Okay, and what drives that knowing where to look?
Experience is one terrific source of that information, and if you don't have that, and the airspace is sufficiently complex, the airport, sometimes they'll prepare an airport qualification chart, and that's the FAA's opportunity to relate that information to the crew. Let me know where the problem areas are.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you need an accurate mental model of traffic patterns and movements to be able to anticipate the movement of airborne targets?
That's essential.
Okay. Do psychologists have a term for mistaking unusual patterns in the environment for more common patterns?
Well, loosely referred to as expectation bias, that if you're primed to be ready to see something and something pops up, you have a tendency to categorize it according to your expectation.
When does that tend to occur? When do people fall into that trap?
Well, it's when you, how do I phrase this? When the same thing happens over and over, you just encounter that so many times, gather so much experience with it, it tends to just sell itself to you that you're just so primed each time to expect that.
Is it fair to say that if you either don't receive information about what makes this event unusual, or you forget that information, that you're more likely to revert to the more common expectation?
That can be the case, yes.
Okay. All right, can we pull up 3G, page 57, Brian? So the FAA's PDARS study indicated that 4 to 7% of fixed-wing arrivals landed runway 33 when DCA was in a north configuration in 2024, and about 93% landed runway 1. How would this pattern affect crew expectations about where to scan for traffic if they either did not hear or forgot that traffic was landing runway 33?
Well, it would seem to make it more challenging, and I would want to have all the information I could get if I was asked to do something unusual or something new.
Okay. Continuing with the discussion about expectations, I'm going to read some quotes from 3 12th Aviation Battalion pilots. We asked about their understanding of the protection provided by DC helicopter routes. A Chief Warrant Officer 2 said, maybe I just have too much trust in like what's printed in front of me, because I generally think that this is going to keep us safe. So if there's a traffic that's landing and Tower has them and we're on Route 4, the way I understand it is like we should be fine. It shouldn't be an issue. Another Chief Warrant Officer 2 said, was asked, would it be your assumption that if you stayed below the max altitude on Route 4 that you'd be safe from arriving traffic on 3-3? His answer was, yeah, that's why the routes are published, 200 feet and below. So you imagine that it's going to separate you from other traffic. A third pilot, who's actually the commander of the 12th Aviation Battalion, was asked, was it your understanding that if you stayed below the max altitude on Route 4 next to DCA, that you would be safe from arriving commercial traffic? And the commander said, that's what the route altitudes are meant to do, to deconflict that traffic. Yes, sir. Dr. Kasner, how might these assumptions that we now know to be incorrect impact pilot scanning when traveling down Route 4?
I think it would provide a sense of safety and security there, and most likely result in a more relaxed scan, lesser scanning.
Okay, Mr. Van Vechten, how long did you fly UH-60s out of Davison Army Airfield?
From July of 2020 to July of 2024.
Okay, so about 4 years. How many times would you estimate you traversed helicopter Route 4?
Hundreds.
And how many times did you encounter airline traffic landing runway 33?
Less than 10.
Okay. You said yesterday that you were not intimately familiar with the approach path for runway 33 that airliners used. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you were traveling south on Route 4, how would you know where to look for traffic landing 33?
You'd have to look at the approach end of the runway and then trace backwards to where you believe the aircraft would be coming from.
Okay, so you would extend sort of the center line of runway 33 imaginarily into the
That's a better, more technical way of saying it.
Okay. All right. Were you aware that it was a circling approach?
3-3 is a circling only?
Mm-hmm.
I was not aware of that.
Okay. And I think you mentioned something about an ILS, maybe an assumption that there was an ILS to 3-3?
I just assumed most, either ILS or GPS, I would assume, would be the most approaches that the fixed wing would be doing.
Okay.
Which would imply a straight-in approach.
Okay. Dr. Kasner, given some of the limitations that we've discussed, foresee and avoid, visual scanning. How can we best support pilots in seeing and avoiding other airborne traffic so they know where and when to monitor?
I would say to start out with a thorough familiarization with the airspace, just this sort of thing that we're discussing here. If there are other approaches, alternative approaches in use, especially circling approaches, have everyone know about that, all types of aircraft. Basically, being intimately familiar with the way business is done in that piece of airspace.
Okay. So you're talking about expectancy and knowing where and when to look by having an accurate mental model of what's going on.
Absolutely.
All right. So an additional redundant layer of protection might involve technological solutions. What is the role of collision avoidance technology?
Okay, that's the second sort of information that we can supply to the see and avoid process, where you're keeping a general vigilance for traffic, but then there happens to be a particular aircraft that you need to look at. So this is a way of providing information about where to look, what direction, what altitude to look, and it's known to be highly effective.
Okay, so there are different types of technologies for supporting traffic awareness. There are cockpit displays of traffic information, and there are traffic alerting systems, some of which provide merely advisory information, some of which provide directive guidance. Can you walk us through those different kinds of technologies and what purpose they serve?
Well, they all essentially inform the visual search process in the same way. Even a controller's advisory that you have traffic at, say, 1 o'clock, 500 above, that tells you where to point your eyes. Good evidence that you can portray that on a cockpit display. Pilots can look down at it and gather the same sort of information, project that flat display in the cockpit into the real world scene. And again, it's very effective. It speeds up the target acquisition on the part of the pilot.
So it aids in knowing where to look for a target?
Greatly so.
Okay. Even if you have maybe a little bit less than ideal amount of information about where that target should be, such as a vague communication from air traffic control?
Yeah, certainly. It literally tells you where to point your eyes.
Okay. Tell me about traffic alerting and what function that serves.
I guess I don't understand. A verbal alert, are we talking about?
So yeah, many of these traffic displays have both oral and visual alerts that will warn a pilot about traffic that could be a potential threat. From a cognitive standpoint or a perceptual standpoint, what is the purpose of providing those alerts?
Oh, once again, just tell you how to limit your search to the vicinity of the target. It literally tells you where to point that narrow visual flashlight beam that we all have. And we know there's a tremendous speed up associated with that when we do have the information.
Is it fair to say that if you are busy performing other aviation-related tasks and you do not detect a potentially threatening target, that an oral alert could draw your attention to the display and indicate to you a threat that you need to search for?
Absolutely. That's its intended purpose.
Okay, and how much more quickly might you find a target if you are provided this type of technology as opposed to just looking for something unaided?
The studies out there generally find about an 8-to-1 speed up. So imagine a target that I would take 8 seconds to find, completely unaided. Using a display like this or an alert like this, I can generally find that in 1 second. Or if it would require 16 seconds, I can now maybe see it in 2 seconds. It's amazing.
That is a massive effect. Last question, Dr. Kasner, just wrapping up. You reviewed the docket for this accident investigation extensively. And from a human factors standpoint, do you see any design vulnerabilities in the system as a whole for preventing collisions between helicopters and fixed-wing traffic near DCA?
Yeah, again, I'd start with the two sorts of information that I gave the opinion that really aid visual search is airspace familiarity. That's huge. Know exactly where the aircraft are. And then, of course, secondly, active use to the extent possible, collision avoidance systems.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the questioning on to Captain Stone.
Thank you, Dr. Bramble. I'm going to follow up Dr. Kasner with one more question. You talked about the importance of see and avoid or having situational awareness of where the traffic is to help you acquire the see and avoid. Can you give a comment on the effectiveness of a collision avoidance system, which doesn't rely on see and avoid at all? It provides guidance to the pilot on how to avoid a midair collision. So how would you contrast the effectiveness of a system like that versus see and avoid?
So just to clarify, are we talking about a resolution advisory or a traffic advisory?
A resolution advisory.
Okay, well, that's a very different thing. With a traffic advisory, even if you're looking for traffic on a display, it's still see and avoid. You're just seeing it somewhere else. But a resolution advisory, yeah, incredibly effective if it's trained properly. We know that when you get a resolution advisory, and for that to be effective, you need to turn your brain off. You need to not wonder why. You just do it, and that's a difficult thing.
Very, very well said. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to change subjects a little bit. I'm going to go to Dr. Kunze to talk about ADSB, automatic dependent surveillance broadcast. And you know, we've thrown that term around a lot over the last couple days. And could you just give us a layman's explanation of what is ADSB out and in?
Yeah, I'll do my best. Automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, as you said, stands for, ADSB stands for those words. Every one of those words is actually important. It is automatic in the sense that it automatically broadcasts information. That is different than some of the other technologies out there where we rely on the interrogation from a radar on the ground, where then a transponder on board the aircraft replies, and that's how the location of aircraft is being measured. It is dependent because it requires the presence of a high accuracy navigation system. Usually this is a GPS system, but it doesn't have to be. What makes ADSB dependent is that we need that information to populate the fields in the message of ADSB. So if I broadcast my latitude and longitude, my ADSB system doesn't know my latitude and my longitude. I have to get that from somewhere else. And so therefore the system is dependent. It is surveillance. In other words, it isn't engine data. It isn't flight vehicle information system data. It is surveillance data. So latitude, longitude, altitude, velocities, aircraft information from a size and type perspective, flight ID, which is very helpful when you try to identify a particular aircraft. If air traffic control calls out, American Airlines, whatever number, you actually can now identify what aircraft that is being displayed and called out to you. And then lastly, broadcast, because it is broadcasting out that information. We often differentiate between ADSB out and ADSB in. ADSB out is the action of broadcasting this information from an aircraft. ADSB in is the action of then receiving that information on board my own aircraft from anyone else who might be broadcasting it. Now, there's a couple of important points to make here is when we say ADSB in, for example, just receiving the information is only the first step. What's more important is what we do with that data once we have it on the aircraft. We talked about the ability to display it to the pilot for situation awareness. We can use it for issuing alerts. We can use it to improve separation in the air. We can aid air traffic control functions. Yesterday we talked about flow-based, time-based flow management. We can improve spacing between aircraft. And it's really that ability, those applications that we wrap around that data that represents the fundamental transformation opportunity that we have with the air transportation system. Another thing to highlight here is ADS-B in is only as good as your ADS-B out equipage level. So if people aren't broadcasting, ADS-B in isn't very useful. So it really matters that everybody else broadcasts ADS-B out messages. And the last thing I highlight, in the United States, we have two frequencies for ADS-B. One is called Universal Access Transceiver, or UAT, and the other one is 1090 Extended Squitter, 1090 ES for short. That unfortunately introduces some complexity in the system. So if I am broadcasting on UAT, someone with a 1090 ES system cannot hear my broadcasts and vice versa. And so there are some systems on the ground that help with the translation of that, but that is system complexity that makes it difficult for some aircraft to hear others and vice versa.
Thank you. And I'm going to go back to the point you made just your second point ago, and that was it's critical how much equipage there is. And I'm going to go to Mr. Haskin and ask, what are the FAA requirements for ADS-B out? When were they enacted and where do they apply?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so the ADS-B requirements came into effect January of 2020, and they apply in various airspaces. I don't know how much detail you're looking for, but they unfortunately get rather complex about the different airspaces we require it. But for instance, certainly in Class B airspace, which is the focus of this hearing, it is a requirement.
Great, thank you. And I'm going to go back to Dr. Kunze, and can you talk about, you introduced kind of ADS-B, and one of the most basic levels of how ADS-B can be used is the ADS-B Traffic Awareness System, or ATAS.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that, and what is it, and how does it work?
Yeah, so one of the benefits of ADS-B in is that it allows for a significant improvement in collision avoidance performance, collision avoidance system design. And there's a figure in Exhibit 2-Air-U, uniform, page 2, that provides the larger context for collision avoidance systems, if we would be able to pull that up. When we talk about collision avoidance or conflict management more generally, there's an international framework that exists where and this is harmonized via ICAO. So this is a global framework that is used when it comes to keeping aircraft apart from each other. So this is the same in Europe, in Asia, in the United States. It's harmonized via ICAO, the UN body by the name of International Civil Aviation Organization. And it consists of 3 layers. The first layer is meant to keep aircraft apart by structuring the airspace and routes in a way that is inherently safe. That's the first layer. This is not something that really manifests during the flight itself, but it's something that happens primarily before the flight. The second layer is ATC separation or remain well clear actions by the pilot during the flight. We talked about this a lot yesterday, so our conflict probe, our air traffic control separation support is that middle layer. And then the last layer is the collision avoidance layer. So this is now the pilot, where the middle layer is air traffic control. The last layer is legally, squarely the responsibility of the pilot. And as Dr. Kasner said, this last layer is hard for the pilot to do just by vision. The see and avoid requirement there is hard. And so over the years, we've developed a large number of systems that support the pilot in the task of the visual acquisition or the avoidance of other aircraft. And those systems, they fall into 2 categories. We already mentioned them. The first category is a traffic alerting system. So this provides alerts to the pilot on where the aircraft is. It's usually what we call a yellow level alert. So it's a caution, which requires immediate attention by the pilot, but the pilot still needs to determine whether an action is actually necessary. And then the second category of systems is a collision avoidance system, which also provides an escape maneuver. So those are usually red level alerts, immediate attention by the pilot, immediate action by the pilot. And as I mentioned, it's directive. So it tells the pilot how to avoid a hazard or a conflict in midair. So this existed all before the introduction of ADSB, and it used a lot of the sensors that are used in these systems are effectively 1980s technology. So they ping, they interrogate other aircraft, they wait for a reply, they time how long that takes, that gives you an estimate of range. You watch range over time and you can tell whether the aircraft is getting closer or not. Mind you, when you have range, you don't know if the aircraft is in front of you or behind you or wherever, you just have range. You have range rate by watching it over time, and in the reply from the aircraft, you get altitude. So you have three parameters, range, range rate, and altitude, and that's the information you have to decide whether you're going to avoid or try to do something about this aircraft in your vicinity. And this is where actually a lot of these systems struggle, because what you do when you design these types of systems, when you have that limited amount of information, you have to have fairly large protection values around the aircraft because you don't really know where they are. And so these systems work well in an en route environment where aircraft are naturally far apart. But as aircraft get closer to each other in a terminal environment, these systems tend to have fairly large rates of undesirable alerts. They alert on aircraft that you know they are there, or air traffic control is providing separation, so you don't really want to hear alerts continuously as you get closer and closer to the airport. And this is where the introduction of ADSB really provides a significant improvement. You go from this very large volume around other aircraft to a very small, constrained environment where you now know latitude and longitude. Rather than a relative measurement, I have an absolute measurement. I know latitude, longitude, I know velocity, I know geometric altitude, I know pressure altitude, I know type of aircraft, I know direction because I know the heading of the aircraft. So now all of a sudden, we have an exquisite set of data that allows us to do alerting in ways that before we weren't able to do. And so that allowed us, and this was the genesis of the ATAS program, the Airborne Traffic Alerting System program. I was a grad student at the time at MIT, and the FAA, realizing this opportunity, came to MIT and asked if we would be willing to help them in the development of this first ADSB-based collision alerting system. So to be clear, this is that first category. This is a traffic alerting system, not an avoidance system, a traffic alerting system. And so we started out with looking at the 10 years prior, all the midair collisions that had happened, to understand the dynamics, to understand the risk factors that actually lead to midair collisions. In fact, if you pull up slide probably 3 on that same exhibit, the high-level results of how midair collisions happened, it was 112 NTSB reports that we reviewed for this. You can see on the left where the midair collisions actually happen, and much to my surprise, at least initially, almost 2/3 of midair collisions happen in the immediate vicinity of the airport, and then about the last third is away from the airport. And the geometry between those collisions is oftentimes aircraft going in the same direction. And so this was very informative because it allowed us to identify geometries that mattered from a design perspective in this ATAS system, and ultimately derive system requirements that drove the design for how to do collision alerting in the airport environment where existing collision alerting systems at the time just had limited performance. And so from there, we went, did a large amount of flight tests. We did algorithm system development. In fact, the FAA's tech center helped us to fly helicopters. We did encounters between helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft, two fixed-wing aircraft approaching the same runway, small airplanes, fast airplanes, big airplanes, all the full trade space. That ultimately resulted in an RTCA standard. So this has been standardized. It has been harmonized with Europe. We have certified these systems, built them. There are thousands of them in the field. And as far as we know, there's currently There hasn't been any one of those systems that has been involved in a mid-air collision, as far as we can tell, ever since we introduced this. And so the introduction of ATAS, the air traffic alerting system, has fixed that hole that we had in collision avoidance systems where they had less performance in the terminal environment. We're still working on the ACAS version, which is the collision avoidance, the directive, the Category 2 system. That's in work, but the ATAS system was finished on an FAA program about 10 years ago.
Great, thank you very much. And with that introduction, I'm gonna turn it over to Captain McKenney, and he's going to talk about what the Army helicopter had on their aircraft.
Yes, that's correct. I'm going to focus on the traffic information technology available to the helicopter crew. So this question will be for Mr. Van Vechten, please. What types of traffic alerting systems were available to the helicopter crew?
Organic to the helicopter, none.
Okay. But they did have a electronic flight bag?
So electronic flight bag would include a personal electronic device such as an iPad, and that alone does not provide any type of traffic collision avoidance. It must be paired with another external device such as a Stratus.
Okay, and we know that the 12th Battalion had Stratus available to the air crews.
Yes, they were available.
Right, and we do believe they had a Stratus on board. Could you just describe all the capabilities of an electronic flight bag?
Sure. The electronic flight bag is primarily used as a digital flight information publication bag. So all of our publications that are required for flight, we can use it for a digital moving map. So in the Lima, where there's not organic multifunctional displays or MFDs with a moving map, we can use it for that. But it does have its limitations as well. We cannot use it for a primary means of navigation. It can assist, but it's not supposed to be primarily used for situational awareness. It's not to be referenced by the pilot on the controls. And it does have its limitations. So I brought one with me. If you can kind of see it, it kind of glares. I don't know if you can see it in the light. But one of the major limitations, especially while flying goggles and NVGs, it obviously produces light because it's lit up as a screen, and that can reflect off the pilot's windscreen and prevent you from actually being able to see outside.
Oh, that's interesting. Does each pilot carry a iPad EFB with them?
At least 2 are on each flight.
Okay. How about the crew chief?
Sometimes. If I'm doing an instrument flight where I don't necessarily need my iPad in flight as much, we may pass one back. So while the pilot on the controls is flying, maintaining altitude, heading, and airspeed, we will give the iPad to the crew chief in the back that can assist with airspace surveillance. And at altitude, we probably would have an ADSB in via the Stratus device.
Right. And you're not required to have the traffic or map display up all the time, right? You could have other types of information on the iPad being displayed when you're flying, such as airport reference or approach plate or something like that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But the ForeFlight does, and ForeFlight is the electronic flight bag that the Army uses.
No, it's not required to use a specific application. ForeFlight typically is the go-to application, though.
Okay, and the 12th Battalion was using ForeFlight on their iPads?
Yes, they were. They had a battalion ForeFlight account.
That's right. Okay. So if the flight crew had ForeFlight and the map was displayed, would that display provide any type of traffic awareness or alerting?
If it was paired to a Stratus device, you may see ADSB in data on your iPad via the icons.
Mm-hmm. And do air crews typically use it as a primary source of traffic identification?
No, we're not supposed to use that. It's prohibited from using as primary source of airspace deconfliction.
Okay. And typically, where do the pilot or co-pilot air crew keep the iPad during flight?
If it's being utilized, it's usually strapped to either the left or the right leg. It can be stowed in the door map pocket. It can be stored there. It can be in your pubs bag, which would be down by your side where it's readily available. We're not supposed to place it on the center console or have it unsecured or unstowed at any time. So usually the pilot on the controls would hit the button to turn off the screen so that it's not blinding you. And then if the pilot not on the controls needed it, they would be referencing it from one of their legs.
Okay. And you maybe covered this a little bit, but are there challenges and limitations using this equipment for traffic awareness and identification?
Well, yes, particularly while on the DC Helo routes, it's advised not to use it because we're flying VFR, so pilots' eyes should primarily be outside, especially when you're at low level, especially when you're under night vision goggles.
Mm-hmm. And the iPad, would that be even part of the scan for the flying pilot?
No, it's for the flying pilot, absolutely not. It says shall not be referenced by the pilot on the controls.
Okay. And in your experience, how often have you noticed a for-flight traffic alert on the iPad?
Yes, we talked about this. So rarely, almost never. It happened once coming off of Baltimore, passing by Martin State. I got the little icon turn red, and it kind of surprised me, so I took a screenshot of it, and that's what I sent you because I had never seen that before.
Right. And, for something like that, would you report that to the safety officer of your unit?
No, I was in comms with Martin State. They told me about the aircraft. I saw it. I think it got within 600 feet of going below me. I was on the helicopter route going from Baltimore to Aberdeen Proving Ground, and they were on the final approach course for the runway into Martin State. So we were all talking to tower. I was aware of them, and it wasn't unsafe. It was, I think, like I said, 600 feet below me.
Okay, thank you. And if you're using ForeFlight and you have a different page up, not the map, would you get a traffic alert on that page?
No, I don't believe so.
We talked a little bit about the UH-60 Mike model. So that's quite a bit different than the 60 Lima model. Does the UH-60 Mike model have any type of traffic awareness technology on board?
So the Mike does. There are 6 of the 8 Mike models at Fort Belvoir that are equipped with TCAS. I had never used it. It's not in the operator's manual. I've never been trained on it. I recently started talking to pilots, and they are starting to use it now. But other than those 6 Blackhawks, in my 22 plus years of flying the 60, I've never seen TCAS.
Okay, so those 6, that's an additional equipment that's been installed on those particular aircraft. It's not fleet-wide, is that correct?
That's correct, and they have an AWR specific to those 6 tail numbers.
Okay, and the pilots flying those, are they being trained on that TCAS system?
When I was there, no, we did not turn it on. We did not utilize it. It was not in our operator's manual.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Captain Stone.
Thank you. I'm going to shift gears slightly to air carrier operations, and I'm going to go to Captain Surge. We've been talking about ADS-B and the ADS-B displays, and what I'd like you to do is to talk a little bit about the difference, because the basic traffic alert and collision avoidance system, or TCAS, has a traffic display. What makes the display that you are pioneering on your Airbus fleet different from the standard TCAS display?
Sure. If we could pull up exhibit 2 Air Whiskey. And I think that was the slide.
That was it.
Thank you. So in this slide right here, you can see the differences between a what we call a navigational display that has TCAS on the left, and on the right, what we call this the aircraft guidance display. And between the two, there's differences. On the TCAS, you don't get directionality, so the arrows that you see on this screen are not the direction of the aircraft. It is just the fact that it's either climbing or descending. I can't tell you what direction those aircraft are going. But if I look on the right side, I can see the directionality of my aircraft in relationship to the directionality of the aircraft around me. I can see the range. In this case, it's at 2.5. And then I can also see that the flight ID. So I can positively identify the aircraft that are around me with a flight ID plus altitude to my altitude relational.
So let me follow up with, how would you contrast visually acquiring a target with your guidance display versus a standard TCAS display?
Well, this aircraft guidance display gives me instant information about the aircraft around me so that I can make different decisions. In this case, had the helicopter had this in front in their forward view and able to use this, and had the controller given the clearance pass behind 5342. If 5342 was up there, I could have positively identified 5342, and the helicopter would have known at that point that it was going directly towards that aircraft and needed to do a slight left turn.
And you could say the same thing for the aircraft. If they had this display, they would instantly know that the traffic was headed straight for them, as opposed to out in front of them somewhere. Is that?
So this is not a traffic collision avoidance tool, like Dr. Kunze had talked about. This is more in the realm of helping the controller find where or helping the controller give clearances, and with those clearances, the pilots can make better decisions. Okay. So in this case, for the PSA aircraft, it was on a short final. Their attention would have been outside of the aircraft, looking at the runway. And so in this case, at that point in time, I would not consider this a tool that would effectively avoid a collision, just given the facts of this collision.
Okay, let's shift gears again a little bit to the last couple of days. We've been talking a lot about time-based flow management and how that works with air traffic control. And can you describe, as it is today, the pilot's role in time-based flow management?
Sure. Pretty much a pilot's role is nothing. We don't do anything when it comes to that.
Okay, so basically you're going to get controller instructions to maintain a speed or fly heading if you need to do a path stretch or something like that. So basically you're not involved in traffic flow management at all in today's world. And so my next question is, with the system that you have on your aircraft, do you have the ability to be a participant in the traffic flow management system, and how do you do that? How could it work?
Correct. And if you pull up the same exhibit, slide 5, one more. Perfect. So this is the beauty of this technology, and that is that today a pilot is pretty much blind to their surroundings and to what's going on, and the controller leads them by the hand and tells them what to do, and the pilot does it. In this system, now the pilot becomes engaged with what the controller actually wants, and because of that, you can achieve spacing goals that you cannot achieve with TBFM alone. So if you look at the slides on the left, you'll see the top slide, it says 4 non-IM aircraft. Those aircraft were coming into Phoenix, Arizona on the trial that we performed between American and the FAA. And you can see the spacing in those aircraft. And then if you go to the second slide and you look on the left side, you can see those 3 aircraft as they went down the Eagle arrival. And their spacing is 5.8, 7.6, 6.4. If you go to the other, on the slide 2 still, on the right-hand side, you'll see those are 4 IM aircraft that are just starting to get lined up. Same controller working all of those aircraft.
And can you tell us what IM is?
I'm sorry about that. Interval management is IM. On the third slide, you'll see that those IM, interval management aircraft, the spacing of those aircraft is much more consistent, and it leads to better predictable spacing within the NAS. This is the extent of our trial, how far we were able to get. Unfortunately, the funding for that trial has been discontinued, and we were not able to continue the research that we were doing. And so the next step would be that we integrate TBFM sequencing so that the aircraft would have the necessary spacing. So when they enter the terminal area, the controller now, we could actually set it up where we would have breaks in this traffic so that they can sequence another class stream in the terminal area. So what we're trying to do with this technology is take the actual workload and start to bring it out into the en route part of the flight where it's not as busy, and setting up the terminal controller so that their job is easier, the sequencing in that airspace.
Great. On the right part of the display, you've got the guidance display. So how does the pilot maintain the spacing that air traffic control is assigning?
It's fairly simple. I've done quite a few of these over the last couple of years, and all I do is I follow that commanded speed. So that 210, that's all I have to do. So I go into, for my aircraft, it's called the FCU. I reach up, I select 210, and I'm done.
Okay, very good. And so your trial basically ended at the approach control boundary of the TRACON boundary. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to extend this a little bit further in the future. Is there an end state to this technology that we can run the airspace in a different way to achieve, a better, safer, more efficient spacing?
Yes, there absolutely is, and that's called flight interval management. And as we start to develop these technologies, again, it has the ability to look out hundreds of miles around the airport as flights are coming into this airport, and it has the ability to sequence and space these aircraft in such a way that what we call, we achieve very high RNAV conformances. You can only achieve this type of spacing and sequencing with a flight system that is looking at the winds on our aircraft. As you know, we have laser gyros, and they are able to give us exact speed information, and that information then is ingested into the algorithms in the box to produce the proper command speed.
And my last question on this, it's the FAA is about to invest a large amount of money in upgrading their infrastructure, very appropriately, I think. Do you know, do their future plans include putting a role for the aircraft in this traffic flow management arena, or do you know if they are planning to upgrade and continue operating the system as is?
I think we're very, we're just starting to look at the funding, and I have not been told that any of the funding will be directed towards this, but I'm hopeful that it will be.
Okay. Appreciate that. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Flynn, who's going to talk a little bit about TCAS systems.
Hi. Mr. Haskins, can you tell us what are the current requirements for collision avoidance systems?
Yes. So I'll start with the transponder. The transponder is a fundamental part of the collision avoidance system, and that is required really in the same airspace as ADSB is required. And so for the purposes of this, I'll say it's required for all aircraft in Class B airspace. The actual collision avoidance systems themselves are not airspace dependent, but rather what operation you're conducting, what part you're conducting your operation under. So for Part 121, 125, and 129 aircraft, the TCAS 2 requirements are basically the same. And what they are is that if you have a turbine-powered airplane of more than 33,000 pounds maximum certificated takeoff weight, you have basically three methods of compliance to the TCAS rule. The first is having a TCAS 2 system that's version 7.0 or later. The second is we allow a TCAS 2 system of 6.04 if it was installed in your airplane before May 1st, 2003. And then the third is you can have a collision avoidance system that's capable of coordinating with units that are 6.04 capable.
Can you describe the differences between the 6.4 and the 7.1, 7.2?
So basically the three versions of TCAS are 6.04, 7.0, and 7.1. Different capabilities were added over time. I think some of my other colleagues, Mr. Suki or Dr. Olson, can probably speak to the differences in the development of those different versions better than I could.
Yes. 604 Alpha, the first iteration of collision avoidance introduced in the early 90s. Great performance, but as you roll out technology and get some experience with it, you realize there are some tweaks and modifications needed for extending from 604 Alpha to 7. Several change proposals were introduced. I mean, there were hundreds introduced into version 7, specifically to deal with nuisance alerting, a matter that we've been talking about a lot lately. So what really aided in 7 was the introduction of sense reversal logic, the introduction of horizontal misdistance filter, and then lastly, a real big one was the introduction of RVSM airspace and the tolerances associated with alerting at higher levels. And then when we go from 7 to 7.1, there were two changes, primary changes, specifically dealing with the Uberling incident where the sense reversal logic was extended for, there's a sort of relationship between paired aircraft to TCAS-equipped aircraft. There was a reversal logic for the master aircraft. There were modifications to the slave reversal logic, and then also to the adjust vertical speed adjust enunciations where it required a reduction in vertical speed. We removed that to where it was just a simple level off zero command.
Thank you. Next question is for Mr. Flanagan. What are the Army requirements for collision avoidance systems?
So currently we don't have requirements on aircraft, but we have emerging operational needs because of the airspace we operate in that's inherently congested, low altitude, and that requires us to look at the emerging ACAS-X Aircraft Collision Avoidance System X software, which we're evaluating.
And I guess Mr. Olson or Mr. Sushi, are there differences in TCAS for a helicopter versus an airplane?
Certainly. So today, helicopters are equipping with TCAS 2. And there are no modifications to TCAS 2 for helicopters. Now, typically, they do not meet the vertical climb requirements of 1,500 feet per minute. They probably also may not be able to achieve the anticipated G-loading during the response. And it's also the case that many helicopter operations occur below 1,000 feet AGL, and as we'll discuss later in this panel, I'm sure TCAS resolution advisories are inhibited below roughly 1,000 feet AGL. It also does not consider terrain or obstructions. So the FAA, and I believe that Mr. Suki will talk about this later, is developing ACAS XR, as mentioned by the Army, but as specifically being designed for rotorcraft to operate and provide resolution advisories below 1,000 feet AGL, to consider terrain obstructions when generating those maneuver guidance, and also to provide horizontal maneuvers in addition to vertical maneuvers to accommodate the lower vertical rate and be specifically tuned for that operational environment.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Captain Stone.
Thank you, and I'm going to continue with you, Dr. Olson. Dr. Kunze actually gave a very good explanation of kind of the differences between the situational awareness system and ATAS and collision avoidance system. And but I'd like to just have you go over really quickly how does the collision avoidance system, the current collision avoidance system, TCAS, work?
Certainly. So the existing TCAS system works primarily by first developing a picture of where the other aircraft nearby, we call that surveillance. So it sends an interrogation to the transponder on nearby aircraft, much like a toll transponder in your car, and those aircraft respond with their altitude. And based on, as Dr. Kunze described, the time of arrival, you can generate range and range rate. TCAS 2 also has a directional antenna, so you can estimate bearing nominally to plus or minus 9 degrees. And TCAS has very extensive heuristic logic, so if-then rules. If this happens, then the system should do that. It also has what we call trackers to take that information and not just say it's a bunch of dots, but to connect those dots into a track. So understanding that this is one aircraft operating. And based on those heuristic rules, based on the altitude of the aircraft, either above ground altitude or MSL, mean sea level altitude, it adjusts its alerting sensitivity, so how far away those aircraft are going to be. And it generates either traffic advisories, TAs, and this is based on a linear projection of my own ship trajectory as well as that other aircraft. And I should say this cycle of interrogation and replies is once per second. So every second it updates the picture, it uses those rules to say, should I issue an alert or should I not? The first level of alerting is a caution alert. So that alert would tell the pilot the intended function is to have the pilot visually acquire the other traffic, to look out the window based on the traffic display, and also to prepare to respond. So quite often air carrier type aircraft, I would also say that business jet aircraft, even though they're not required, as Mr. Haskins said, to equip, almost all of them have for insurance reasons. So they would perhaps disengage the autopilot or at least be prepared to do that to respond to the resolution advisory. If the range and range rate meet certain thresholds, then TCAS would see the need to generate a resolution advisory that would tell pilots to climb or descend, or to stop climbing or descending to mitigate that potential mid-air collision. And in doing so, TCAS would first determine should the aircraft move in an upward direction, or should the own aircraft maneuver in a downward direction. And then once it decides that, it decides whether or not, or the strength of that maneuver should be it to simply tell pilots to monitor their vertical speed, that is, not to change their vertical profile or not to descend or climb, as the case might be. It might be that level off RA that Mr. Suki talked about, or in the older versions, it would tell them to reduce their vertical rate, or it might tell them to climb or descend. And as the maneuver continues, TCAS continues to update itself once a second, and it can change its mind. It can reverse the direction it tells the pilot to perform that escape maneuver. So for example, it could, if the aircraft is the pilot's being instructed to climb, it could reverse one time into a descend based on the evolving situation. When the aircraft have passed each other, past the closest point of approach, TCAS would enunciate clear of conflict to the flight crew, which would terminate the RA, the resolution advisory, and that's the basic operation. I guess one other important note is that if both aircraft have TCAS installed, those maneuvers are coordinated between the two aircraft.
So one aircraft you think is the classic hallway problem. You're approaching somebody in the hallway. You both maneuver. You don't want that with aircraft. So one will pick going up, the other will pick going in the downward direction, or be instructed actually to go in the downward direction. Are there further questions?
No, that was a good explanation, basic explanation of how TCAS works. So that's good. One of the issues that we talked about earlier was the prevalence of non-pertinent alerts or nuisance alerts. And could you describe, Dr. Olson, what is a nuisance alert?
I would say that this is a very difficult topic, both with the pilot community and the design community, to precisely define a nuisance alert. It would be one that is not desired by the flight crew, although that being said, quite often the flight crew is not aware of the criticality of the situation or the maneuver of the other aircraft. So really, post hoc, you can determine whether the alert would have been necessary or not. Operational experience shows that many, up to half of the resolution advisories, are caused by 500-foot IFR, instrument flight rules, or VFR, visual flight rules separation. They're separated by 500 feet vertically in the National Airspace System. And that's standard, that's deemed safe. TCAS vertical alerting criteria is 650 feet at lower altitude. So every time a TCAS-equipped aircraft comes within closer proximity of a visual flight rules aircraft that's operating 500 feet below, a resolution advisory will be generated. It's also the case that many airports have what we call parallel runways. This is not the case at DCA as in this accident. But for example, if you've flown into San Francisco or Denver or Atlanta or Chicago, there are runways in the same direction, sometimes with fairly low levels of separation. That will be inside of TCAS alerting criteria, which would generate alerts. So at San Francisco, for example, where the runways are approximately 750 feet horizontally separated, that's well within the TCAS alerting thresholds, generating alerts that are unwanted by the pilots. But quite often the pilot is not aware at the time whether it's a nuisance RA or not.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to transition briefly to Dr. Kasner. What is the effect of a high rate of nuisance alerts as far as, the human ability to respond to an alert?
Well, we become desensitized to the alert. The alert ceases to be an alert. There's the likelihood that the alert is going to tell me something I don't already know in my mind just deteriorates. You get what's called the cry wolf effect, right from the Aesop fable.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Suchi. Do you have any data on what percentage of TCAS alerts would be considered nuisance alerts or could be considered nuisance alerts?
I could compare with the system that we've produced recently with an RTCA, a TCAS-2 replacement. It's called ACAS XA, Airborne Collision Avoidance System XA. And its primary objective was to reduce so-called nuisance alerts and specifically tackle issues such as IFR, VFR interactions, as well as the 1,000-foot level off with an aircraft traversing above. Those are some primary use cases of what we typically hear of as nuisance alerts. And as far as the performance of ACAS XA versus that of TCAS-2, XA has reduced the number of alerts by over 65%. So a lot of these alerts would be the monitor vertical speed or your adjust vertical speed enunciations. But within that class of 65%, The deviation causing alerts, the climbs and descends, they were reduced by 35% with ACAS XA, meanwhile maintaining safety and actually improving safety by 20%. So it's hard to say a number on nuisance alerts because it's very subjective, like Dr. Olson mentioned, but I can only do that comparison of what system to sort of system performs.
Okay, thank you, and keep the mic because you're next up. I want to ask about so the result of nuisance alerts is kind of what Dr. Kasner described as the cry wolf effect of it goes off too often, so it doesn't get, we don't pay attention to it. And I do know that you do have data on TCAS resolution advisory compliance in the National Aerospace System, and can you share that with us?
Sure, and I think, again, if we're going to talk about compliance and RAs, we need to break them into some categories. There are RAs that require only sort of a reduction in vertical speed, where you maintain the direction you're flying, and that's the majority of the RAs that we see in the airspace, and they make up about 62% of the RAs we see, and we see high compliance in that respect, over 90%, because pilots are sort of doing and following the direction of what they're already doing. When we parse things out into a segment of the climb descends, you start getting variability in your compliance. Climbs and descends make about 20% of the RAs we see in the airspace. We see about 65% compliance for climbs and about 70% compliance with descend RAs. Unfortunately, when you start getting lower into the approach or final segment of arrival, below 2,000 feet, you see about a 30% compliance when you're with your descend RAs.
Can you tell us why?
I'm sorry, that's the climb RAs.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Why is the compliance so low in that environment? Because that's the critical phase of flight.
So, in the United States, if the pilot is able to make visual acquisition of the aircraft or threat aircraft, they're able to make a determination of see and avoid and safe flight, and they can ignore the RA and continue doing the operation safely as they determined. And so I can only sort of speculate in that respect as to compliance, and I can't go beyond that.
Well, don't speculate, but
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to. How could, or how does, and we're going to talk more about ACAS in a minute, but how does ACAS? Would it improve the pilot response rate to resolution advisories? And maybe that's a good one for Dr. Olson.
I think that in over time, we'll be able to determine that. If the assumption is that the high RA rate is what, resolution advisory rate is what is driving noncompliance, then we would certainly expect it to go down as we reduce the number of overall alerts. If that is not the correct hypothesis, if there are other reasons, then it may not have as big a difference.
So I think you might have said that backwards. Like compliance will improve or increase.
Yes.
Okay.
We would expect it to.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Flynn to talk about TCAS functionality. Go ahead.
I'm going to add something really quick to that topic. From the perspective of ATAS, we saw a significant improvement in compliance with the pilots because the system was deemed more trustworthy. So when we only provide traffic alerts, I know that's different than a resolution advisory, but the improved performance that results from ADSB information results in the system being quieter, so that when it does go off, it has a startle effect almost, in the sense of, oh wow, I really got to listen now. And in our observation, the human factor studies that we did and in the field, people listen more as a result of that trust that is built in the system. At least we've observed that over the last 5 to 10 years.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Quincy. And Mr. Flynn.
Thank you. Mr. Grease, Could you go over your presentation on TCAS, the symbology, and the different resolution and advisories and traffic advisories?
Sure.
That would be 9 Air G.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to provide a presentation on Airborne Traffic Alert and Collision Avoidance System, or TCAS. At the outset, I want to state that Collins Aerospace is dedicated to continuing to help advance aviation safety and is committed to assisting the NTSB with their investigative process. Next slide, please. So TCAS provides a backup separation assurance service secondary to air traffic control. TCAS's operation is specified by Technical Standard Order, or TSO, which is a performance standard defined by the FAA. The TCAS incorporates minimum operational performance standards that we refer to as MOPS, which provide detailed requirements as to the design and operation of TCAS. These MOPS were developed by the RTCA, which is a public-private partnership made up of various government and industry stakeholders to develop consensus standards. While developed by these stakeholders, the MOPS are ultimately approved by the FAA, and in this case, for the incident aircraft, TSO C119B. When a company like Collins develops a TCAS, it is required to implement the MOPS to ensure that its TCAS functions consistently and is interoperable across aircraft and airspace. The main function of TCAS is to track nearby aircraft and issue traffic advisories and resolution advisories. Traffic advisories, or TAs, provide situational awareness of nearby aircraft. Resolution advisories, or RAs, provide recommended maneuvers to increase or maintain separation from other aircraft. To provide TAs and RAs, TCAS obtains information from neighboring aircraft and analyzes that information based on its own internal collision avoidance logic. So first, a TCAS on the own aircraft would transmit an interrogation to another aircraft. And then that TCAS would receive a response from the other aircraft via that aircraft's transponder. Based on this response, TCAS calculates the range to and relative altitude of the other aircraft. TCAS also receives bearing information to the other aircraft through the own aircraft's directional antenna. Next slide, please. So TCAS then analyzes this information about other aircraft's range and altitude to determine whether the other aircraft will invade the protected area around the own aircraft within a prescribed period. TCAS repeats this analysis every second. These protected areas are represented by the purple and green rings on this slide. Purple represents the threshold area for traffic advisories, and green represents the threshold area for resolution advisories. Next slide, please. In addition to providing TAs and RAs, the TCAS system includes a traffic display. On the CRJ700, this display appears on the multifunction display. To be clear, the display on this slide is just an example. It is not reflective of any of the display or data related to this incident. The pilots can set the range of the display to either 5, 10, 20, or 40 nautical miles. Further away aircraft appear as empty blue diamonds. As aircraft get within 6 nautical miles and 1,200 feet, the blue diamond will fill in. This is a visual tool for the pilots to indicate the aircraft is getting closer. On this slide, the aircraft represented by the unfilled blue diamond has a +10 next to it. That means 1,000 feet altitude difference, and the plus means the aircraft is above the own aircraft. The aircraft represented by the filled-in blue diamond is marked with -10, meaning that that aircraft is 1,000 feet below the own aircraft. The down arrow indicates that the aircraft is descending by greater than 500 feet per minute. The aircraft with a yellow circle is subject to a traffic advisory. The notation next to it, -02, and an up arrow, means that the aircraft is 200 feet below the own aircraft and is climbing at a rate greater than 500 feet per minute. And then finally, the aircraft marked by the red square is subject to a resolution advisory. This aircraft has a +2 next to it, meaning that it is 200 feet above the own aircraft. Next slide, please. The traffic display that I just showed would appear on the multifunction display. However, the TAs and the RAs also appear on the primary flight display. This is an example of a TA on the primary flight display. Notice that in the bottom right corner, the word traffic appears in yellow. This indicates a traffic advisory. In addition, a traffic advisory will generally be accompanied by an oral alert that states the words traffic, traffic. Next slide, please. And here is an example of an RA on the primary flight display. Again, I would like to direct your attention to the bottom right corner. You see the word traffic in red indicates a resolution advisory. In addition, a red indicator arc and a green arc will appear on the vertical speed indicator. This indicates the pilot should adjust pitch to place the vertical speed indicator on the green arc. A resolution advisory will also be accompanied by an oral alert directing the pilot what resolution action to take. Next slide, please. Based on the technical standard order and the incorporated minimum operational performance standards, RAs are inhibited below certain altitudes. This graphic shows the inhibits at different altitudes, which vary depending on whether the aircraft is taking off or landing. Specifically, certain RAs are inhibited below 1,550 feet, and all RAs are inhibited below 1,000 feet. In addition, traffic advisory oral alerts are inhibited below 500 feet. This logic was developed by the RTC stakeholders after significant research and testing. The logic aims to provide appropriate collision avoidance while avoiding false positive advisories that may occur during takeoff and landing. The logic also avoids potentially unsafe advisories such as a resolution to descend when the aircraft is already at a low altitude. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, and I look forward to answering questions.
Thank you, Mr. Grease. I turn it back over to Captain Stone. He has a few questions.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Dr. Olson. Why are the TCAS inhibited altitudes where they are at today?
They're where they are today due to coordination within the community during the original implementation of TCAS. Prior to TCAS being installed on air carrier type aircraft in the early 90s, it went through what we call the Limited Implementation Program, or LIP. For those of you in the audience more familiar with operational test and evaluation, OT&E, or operational evaluation, it was just that. It was flown by participating air carriers with avionics companies providing the pre-certification avionics extensively around the U.S. National Airspace System, and based on pilot feedback, those altitude limits were set. I believe, I was not involved with this in 1980 something. But the feedback from the pilots was that they found some of the orals at lower altitudes, whether it was the traffic alerts below approximately 500 feet or the resolution advisories below approximately 1,000 feet, to be distracting and detrimental. So at coordination with the pilots union, the air carriers, and the community, the altitude inhibits were set the way that they are.
And I guess I want to follow that up with, and again, we're going to talk more about ACAS XA shortly, but ACAS XA has the same inhibit limits, isn't it true that those inhibit limits, part of the reason they're there is because of the technology that was available back in the 1980s to drive the alerting? It would lead to many, many nuisance alerts, just because the aircraft couldn't differentiate whether an aircraft is on the ground adjacent to the runway or whether they're actually an airborne threat. And I believe ACAS XA has the ability to solve that using the ADSB information.
I guess I would say that during the development of ACAS XA, and I would state that you are correct. At the time that the original TCAS was developed, MODES technology was not as widespread. That is more accurate and provides indication whether an aircraft is on the ground or in the air. Aircraft with older transponders, I won't use the technical term, it'll just be confusing, we'll call them older transponders, TCAS has to estimate whether they're on the ground or not, and that is not always accurate. So there was some number of nuisance or false TCAS resolution advisories due to an inability to estimate on the ground. So, for example, if an aircraft with an older transponder was taxiing and stationary near the takeoff hold point, that could generate a resolution advisory. During the development of ACAS XA, this topic was discussed in our TCA, that standards body that develops the standards for ACAS XA as well as TCAS, and coordination with airline pilots unions as well as the air carriers and air traffic control. The decision was made to leave the altitude inhibits for ACAS XA where they are for TCAS. It would also mitigate training issues. I would say that we have not collected data on how prevalent those nuisance RAs, resolution advisories, might be in the current environment. That would need to be done. There's also one complicating factor is that at least one particular manufacturer has implemented an automatic TCAS RA implementation where the TCAS output is ingested by the auto flight system, and those resolution advisories are automatically enacted. So we would have to understand how that transitions the auto flight system into a different mode. So if you're flying an approach in an approach mode and you transition at low altitude out of that mode, that could be problematic. That would need to be studied as well. So the committee decided to leave the altitude inhibits where they are, but certainly I think that is worth studying again, in my opinion, and doing the studies to make sure it's both safe and effective in the human factors studies to ensure that it's acceptable to the flight crew.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Flynn to talk about the accident and TCAS performance in the accident.
Thank you. Mr. Grease, the NTSB had asked Collins Aerospace to complete a TCAS model based on the geometry of the accident and the data provided from the accident. You did create some videos of what possibly would be displayed on the TCAS display, and we have those videos to show. Could you narrate them and describe them as they play? The first one will be 9 Air Charlie.
Of course. So I would like to, before we start the video, I'd like to kind of tell you what you're going to see before we actually start it, and then we'll start it, and I'll provide a little bit of narration over top. So Collins prepared these models of the TCAS display at the time of the incident based on the data provided by the NTSB. And I just want to be clear here, these are not actual representations, just like you said, John. The models show how TCAS would process and display the data provided to us by the NTSB. So this first video is of the TCAS display set to a 10 nautical mile range, which was the display range that the pilot had selected. This model shows only the UH-60. You will see the helicopter first appear as an unfilled blue diamond at the top of the 10 nautical mile range ring. As the helicopter gets closer to the own aircraft, it will fill in blue, and then it will eventually turn to a yellow circle as it gets even closer. That would then be accompanied by an oral traffic to indicate a traffic advisory. I would note too that this is a rather lengthy video, and because it shows the track of the UH-60 from about 10 nautical miles. So in the interest of time, if we want to kind of fast forward through some of that, I think we can do that. So if you want to please play the video. So the first thing we're going to see here is that the helicopter comes into range. As you can see it right now there, the open blue diamond, approximately 1,700 feet below the own aircraft. The up arrow there indicates that at that point it's climbing at a rate greater than 500 feet per minute. And coming up here, when it gets into about 6 nautical miles or so, and I think it's at the point where it's at about 800 feet below, that'll change to a solid blue diamond. That's just an indication to the pilot that hey, this target's getting closer. So at this point, if you wanted to fast forward it about, I think it's about a minute. I think we had the cue set. There we go. Perfect. So now, as you can see, we're inside the 5 nautical mile ring. We're at a 400 feet altitude difference. Again, it's below the one aircraft. Again, the arrow indicates that it's climbing at a rate greater than 500 feet per minute. And now, at this point,
traffic.
Now we have it changing to a traffic alert, and it changes to a solid yellow circle. Notice that the TA only is flashing in the upper right-hand corner. Okay.
And that was what was the range set for the pilot display.
That's correct. That's what the pilot's display was set to, was a 10 nautical mile range.
The captain.
Yes. Captain, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And then you also created a video at 5 nautical mile range for the co-pilot display. If we could play that as well, that is Delta, and starting at time 120.
Yeah, so the next video here is of the TCAS display set to 5 nautical miles. That was the first officers or co-pilot's TCAS. And we're going to start this video a ways in, because it doesn't get close enough to be shown up on the 5 nautical mile display until it gets to that point. So you'll first see this at the top of the 5 nautical mile. At that point, it will already be a blue diamond. You can start the video. And you can see it just coming into view. So again, here we will, in a few moments, we'll see it change to a yellow circle, and that happens at about 1.5 miles.
Traffic.
Okay.
And those videos were done with only the UH-60 on the display.
Correct.
And you did do another video with the other traffic on the display.
Yeah, we did a second set of videos. This is the 10 nautical mile one, and it shows other traffic in the area. So we're showing the approximately last 60 seconds here. So what you got to be aware of is that the UH-60 is already inside the 5 nautical mile range, and it is represented by the blue diamond with the -04 underneath. And you can also see then, if you want to start playing on this one, so you can see, so there's a couple other aircraft. There's one that's behind, and then there's one that is out in front at 10 nautical miles. So again, we're going to come in and we'll change to a yellow circle and have the traffic alert.
Traffic.
And then something I want to kind of highlight here is, as we get closer, you're going to notice another bit of traffic pop up. That is a departure aircraft from, I'm not sure which runway, but from one of the runways at DCA. And you can see it pop up right there and it's out in front and climbing. Okay.
And with the symbology on the display with the diamonds, you really don't know the direction of the airplane or the traffic unless you monitor it, correct?
That's correct. You know the relative direction of it, and if you're watching it, you can see, relative to your own aircraft where that traffic is located. But if you're not monitoring it, then obviously you wouldn't be seeing that.
Okay. There's also this was a bearing TA where the traffic was shown. What is a non-bearing TA?
So in the event that you would have a non-bearing traffic advisory, or the directional antenna was not functioning for some reason, you wouldn't have the targets show up on the display. You would not have that icon. So you would have essentially no icons on the display, or you'd be absent certain icons depending on the situation. However, you would still get traffic advisories and if appropriate, resolution advisories. What you would see on the traffic display in that case is a little bit different, and I'm wondering if it's possible to go to 9 Air B on page 13. There's a picture of what that no bearing display would look like.
It's actually for the exhibit. It's page 14, figure 9.
So again, this is the case where you would have a no bearing TA. So there's an absence of an icon indicating the traffic. Down in the lower part of the display, you see TA 2 nautical miles minus 400. So that indicates that the location of the traffic is 2 miles away, and that it is 400 feet below. And you would also get the TA only on the upper right-hand corner. And if appropriate, you would have a traffic enunciation as well.
Okay. Based on the geometry and where is the omnidirectional antenna located, and where is the directional antenna located for TCAS?
So the directional antenna would be located on the top of the airplane, and the omnidirectional antenna would be located on the bottom of the airplane.
Based on Collins's experience with that airplane and those antenna locations and the geometry, what is your experience with bearing TA versus a no bearing TA in that geometry?
So based on the relative geometries of the aircraft, and with the UH-60 being out in front and below, providing that all the equipment was functioning appropriately, we believe it's a high likelihood that there would have been a bearing target, that the directional antenna would have tracked that target, and we would have had that information available.
Okay. That's all I have. Captain Stone, you can.
Okay. So I'm going to go to Captain Clow. And when you get a traffic advisory, what are the pilot actions for responding to a traffic advisory?
Captain Stone, our guidance tells pilots not to maneuver based on the traffic advisory alone, and to attempt to acquire the traffic visual out of the window.
Okay, what would you expect the flight crew to do when that traffic advisory goes off?
I would expect them to glance down at the MFD, as Dr. Kastner said, to get an idea of which window and what location to begin their scan, but it would be a brief glance and then looking out of the window to try and acquire that traffic.
So can you give us reasons as to why it may be difficult, or why the pilots might not respond doing the tasks that you just described?
Well, so if I could speak to the difficulty first. Again, as Dr. Kastner mentioned just earlier, that traffic coming straight towards you, which from the TCAS simulation we just watched, could have likely been where that traffic was. It's much more difficult to spot the traffic because there's no relative motion left to right, which would catch their attention. In terms of the reaction to the TA, first of all, I wouldn't necessarily expect a verbal response. PSA SOP does not require a verbal call out for a traffic advisory. And if I was the captain, pilot flying, and I saw the first officer lean forward in his seat and look out the window, I can see he's looking for traffic. Words would not be necessary to, it would be redundant at that point. I'd also like to state that this would have occurred at an extremely busy phase of flight. They would have had a number of other tasks that also needed to be prioritized. It is not possible to, to sit and stare and fixate on the looking for the traffic above all other priorities.
Okay, and actually I'm very glad you brought that up because I want to ask about pilot workload with the task that the crew was doing at the time, and they were circling to land runway 33. And we actually, and you helped us participate in a simulator study where we tried to quantify the pilot workload difference between going straight into runway 1 and flying the circle of runway 33. If we could bring up 2 Air F page 11. And as they're bringing that up, we had, unfortunately, we didn't, it was not a full human factor study. We didn't have the time to do that. What we did is just a representative sample. We had 2 flight crews, and we just put them through, flying the approach and had them evaluate how difficult it was to do the runway 33 approach versus the runway 1 approach. And actually, what I really want is not the Bedford scale; it's the results.
All right, I have those handy, actually. As Captain Stone mentioned, the crews were both trained, fully qualified, and current in the airplane. They were pilots with PSA. One crew was quite familiar with the approach to runway 33. The other one was not. If you can put the scale up again, the first crew that was familiar with the approach and the airport, they rated the straight-in approach to runway 1 as a 2. So basically low workload, and the second crew rated it as a 1, also a very low workload. And the first crew was then asked to perform the runway 33 approach, which breaks off from the runway 1. And they rated, the captain rated the difficulty of that approach as a 4.5. As you can see, that indicates sort of reduced capacity for additional tasks, and the first officer rated it a 3.5. When we played the ATC audio during these approaches, the ATC audio from the accident approach, the first crew rated it a 4.5 for the captain and a 3.5 for the first officer. And the second crew that was unfamiliar with the approach rated it a 5 for the captain and a 7 for the first officer. For the first crew, we actually paused the simulation at various points in the runway 33 approach and asked them to both rate the workload and comment on their activities, goals, and what they were focusing on. And the most high workload portion of the approach was the portion where they were doing sort of the base to final turn of the circle aligning with the runway. There were a lot of tasks that were required to be performed by both crew members at that stage. The captain rated the difficulty of that stage of the approach as a 5, and the first officer rated it as a 3. The captain provided us some comments about what he was doing at that time. He said that he was working to reduce the speed from VREF plus 10 to VREF plus 4 as required by procedures. That required monitoring the airspeed and adjusting thrust. He was monitoring the vertical speed indicator to make sure that that was appropriate. And he was monitoring the precision approach path indicator on the left side of the runway to make sure that his vertical path was within limits. In the back of his mind, he was rehearsing the go-around, and because if he was unstable, then he would have to perform the go-around. The first officer said they had 2 heads-down tasks at this time. One was he had to make the 500-foot stable call-out, which would have occurred as they were kind of initiating that turn, and that involved looking at a number of different flight criteria to ensure that they were within parameters. As they turned final and they were aligning with the runway, he also needed to reset the speed bug from VREF plus 10 to VREF plus 4. And he also needed to back up the captain's monitoring of the PAPI, verify that the departing traffic on runway 1 that was crossing in front of them was clear, and that the departure end of runway 33 was clear. He had to perform a stable call out at 500 feet, but because the airplane was still turning and aligning with the runway, he had to continue monitoring to ensure that the approach was stable until they aligned with the runway around 300 feet. So he had a fairly heavy visual monitoring load going on there. Mr. Clow, based on your experience as an airline pilot and from observing these simulations, what is your sense of how the crew, well, let me ask you this. What was the crew required to do in the event of a traffic alert in this situation?
As I mentioned earlier, they're instructed not to maneuver solely based on a traffic advisory, and they are to attempt to acquire the traffic visually out of the window.
Okay. And do you recall from the simulation work the relative position of the helicopter, whether it would have appeared to be below the crew's line of sight, overlapping with the city lights?
I don't recall that it was abundantly clear one way or the other. I think the captain remarked that the glare shield up on the first officer's side was possibly obscuring the area he was kind of expecting the traffic may have come from, but that's just my recollection of what the note said.
Okay, and we'll eventually have a precise visibility study looking at that, but generally speaking, if the helicopter was below the CRJ's altitude in front of it, would it have been in and amongst the city lights?
Yes, sir, I think that would be clear.
Okay. And if the crew had overheard the air traffic controller's transmissions to the helicopter asking if it had the CRJ in sight, and then heard the controller say pass behind the CRJ, and then heard the controller say visual separation approved, if you were in that situation, how would you interpret the traffic situation and whether or not you needed to do anything to avoid the helicopter?
Yeah, that's a good question. In putting myself in that situation, hearing the traffic oral, but immediately prior to that, according to the CVR transcript that we got to see when the docket was opened, Immediately prior to the traffic oral was the ATC transmission that said, Pat 25, do you have the CRJ in sight? Then the traffic oral happened. And I believe, again, I keep referring to Dr. Kastner, but his testimony in panel 2, where the radio frequency is kind of like a party line, and all crews on that party line are listening to what's going on to build a mental picture of the traffic. I believe the PSA crew would have been listening with bated breath to what happened next. The next transmission was going to tell them whether the threat was mitigated and not something that they could deprioritize, or whether a control instruction from ATC would be forthcoming that they would need to react to.
Okay. Thank you for that, and pass the questioning back to Captain Stone.
Thank you, Dr. Bremel. I'm going to turn briefly to training for PSA pilots. So, Captain Clow again. When do you do initial training about TCAS for your flight crews?
Yes, so TCAS is trained in initial training, upgrade training, and recurrent continuing qual training.
Okay. So one of the things that we heard from Mr. Grease is that there was a possibility that there may not have been a target associated with this traffic call, the traffic alert, traffic advisory from TCAS. Do PSA pilots know about the possibility of a no-bearing traffic alert or resolution advisory?
Excuse me. Yeah, so in our initial training, there's an instructor-led systems class, and the training materials covered in that systems class include a depiction of the multifunction display where a no-bearing TA, how it would appear is indicated on that graphic.
And do you do any simulator training that shows a no-bearing TA or RA?
Yeah, unfortunately not. Talking with the simulator engineers that manage our simulators and other airline simulators in the Charlotte Training Center, the simulator is unable to generate a no-bearing TA in order for us to train it in the simulator.
So with the amount of background that your crew had on the possibility of a no-bearing TA, if this was a no-bearing TA, what would that have caused as far as crew reaction? And maybe I might actually switch over to Dr. Kasner for this question. So now, they're getting a traffic alert oral, and they look down on the display, and there's no traffic that they can see. What kind of a human reaction is there to that situation?
Given the high workload of the situation, there's only so much time you could devote to that. I can imagine looking and not seeing anything egregious or imminent. I don't know what other choice there would be other than to return your attention to landing.
Okay. And back to Captain Clow, just one last question. Actually, two questions. How do PSA airline pilots become qualified to operate at Washington Regan National Airport? Because it is what the FAA defines as a special qualification airport.
Yes, that is correct. It is. DCA is a special qual airport. All PSA pilots qualify themselves to operate into and out of DCA via pictorial means, which is a FAA-approved method of doing that special qualifications training. I mean, obviously, if there's opportunities for pilots to transition through DCA on their initial operating experience training with the CheckM, and that's obviously a good thing, but it's not required. And I'd also like to state that we provide, think of it like a consolidated playbook of DCA-related guidance that we extract from all the different manuals and resources that we have as like an orientation guide for both new pilots and pilots that maybe have recently upgraded or have been away for a while to kind of refamiliarize themselves with information specific to DCA.
So regarding that, does any of that information that you just described contain any information about helicopter operations or helicopter routes in the DC area?
At the time of the accident, it did not.
Okay. Do you think it's important for pilots to know about the prevalence of helicopter operations and specifically what their potential routes are?
Again, hearing the expert testimony, Dr. Kastner again saying that kind of knowledge would be useful. I think it's certainly something that should be looked at. I don't think it's very simple to decide where to put that information. There are a ton of reference information already for DCA, and for example, providing a VFR type chart like I think it's called the Baltimore-Washington area helicopter route chart. That's not, we would have to find the appropriate method for displaying that, and I think we'd be very, very happy in participating in some kind of forum to figure out exactly what the best method for that would be.
Okay, thank you very much. Chairwoman, how many, we're about to change subjects. Would now be an okay time for a break?
You're changing so I think Dr. Bauer and I have talked. How much longer do you all have?
My guess is an hour.
Oh.
We have a lot to go.
That is not what Dr. Bauer told me. So yes, now would be a great time for a break. We'll come back at noon.
Thank you.
Get it together, Dr. Bauer. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You should not put that in the transcripts. All right. During our brief break, I think the technical panel decided they'd love to have the COO of the Air Traffic Organization as part of the witness group. So Mr. McIntosh, can you join us? I know you'll be over there. I think we'll have one witness leave, and so we can do some changing of seating. I'm sorry, it's so smooshed back there. And I do, just because you weren't on the other panels, if it's okay, I'll do the swearing. Raise your right hand. Please answer by saying, I do. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth? Thank you very much. All right, back to the technical panel.
Thank you, and we're going to start off. I'm going to start off with Captain Surge. You talked about how you're using your interval management system to perform traffic flow management functions for arrivals into Phoenix. What I'd like you to do is to think about the DCA airport and a north flow at DCA where aircraft are primarily arriving runway 1, but in order to get departures out off of runway 1, there's a need to offload to runway 33. That's why ATC asks some of the regional jets if they're willing to take 33. And so I want to go back to your ADSB-in system and the function that it does as far as interval management, and have you talk a little bit about how DCA could operate if they relied on using your system to help with traffic flow management. How would that work?
Sure, more than happy. So what we found in our trial was, first and foremost, and we talked about that a little bit earlier, was the ability to increase what we call the IAT, inter-aircraft timing. And that in turn allows us to, that was the first step. The second step that we want to start to do before our funding was taken down was we wanted to start looking at the sequencing capabilities of this system by using TBFM. And what our goal in that is to feed the initial terminal controller a class stream that allows that controller to do, it makes their job easier. The second thing that's out there, and this is, again, down the road, but we have what's called Terminal Flight Data Manager, TFDM. That starts to look at the airlines as they're starting to board the process. When is that aircraft going to depart the gate? And if you start, and it can feed into TBFM so that we can start looking at that whole sequence of events. And in DC in particular, what you could do is you could say, hey, we're going to have a departure here, start building a hold here. We also have different arrivals, class streams, build holds here. And by doing that, now you can start to get a much more efficient environment. And you, in theory, can bring more aircraft into a single runway.
So I think the key to what you're talking about is the precision of the inter-arrival spacing on final approach. Would you agree with that?
It is, and it goes into what's called CAVS and CAS, CDTI assisted separation. And that system gives a lot more information to the pilot, even from a safety perspective on wake and also on just how they're converging onto the aircraft in front of them. What our data has shown is that when you give the pilot that extra data, they will bring the aircraft together closer, and also it reduces go-arounds.
Okay. I want to go back to DCA specifically on the north arrival flow. So if ATC wanted to get departures off runway 1, rather than offloading them arrivals from 1 to 3-3, they knew that in advance. They could just have you follow at a larger interval, and that would build the hole as opposed to having to offload to 3-3. Is that an accurate statement?
That is the theory of this, and that is an accurate statement to the theory, correct?
Okay. And I do want to go to Mr. McIntosh briefly. I know that you're in the process now of modernizing the air traffic management system. And in this upgrade, in this modernization, are you taking into account the future capabilities that aircraft will have that can assist you in achieving this task?
Yes, thank you. Absolutely. We're taking a look at what aircraft equipage is going to look like. That will definitely be a part of the airspace modernization. But quite honestly, what we really need is we need all the stakeholders to play. We need to see majority of our aircraft to have the type of equipage that would pull this off. Speaking about interval management that Dave is speaking to, we really need to be able to make sure that we've got the appropriate fleet equipage that can actually do this at the appropriate times versus just certain aircraft. So to your point, if we have a regional jet and an Airbus and a Boeing 737, we want to be able to start building that interval management between all those aircraft, and not just with one carrier, but we need all the carriers that will be able to play when we go to an airport like DCA that has multiple air carriers going into it at one time.
So how does the FAA get multiple players to play? What would be required to do that?
I think we'd start off with the CDM process, the collaborative decision-making process, and also meet with the carriers via a NAS advisory board, make sure that everybody understands where we want to go. And to start taking advantage of these capabilities, we really need to have the equipage in that whole entire fleet to pull this off, like I said before.
Thank you. And With that, I'm going to transition over to changing subjects again slightly. We asked the FAA to perform a number of simulations based on this accident with using different assumptions for what TCAS could possibly do with if it was designed or the inhibits were different, and actually we also wanted to look at ACAS with the same issues. And so what I'd like to do now is go to Mr. Suki and have you, I think you have a brief 2-slide presentation on what the simulations were and how you did them, and then after that I'll ask you questions to walk through the results of those simulations.
Yes, it's Exhibit 2, Alpha India Romeo Victor. And you can go to the next slide. So yes, my team was approached by the NTSB in April and asked if we could simulate the DCA encounter trajectories, and in doing so, manipulate several variables to see if it had any difference or effect on the simulation results. Variables we simulated were the surveillance driving the equipment. We used the DCA radar. It's 4.7, it's course data, 4.7 second update rates. We additionally used some data we were provided from the NTSB. We consider this, call it truth data. It's more resemblant of ADSB and the actual trajectories the aircraft flew. Second variable we manipulated was the collision avoidance equipage on the CRJ. We used a surrogate for what was on the CRJ, which was a 7.0 version of TCAS logic. Our simulation is hardwired with a TCAS version 7.1 logic. We had discussions on the changes that were made between 7.1. They wouldn't have any bearing on the event or encounter of we're addressing here, so it was decided that we're all comfortable using version 7.1 as a representative surrogate for the 7.0. Secondly, we used a modified version of the 7.1 logic where we actually reduced the resolution advisory thresholds on the from 900 feet down to 400 feet. Thirdly, we did a iteration of the logic where we were talking about the bearingless bottom omni-only antenna surveillance feed to see if it had any bearing on the simulation results. And then we transitioned to the TCAS replacement, the ACAS XA logic. As alluded to previously, the XA logic was developed to reduce nuisance alerts as well as ingest and take advantage of new surveillance, specifically ADSB. However, the design objectives associated with the inhibits are the same as current TCAS, so we wanted to see how simulation results varied when we ran XA. And then with that, we also lowered the altitude inhibits on the XA logic to see from the 900 to the 400 to see what effect. Thirdly, we changed the equipage on the collision avoidance equipage on the UH-60 from not having any to a prototype system that's currently being developed within our TCA. It's a standards body. Special Committee 147 is currently working on it with minimum performance standards projected to be completed next year. And so there was a prototype version of XR that we added to the UH-60. And then lastly, we changed the quantization, the altitude quantization that we're using to feed the collision avoidance from the 25-foot increments versus 100-foot increments. So in total, there were 15 total test configurations, and we did 100 iterations on each of those test configurations. And again, what we wanted to do and what I'm going to show later are the mean, or sort of the average results from timing as well as missed distance, vertically and horizontally.
If you could bring up Exhibit 2 Aero Golf, page 36. And in the interest of time, Mr. Suchi, what I'd like is, let's start with, or maybe run through number 6 on.
Okay. Sure. Well, so in general, what we found is that both TCAS and XA, as designed with their current inhibits, would have only provided a traffic alert prior to the collision, but neither would have provided a resolution advisory. In order to get that resolution advisory, you would have to lower the inhibits to the encounters, and as alluded to previously, someone mentioned, I don't remember who, but in the early development of TCAS, the inhibits for resolution advisories were at 500 feet, and I think we've had that discussion as to why they ended up being raised to 1,000 feet. When we looked specifically at the quantization bearingless, it didn't really have any effect on timing, and I think I'll walk through those results. Then lastly, the use of the prototype of XR on the helicopter did significantly reduce the collision risk without actually having to change existing design of TCAS or ACAS XA. Now, so to go through the results using we're going to focus on the data from the NTSB, the truth data. When we look at runs 6 and 7, it's using TCAS as is with the inhibits where they are. We varied the quantization from 100 to 25 feet. And when we look across the results, the quantization of the altitude had no effect on the average TA timing. So it basically concluded or confirmed that, approximately 20 seconds or so prior to CPA that you would have gotten a TA though. Run 8, where we assessed the bottom antenna, bearingless only Omni input. It didn't have any effect on the timing of the TA. It would have been an effect on the display to the pilot. I think that was discussed already, where if you had bearing, you would have seen the yellow circle. Without bearing, you would have got traffic alert symbol or wording text on the bottom of the display center without an indication of where the threat aircraft would be. All right, so when we'll get into modifying and lowering the RA thresholds for current TCAS from 900 feet to 400 feet. What we see is the timing on the for the TA, and this is a simulation, actually, and in order to lower the thresholds for TCAS, we weren't able to go in and physically change the rules and heuristics of the logic. We actually raised the altitude flown from the surveillance data we were given, and so it's actually being assessed in a sensitivity level 3 versus a sensitivity level 2. So you see a little variation in the timing, but the point here is more on the RA timing, and you would have gotten an RA about 14 seconds prior to closest point of approach with about anywhere from 300 to 327 feet in vertical mist distance. And so you see a slight variation in quantization being fed to the system as to the ultimate mean distance you get with vertical separation. So a little better actual separation with 100-foot quantization than with the 25-foot. Now, getting into the XA runs 11 and 12, it's, again, the inhibits are at the same level as current TCAS design. However, you do get a earlier average traffic alert time. So about 27 to 28 seconds prior to closest point of approach, you would get a TA, where you were seeing previously the 20 seconds. So you get about a 7-second additional lead time on the traffic alert. But however, it doesn't assist because it's, the event was lower than the resolution advisory threshold or inhibit boundaries. When you modify the ACAS-X logic, you do, again, see similar performance like you did with doing the same thing for TCAS. Again, a little earlier mean time for the traffic alert. We're at around 28 seconds. And you get a RA about 17 seconds prior to closest approach with vertical separation. And again, the quantization adds a little variation in the vertical miss distance. But you achieve about 400 to 420 feet vertical miss distance with modified XA. And then lastly, we used TCAS with 100-foot quantization and added the XR functionality on the UH-60. You get, again, similar for the CRJ TA around 20 seconds. And you get for the UH-60, the simulation results show a TA around 73 seconds. You get no RA, again, with the TCAS CRJ. You get an RA about 28 seconds prior to closest point of approach, and your vertical and horizontal, well, your horizontal miss distance is about 2,200 feet, and your vertical miss distance is about 110 feet.
Thank you. I did want to point out that all these simulations assume 100% compliance with the resolution advisory, which in today's world, it doesn't happen. Hopefully in the future world with the reduced nuisance alerts, we'll get much higher compliance. And one of the things I wanted to talk about a little bit more is the whole premise of ACAS and why ACAS was developed as a follow-on to TCAS. I'm going to go to Dr. Olson for this. What is the actual difference, or what's improving in ACAS versus TCAS?
So first, I would like to just say, from a history standpoint, at Lincoln Laboratory, we came up with an initial concept for improving collision avoidance using machine learning. And the FAA, through the TCAS program office with Mr. Suki, funded that activity very early on to improve collision avoidance, to adapt it for the future. There was a study within RTCA, the standards body, to look at the future of collision avoidance. There were complaints from operators about the excessive nuisance alert rate, and so RTCA Special Committee 147 that does the collision avoidance work determined whether or not TCAS was adaptable for the future or whether a new approach was needed. The conclusion was a new approach was needed that would account for platforms, the lower climb and descent performance, improve surveillance, and closer density operations. So ACAS-X as a concept was developed to be modular, whereas TCAS, that interrogation and reply that was discussed several times, is tightly coupled to the logic. We wanted to ingest new surveillance sources for crewed aircraft. We're looking at ADSB, the Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, but decoupling that would also allow for uncrewed aircraft to use perhaps a primary radar or a ground-based radar or electro-optical sources, whatever was appropriate to drive the alerting and the guidance logic. So the approach in general is to take that surveillance and to account for surveillance uncertainty. So Dr. Kunze already discussed there is greater uncertainty with the interrogation reply than with ADSB, and these other surveillance sources also have uncertainty. But there's also maneuver uncertainty. So the other aircraft may suddenly maneuver in a direction that you don't encounter, you don't expect. So for example, in an encounter with a non-TCAS or ACAS equipped aircraft, they may, via detect and avoid, see the aircraft maneuver, but in the same direction. So we need to account for that maneuver uncertainty. So using machine learning techniques and an extensive amount of data, radar data, and also through the TCAS program office, who collects information On TCAS resolution advisories, the radar tracks for the own ship and the intruder, as well as the types and the nature of the RAs, we use that through machine learning techniques to tune a logic with specific objectives to reduce nuisance alerts. So we focused extensively on the 500-foot separation between instrument flight rules and visual flight rules on parallel approaches, and also iterated that with the community through our TCA. We conducted 2 flight tests in conjunction with the Federal Aviation Administration at the William J. Hughes Technical Center, and we also had an operational evaluation of the final product by putting it on 10 aircraft and flying around the U.S. national airspace. So tuning, observing the output in modeling and simulation. So we simulated hundreds of billions of encounters, safety critical encounters, as well as using radar data from across the entire U.S. national airspace provided by the Midair Corporation to understand the alerting at specific airports, specific altitude bands, as well as the safety across a wide number of encounters. And the resulting logic through that machine learning is instantiated on a lookup table that goes on the aircraft, the same form, fit, function of a TCAS unit. And the initial version was ACAS-XA. It also provided provisions for what we call ACAS-XO, or operation-specific alerting, using that ADS-BN technology that Captain Stone talked about to designate an aircraft, perhaps on a parallel runway, to provide different types of alerts, or no alerting at all in the case of visual separation operations. And we've developed since then through our TCA with funding from Mr. Suki and the Federal Aviation Administration and participation by Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Lab, who's been a strong partner in this development. Versions for larger UAS called ACAS-XU, version for smaller UAS or drones, if you will, ACAS-SXU and ACAS-XR, which is relevant to this discussion. For rotorcraft, both crewed rotorcraft as well as more autonomous or uncrewed rotorcraft, maybe eVTOLs, advanced air mobility, urban air mobility of the future.
Hey, can I get you to, the one that you left out, I think, is ACAS-XO. And I'm keenly interested in ACAS-XO because the idea of it is to suppress alerts in those situations where you have closer space parallel runways, which is, I think, a large number of the nuisance alerts we get today are in those kind of situations. And how would you describe the evolution of ACAS-XO and where does it need to go?
So the flexibility of the ACAS-X approach and be able to tune differently for different types of operations. Earlier on in the development of ACAS-X, the community identified a number of areas of concern, and closely spaced parallel approaches was one of those areas. But I would point out this technique of providing differential alert for any special operation is adaptable for the future. So, for example, if there were rotorcraft operations that were very different, we can use that same technique in designating aircraft, specific aircraft, to treat them differently. For ACAS-XO, the initial implementation was oriented towards parallel runways with 2 applications. One was for what we call the CSPO, closely spaced parallel operations mode, for runway separations down to 3,000 feet, which would be in instrument meteorological conditions that reduce the volume protected. You can think of it that way. That's not really the underlying technical approach, but you can think of it conceptually, reducing the alerting volume to minimize nuisance alerts on parallel runway monitoring PRM approaches that are currently being conducted today. The other area was the realization that most of the parallel approach operations are conducted in visual conditions, and that pilots could use the ADS-BN functionality to designate another aircraft and receive no alerts at all on that aircraft, while receiving full protection against every other aircraft. So if there was a helicopter or a GA aircraft or an aircraft on a different runway that was blundering through, you would still get the full protection against that aircraft. So that was the initial application, but it could be expanded to other applications if they were defined by the community with the safety objectives and the alerting objectives.
And last question on ACAS is, what is the state of ACAS standards and implementation?
I can answer part of that, although I think that's really maybe more appropriate for Mr. Haskin, since that implementation is really an FAA matter. Mr. Haskin, I can address that, or you could.
No, I can say it. So we have a technical standard order, which is the document we use to certify. We have that published for ACAS-XA. That was published back in 2020. To date, we have not certified any equipment under that technical standard order. As far as ACAS XR goes, which I guess we're going to get into, but it's something we're keenly interested in, we're going to treat that as a very high priority, and we're going to publish that technical standard order as soon as we can after the RTCA body finishes the standards development. We think we can do that within 3 to 4 months.
And with that, I'm actually going to turn it back over to Mr. Flynn to talk about ACAS XR.
Thank you. Dr. Olson, so ACAS-X, is it only dependent on ADSB?
So it depends which variant you're talking about. But for ACAS XA and for ACAS XR, the intention is to use both the ADSB information as well as the standard TCAS style interrogation and reply. And the way the system works is it uses that ADSB information as long as it's validated. So as long as it matches the bearing and range of the TCAS interrogation reply. And that's to mitigate against inaccurate or spoofed ADSB information.
Okay. So if ADSB is inoperative on an airplane, the accuracy of ACAS will be degraded?
Mr. Suki, you had a... No, okay. The accuracy, so we tune the logic to be just as safe, whether it's using ADSB information or whether it is only using, in quotes, the interrogation reply information. The alert rate is slightly higher if there is no ADSB information, but it's very important since many of the operators who are equipped with TCAS encounter non-ADSB out aircraft in the current environment. And I would also point out that collision avoidance is standardized across the world. The International Civil Aviation Organization, Mr. Suki, has worked with that organization over the last 15 years to ensure that ACAS-X is incorporated into those worldwide standards, and many of the nation states in the world do not have the same ADSB out equipage as the U.S. does. So it's very important to ensure that the system works without ADSB out information. It'll be just as safe, but we'll alert more often.
Okay. I guess this question is for Mr. Flanagan and Mr. Rowland. You mentioned about equipping Army helicopters with TCAS or ACAS. What are the issues with incorporating that on older platforms like the UH-60?
So for today, right now we don't have a transponder. There's not even a standard that exists for doing ACAS-X on our platform. So that's our today challenge. Going forward, the only thing that would could you repeat the question?
I guess what are the challenges you face incorporating ACAS-X on your fleet of helicopters?
We have to have the hardware there to put it on, and we're on track to have that hardware start fielding in a couple of years.
If you'd like, I do have a few slides that might help to illustrate this. If you go to AR Oscar, I believe is the letter on it, and go to slide 5, page 5. So these three pictures, the left one is just a conceptual installation. The unit, of course, needs to be there, and as Mr. Haskin pointed out earlier, transponder and the ACAS computer are part of the system. We already have prototypes of the ACAS XR that we are testing currently. That prototype does include 2 separate units. We are implementing the software of the ACAS so that it will work on a newer hardware platform that we're developing for the Army for their Mode S IFF transponder obsolescence replacement. The installation also includes a display. and it is very likely that it will be able to use the same display, but it would require an FMS update to receive the data from the ACAS and provide that information to the display. If you look to the center picture, this is what our ACAS XR system will look like. Transponder, ACAS X, all-in-one, ADSB in, ADSB out, everything's there. One of the important parts of this is that it will operate with 2 omnidirectional antennas. Traditional TCAS systems required at least 1 directional antenna. On a helicopter, it is sometimes, well, I would say almost always difficult and sometimes problematic to find a location to mount the antenna. And even if you do get a directional antenna mounted, there's interfering components that can compromise the integrity of the bearing measurements that you would get with that antenna. So this system, the ACAS XR, is being designed in the industry standards committees to operate with omnidirectional antennas only, which facilitates, simplifies the installation. On the right side picture, this is just it's our flight test evaluation kit, just to kind of exemplify how simple, I guess you could say, the system can work. It's self-enclosed, battery operated. We can take this onto an aircraft or operate it on a bench, connect it to a GPS puck for own aircraft information. Works with an iPad display, which of course is for demonstration purposes only. The antennas can connect, and for our, sometimes with the flight test, we'll just have a suction cup antenna. We don't operate it as part of the aircraft system, but just to demonstrate it. Self-contained battery operated, and you can evaluate the system very simply. If you go to the next page, for the Army project that we're working on right now to replace the obsolete Modus IFF transponders, we're developing what we call our micro common transponder. And this is a plug-in replacement for the transponder that is already there. Meaning it's form, fit, function. You take one out and put the new unit in. So we've mounted our low size, weight, power unit inside of this container so that it will fit directly in the aircraft the way the other one does. With that, our design of our product, as I've indicated, is designed such that ACAS XR upgrade to that unit is software only. Now, if you go to the next slide, this just shows a installation overview of the system. And in blue, you see the blue, solid blue box there that says the update needed for ACAS X. And then if you look down, anything that's light blue in that basic installation diagram are areas that would need to change to go from the transponder version to the version with the ACAS XR. And that includes, of course, the upgrade for the XR software itself. It includes the oral data, which there's already an audio bus, so it's assuming that we can just put the additional oral on the bus and use the existing interface on the aircraft. It also includes the display interface, the intruder data, the resolution advisory data would come out on an existing bus going to the FMS. And then, of course, it would require an update to the FMS to be able to process that additional data and display it. So while not trivial, it is very straightforward and a doable implementation.
If I might add, the reason I asked you to repeat the question is because you said a challenge. I see it more as an opportunity. I'm a PM, so I have to be optimistic, but I'm like, okay, it's an opportunity from our perspective.
Okay. I guess you did answer all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, we're getting close to the end, which is good. I do have a question for Mr. Suki, and that's, can you tell us what your plans are for future ACAS standards development. Where are we at, and where are we going?
Yes, as mentioned previously, we're working to complete the standards for ACAS XR within RTCA Special Committee 147 by late spring of next year, in order for them to be published by the Program Management Committee of RTCA, become a published standard from which then the regulator will move forward with their technical standard order. And currently, right now, at the conclusion of that, there are no more plans. We are internally strategizing and potentially trying to seek resources to support a limited implementation program or something along those lines for XR, but that has not been formalized.
Any plans for a limited implementation program with ACAS XA?
We had completed an op-eval already, as Dr. Olson mentioned, where we equipped 10 aircraft with 2 different vendor equipment and flew it for over a year across the NAS.
Thank you. And one last question for Colonel Flanagan. Is the Army, do you have any plans for beyond what you're doing? I mean, you're looking at what the ACAS XR standards are, and it seems as though you've already picked a transponder that is potentially upgradable. Is there any other future plans in the Army as far as collision avoidance systems that would allow you the airspace access that's in your job title?
So I think where you might be going with this is our motivation isn't just civil airspace. So being the Army, we have a imperative to operate in tactical airspace, which our previous mission was low altitude, congested, and it's a recurring challenge to safely operate in those environments. So we have a tactical imperative in addition to a civil imperative to have this technology on board. Is that what you're going after?
Yes, thank you very much.
I have a couple of questions. For the FAA, can you require military aircraft to be equipped with collision avoidance technologies?
So for instance, the transponder and the ADSB requirements are done by airspace. So anybody that's flying within the airspace where those are required, have to equip with those technologies. So we could require collision avoidance in a similar fashion, and then the military would be expected to comply in that airspace. Today, the collision avoidance requirements are by the parts they're operating under, and the military do not operate under those parts. Therefore, they currently have no collision avoidance requirements from the FAA.
If I could just add, I think I was in the Air Force at the time the original TCAS requirements came in, which was the result of a midair collision as well as some other incidents, and that was a DoD directive to equip troop and passenger carrying aircraft in certain classes and categories with TCAS. So that was in the late 90s.
And with and this question's for the Army, for collision avoidance technologies that will use ADSB, probably for Colonel Flanagan, how would this affect Army policy in use of ADSB in civil airspace?
So ADSB, not just the Army, but DoD has concerns that I'm pretty sure most people are aware of, the fact that it's inherently open source. It has some spoofing vulnerabilities which make it non-conducive for those sensitive missions, which not just the Army, but all of DoD has to operate on. So in civil airspace, when there's traffic information systems broadcast, TSB network, the Army can comply with mode 3 Alpha Charlie emissions and feed into that fused picture, so anybody who has a tie-in for the TSB network has the awareness. On non-sensitive missions, there's obviously not an issue with complying. I would offer a little bit more expansive. We are mindful of the additional details which are available, and another aspect of the micro common transponder that Mr. Rowland mentioned is the capability to do mode 5 level 2 Bravo which is essentially ADS-B information, but using Mode 5 level encryption. And that enables us to operate again in the tactical environment that we're focused on as a military.
Mr. Shin, could you just suspend for a second? I know that we have one witness. Don't leave yet. I have one question for you. You said one. I just have one question for you, Mr. Kasner, and if anyone else has a quick question for him, I know he has to leave, but he's also offered to answer questions in writing if need be afterwards. You had said earlier that TAs or traffic alerts, which we heard traffic, is still see and avoid. Can you just say why that is for people in the audience?
Well, in the case of an oral alert, your attention is simply directed out the window as before, except in this case, you enjoy a bit of information about where to restrict your search. But even if you're using a display, you're searching on the display. We're not going to take the human out of the loop here.
Right, you're still searching. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thanks, I just wanted to make sure people were aware of that. Thank you for, did you want to add?
I add to that for again, for aviation and helicopters at those low altitudes, as Mr. Van Vechten has said, we cannot afford to be focused inside of the helicopter really at all. Actually, one of the exhibits showed that, pilots only look inside every, I think, 9.2 seconds, something to that realm. So it's not reasonable to have a pilot look for a traffic advisory, process that, orient, figure out where they are, then do something about it. That we're talking over 10 seconds, which is not compatible for us, which is why we're fixated on the resolution advisory capability of ACAS XR.
Thank you very much for adding that, and thank you for participating on the panel, and have a good flight. No. Back to you, Mr. Shin.
Thank you. Dr. Kunze, ATAS, that's ADS-B Traffic Advisory System, if I got that acronym correct.
That's correct.
Uses ADS-B. Is it using ADS-B pressure or GPS altitude?
It can use both, but it defaults to pressure altitude when available.
And as we talked about during panel 1 with the pressure altitude for the Black Hawk, potentially having an offset from its true altitude, can you give us your assessment on how this would impact the effectivity of ATAS?
Yeah, it actually generalizes to ACAS as well. One of the key considerations when designing these types of systems is how the system responds in the presence of known or unknown errors. ADS-B is unique in the sense that it actually tells you the quality of the data that you have, so you get an estimate of the error and therefore the trustworthiness of the data that you're receiving. But you don't get that with some of the other sensor systems that we use today. So when you design a system, a majority of the work is actually spent on designing robustness into the system for errors in position, velocity, altitude, or similar. Dropouts actually is a very common, especially at low altitudes. You sometimes lose a track, or things like latency if you have a secondary system that rebroadcasts information. So the work that we have been doing in the special committees for ACAS X, as well as the work that we had to do for ATAS back in the day, a large amount. We simulate millions of mid-air collisions over and over, and we inject over and over, like all kinds of different errors, combinations of errors. And then it comes down to tuning the system to have robustness to the presence of errors while maintaining the safety and operational suitability or nuisance alert characteristics. So it really is a game of tuning it just right with the knobs to satisfy all the design objectives that you might have. You could optimize for perfect data, and you could get very, very, very good alerting, but as soon as you move off of that perfect data and you have the presence of an error, the system would be too brittle and it would break and you would get nuisance alerts again, or you would miss alerts altogether. And so the design to be robust to the presence of errors is a fundamental consideration when you build these kinds of systems.
Mr. Suki, can you expand on why pressure altitude is the default used for TCAS and also for ACAS?
Yeah, because of just the, I guess, the standardization of pressure altitude in aviation, and its ability to be used without having to be compensated, at all altitudes, and so it'll be the same for each aircraft, or I should say uncorrected. So just because of its availability, it's out there. It's used internationally, so it's sort of standardized in that respect, and that's why it's leveraged.
Thank you. And one last question. This probably will also be for Mr. Suki. We talked during panel 1 about how with older technologies like the barometric altimeters that use Android wafers are very mechanical, and so they have multiple errors that can stack up in that design compared to newer technologies like air data computers that have higher accuracy. How do collision avoidance technologies compensate for the varying types of pressure altitude accuracies or inaccuracies that you may have in the national airspace system?
So I would go back to what Dr. Kunze was talking about, is building the robustness in the collision avoidance capability. We're not looking so much as accounting for error. It's what we get from the transponder and the quantization of that information to the transponder, and then we treat that along with all these other state uncertainties, and make our determination of needing to alert or not based off of that. So it's more what we're fed, and we're dealing with what we're fed with our robustness checks and tests associated in the alerting logic, and we go with that. So we're not down at the finer level of all the different errors that tally up.
Sorry, I know I said one last, but this will be my last one. So in something like a Class Bravo airspace, holistically, would it be better to have more accurate pressure altitude data being fed to the transponder when with collision avoidance technologies?
Yeah, better data is always, better. But again, we're having to build for a lot of robustness with other systems that are in the NAS or in the world aviation system, and we have to be able to account for all of them, and we have to ensure that we are interoperable with all of that. So as those enhancements move forward and they're extrapolated to more users, you can lean on them in a more heavy fashion. But as of right now, it's really hard to remove systems from the airspace, and we still have to be accountable for them.
If I may add something to what Neil just said with respect to the errors, one of the things to keep in mind is that the data coming into the system is very important when it comes to determining the quality of the alerting. Better data is better. The flip side to that is the dynamic uncertainty of the behavior of the aircraft is just as important. We may have very good data about an aircraft, but we can't predict the future perfectly. And so you may have very good data that tells you don't have a problem, but then that aircraft maneuvers and you do have a problem. So from an uncertainty perspective, yes, state uncertainty, position, altitude, velocity matters and needs to be minimized. But that doesn't get rid of the uncertainty problem as a whole, because you have dynamic uncertainty as to what the aircraft is going to do, especially in aircraft that are not in communication with air traffic control or maybe, a VFR aircraft that's not under IFR operations. So that those two buckets are actually very important and need to be considered individually.
Okay, we're going to have Dr. Bramble for a couple of follow-ups.
Yes, Mr. Suchi, bringing the focus back to the accident in question here, I found your table of simulation test results a little overwhelming. So could you just tell me, if equipped with ACAS XR, how long before collision the PAT-25 helicopter would have received a traffic alert?
Yes, about 73 seconds.
73 seconds?
Correct.
And it would have been depicted on a display?
I couldn't tell you what they would have equipped with, but I mean, traditional implementations would have a display.
Okay.
And an oral alert. It would
Well,
have been
right,
traffic.
it would, well, this is a TCAS implementation, so it would have been just like a commercial aircraft implementation that was shown. It would have said traffic with a, if the display was, you know, they were equipped with a display with a yellow circle.
Okay. Lieutenant Colonel Flanagan, can you tell us, is there a current funded program to implement ACAS technology in Army helicopters?
So before I answer that, and I was kind of tempted to jump in during the last discussions, I think that it's important to recognize the overall trade space of the data we're talking about and the data sources. For example, a conclusion from that table is that increasing the altimeter accuracy by 75 feet by decreasing quantization from 100 to 25 feet really made no difference. But what did make the difference was alerting the human earlier and letting them take an action, taking into account the action model of the helicopter. So that's kind of the perspective that we take. Shifting to your question about the implementation timeline, again, our current focus is on the hardware, which is what we have to have before we have the software. As we speak, I have a team which is in Pax River doing component qualification testing. So with that actual box qualifying it for aircraft use, I have another team in Washington that's doing the software-based certification of IFF and transponder functionalities, just like the incumbent transponder. The forward-looking progress for that is we hope to start fielding in 2027.
2027. And is that a funded project, or would you have to ask for funding to implement that technology and all the
The phase we're in right now is prototyping and integration, so we have to make it suitable for all of Army aviation, so about 4,000 aircraft, 12 different variants. That's no small feat, and that is funded. The actual procurement would start next year, with funding hopefully arriving then in FY26.
And they could conceivably be installed in all 4,000 helicopters by 2027?
That's when deliveries would start and fielding would commence.
Oh.
The rate is to be determined.
I see. Okay, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Unfortunately, Dr. Bramble, you gave me two more. Sorry. First, I want to comment on your analysis of the quantization not mattering. Just remember, these simulations were for this accident geometry only. And when you look at all the possible geometry variations over the NAS, I think you would find out it probably does make a difference. It didn't happen to in this accident.
We agree, yeah, and
yeah.
we strive to do 25-foot quantization. Most of our aircraft do that.
Okay.
I don't oppose that. I do think it's worth pointing out in the table, though, that the degree of miss was 2 or 3 orders of magnitude with the advanced notice from ACAS XR. So again, in this situation, it was relevant to point out, I thought.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Suki, the last thing I wanted to ask you is, so Dr. Bramble was asking you about the traffic alert to the helicopter with ACAS XR, but you didn't really dive into the resolution advisory that was, because there were 2 separate ones that the helicopter would get. And can you just describe those briefly, quickly?
Yeah, ACAS XR is an ACAS 3 system where, unlike TCAS, where it only provides escape guidance in the vertical dimension, XR provides it in both a horizontal and vertical dimension. And the initial alert that when simulated, the initial alert that typically was the end result was a horizontal alert for the helicopter. And as you continue stepping through the encounter, at every step it reassesses, and it could change your alert and your dimension of the alert, or you could get them in both dimensions as a encounter strengthens.
Thank you. I think, Dr. Bauer, that.
Dr. Price has a question.
Thank you. Mr. Suki, I have one question for you covering a topic that will come up in panel 5, safety data, but since you're not on panel 5, I thought I would take advantage of asking you here. It has to do with ADSB performance monitor data that your office submitted for this investigation. The analysis showed that there were 366 TCAS resolution advisories within 10 nautical miles of DCA between 2023 and 2025. Within that set, about a third of those, 123 of the threats that caused those resolution advisories, could be positively identified. Could you describe some of the reasons why it might not be possible to identify some of the threats that caused those TCAS RAs?
Yeah, because of the source data where that was extracted from was from an ADSB monitor system that collects RA broadcast information as alerts are encountered. And that database doesn't collect the intruder information unless it's also ADSB equipped. So what's happening is you're getting the RA broadcast, it's collected, we go into the database, we extract, we can identify the aircraft that got the RA, and then with the limited data that's also collected with it, we can try and track down the intruder by mode S address. But we can't, because I don't have the actual raw surveillance associated with the whole encounter, positively identify for the aircraft that don't call out mode S as the intruder, what the intruder was, or So if it was a mode C aircraft, I wouldn't be able to confidently confirm that I knew who or what the threat was. So it's a limitation in just the database.
Thank you very much. That's my only question.
Chairwoman Hamid, if you could allow me some latitude, we're going to do a slight rearrangement of the witness panel. We're going to move Mr. McIntosh up front, and we're going to recall Mr. Dressler for one question. So hold on one second. Mr. McKinney, I believe you had a question.
Yes, I'm going to go back and rediscuss a little bit about the for-flight electronic flight bag. And since we have Mr. Dressler here, who's experienced using that, I would like to get the non-military operator's perspective of using for-flight in the National Capital Region for traffic monitoring.
Thank you for the question. I was struck earlier by significant differences in the way that we operate, and I think that hopefully has been a consistent theme this week. We use for-flight. However, our aircraft, all of our member aircraft, whether that's medevac or law enforcement, are equipped with multifunction displays that receive traffic information organically. However, we also display for-flight all the time on a knee board. In the case of my company, it's required to be mounted there. We also fly NVGs. We also do not stow our
iPad or electronic flight bag at any time during the route structure here. We display the map, and I believe I heard, and I'm open to being corrected, but I believe I heard at one point Mr. Van Vetchen say that he might hand his iPad back to the crew chief during instrument flight profiles. And that struck me. If I'm reading that in error or listen to that in error, then that is my mistake. We're a single pilot instrument flight rules program, meaning one pilot, me, possibly, I think the general asked me the other day, if I'm carrying a patient, I might very well be flying an instrument approach into our hospitals with the med crew in the back. So truly just me. And we display, for people who don't know what ForeFlight is, it has several pages on it, and the primary one is a map page. When you fly instrument flight rules, you are required to also have available what are called approach plates, and it's a graphical depiction of your approach course. Well, that is able to be superimposed on the map itself, and on that map, just like in a car, using a car GPS system, you're able to display your own ship, your position with a blue dot. So I'm unsure how I would ever be able to complete an instrument flight without having my iPad on my leg. We don't turn them off during NVG operations. We may dim the screen slightly. We adjust them. But in today's NVG world, with the quality of NVG, there's no necessity to turn off or cover or stow an iPad, particularly in the DC route structure. I'm also unsure how you would be able to know where you are on a route when you're required to fly it as depicted when you don't have the map up, which we have a variety of level of maps we can display. We can display VFR sectional maps, IFR maps, high altitude, low altitude. Of course, helicopter pilots would never display the high altitude map. And then we can superimpose the helicopter route chart. The last thing I'd like to say is what I heard was that a Sentry antenna, which I have personal experience with, and what that, for everyone to know, is a very small antenna, battery-powered or plugged-in device, which can be mounted in the aircraft, and then using a Bluetooth connection to that very same iPad can display traffic. So I'm uncertain how you would say we can use the electronic flight bag for situation awareness, but turn it off or put it away. And further, if you have these Sentry antennas available, my company does not allow us to use Sentry or any other external antenna. The reason is we organically display that on our multifunction display. We receive ADSB in. We spent a lot of time talking about, I did earlier in the week, talking about ADSB out, but what now we're talking about is ADSB in, where the pilots are given all of the tools and all of the resources to glance down and confirm aircraft locations. I can do this, and I want to assure everyone, I am a flawed person. I am not the best pilot in the world by any stretch. I make my own fair share of mistakes. But I can fly single pilot on goggles in DC with my ForeFlight up, looking at traffic, glancing down to confirm what I'm being told by our air traffic controllers. So I don't understand. I came from a dual pilot world as well. I don't understand how that's not possible, or possibly the word I heard this morning was prohibited for two pilots not to be able to confirm traffic in such a dense airspace as this. And I appreciate the opportunity to say that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dressler, for bringing that perspective to our panel here, to our attention. I guess maybe the follow-up question then would be to Mr. Van Vechten about the prohibited comment, prohibited use of the iPad and ForeFlight in flight. Could you just kind of explain the Army's policy on that?
Sure. AR 95-1 and our airworthiness release prohibits the pilot on controls from referencing the iPad.
And is that in all flight situations?
Yes. And the way that I can accomplish an instrument approach is with a paper approach plate. We can brief it and then put it away. I have never had the batteries die on a piece of paper, but iPads can break. They do malfunction. The batteries die. And I don't know what kind of goggles he uses, but I have never not flown NVGs and had it glare off the windshield. I would love to get a pair of those goggles.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's the end of my line of questions. Certainly, ma'am.
Mr. Van Vechten, you said pilot on controls.
Correct.
That does not mean, could you talk about the other crew?
Sure.
I thought at one point you said you could pass it back to the crew
Yes,
chief.
that is correct.
Maybe clarify that a little.
Yes,
because you're not single pilot.
No.
Yep.
No, typically, we are a pilot, co-pilot, and a crew chief. When we are on instrument flights specifically, the crew chief doesn't have much going on besides airspace surveillance, especially if we're IMC or instrument meteorological conditions in the cloud. They're literally looking inside a ping pong ball. So we pass them the iPad so that they can have situational awareness of where we are relative to different airports, and if we have a stratus with ADSB and information, where other aircraft are as well.
Crew resource management, maybe.
Crew coordination is what we call it.
Crew coordination. And for this, the crew chief, you had stated earlier that the crew chief, in this case, the position of crew chief, not the specific crew chief, is to do surveillance.
Correct. That is our primary purpose. And as far as knowing the Gila routes without a map, we do what's called a local area orientation, where we show the pilots where the routes are using distinctive landmarks and features. There's predominant roads. There's a few monuments in DC that are easy to see from a distance that you can easily navigate from. So at any given time, with or without an iPad, I know exactly where I am within the DC airspace.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Madam Chairwoman, that concludes the technical panel's questions.
Wonderful. All right. We're moving on to the party questions. I'll start in the middle. Sikorsky.
No questions, ma'am.
Okay. Airline Pilots Association.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we please pull up 2 Air Gulf, page 60? And this is going to be primarily for Haskin and Mr. Suki. The MIT study shows that if ACAS XR had been installed on the helicopter, the collision chance would have been reduced by more than 50%. When did the FAA first begin its implementation of ACAS X?
If by implementation you mean certification of, so we released the technical standard order allowing the certification of ACAS XA devices in 2020, but we have not yet certified any ACAS XA devices.
Thank you. And how long have you been aware of ACAS and its potential?
We started ACAS X design, the concept 2009, formal standards 2013. For ACAS XA.
So can you just briefly describe why it's taken such a long time?
Yeah. So the standards are developed within an industry, aviation standards organization, RTCA. It's comprised of stakeholders such as vendors and airline alphabet groups like your, ALPA, and all of that requires resources for all these.
So basically, it's a lot of people that need to talk together to figure it out, and a lot of certification processes
Correct.
and such. Okay, thank you.
The other thing I would just add is a lot of validation and verification has to go into this, and this was actually fast compared to the upgrade to TCAS 7.1. Which was a very simple change.
Thank you for the clarification. For all my following questions, they'll be in relation to operations below 1,000 feet, specifically in the flight regime where RAs are inhibited. Can we please pull up Exhibit 2 Air Alpha, Figure 17? All right, perfect. So previously PSA was asked a handful of these following questions. However, we just like clarification with what the FAA guidance is. So what does the FAA expect a pilot to do in response to a traffic advisory?
I'm the program office. I'm not flight standards. And so, I mean, I could only point to the excerpts.
Are you familiar with the document?
Yeah, so I would just point to that.
Okay. So what the advisory circular states is do not deviate from assigned clearance for a TA only. Attempt to visually acquire the traffic. Is that correct?
Yes.
Perfect. Does that guidance take into account that RAs are inhibited below 1,000 feet?
I can't speak for who drafted it.
So you're unaware?
I'm not part of flight standards.
Okay. How long would you all expect a pilot to attempt to visually acquire traffic before deviating from a clearance during an active TCAS TA? Do you know?
I don't have input on that. That's pilot see no void.
Okay. So in this advisory circular and this guidance that the FAA does pass down, things like nighttime versus daytime are not explicitly taken into account. The workload of an air carrier crew below 1,000 feet is not stated whether or not it's taken into account. The visibility restrictions of an aircraft are also not considered or stated whether or not they're taken into account. So if this guidance doesn't take any of these factors into account, is there any chance that you or the others within your organization that are not here and present will revisit this and potentially issue something that will cover this flight regime where there is no guidance?
So I can say I think at the very end of the AC is a form that anybody can use to suggest updates to that guidance, but certainly we'll talk with our flight standards colleagues and suggest further update. But these documents can certainly be updated.
Absolutely, but a voice such as yours brings a lot more weight. Would you agree?
Not necessarily, but yeah, I mean, we certainly take advice from your organization and others. So.
Well, we're glad to hear of it. And this is for, I believe this is going to be for Mr. Haskin. Are the resolutionary advisories inhibition thresholds the same as for ACAS XA?
The resolution advisory inhibition thresholds are the same between TCAS 2 and ACAS XA. Yeah, I think that's the question, yes.
Thank you. So even with ACAS X resolutionary advisories, it would be inhibited if that was installed currently based on the current parameters. Yes. So in the end, now and in the future, pilots will be flying right now in a critical phase of flight without any protection specifically in that phase of flight, or at least a very degraded state, lack of awareness, or collision protection. So our question is, what can you all do right now to help protect those pilots, or at least provide extra guidance or some form of supplemental guidance?
Yeah, I mean, I think as you said, I mean, we can revisit the advisory circular or suggest to our flight standards colleagues that they do so. Beyond that, we're looking at those thresholds, and the RTCA committee is planning to study that and to reevaluate those thresholds to see if they're still appropriate.
Thank you. That's my time's over. Sorry.
That's okay. PSA.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Van Vinken, got a couple questions for you here, just real quick on night vision goggles here and yes, your all's use of them. We were talking about earlier on the panel about the red and green issues, seeing lights and things like that. So same thing. So when we look at the video of the CRJ, it was lit up quite a bit with white lights, red lights, green lights. I think 17 different lights were on, right? There's strobe lights on each wingtip there too. Does that aid in your ability to see the aircraft when you have the strobe lights going with the NVG?
Yes, it does. It would flicker and it would draw my attention to it.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you for that. I want to move to Mr. Suchi here. You gave out some statistics on pilots reacting to RAs. I was curious about where those came from and how you obtained those.
Yeah, I gave some compliance data. Yeah, the FAA, my program office, has a monitoring program where we collect RA information across the NAS from 20 or so different locations. And this is to ensure, we collect it to assess and ensure that TCAS is performing as intended, and to track down anomalies when system behavior is, I guess, bad actors or systems aren't behaving as we anticipate.
And is that collected through ADSB data, like you were talking about before, open source?
It's two ways. Actually, we have data recorders at MODES radars across the NAS where we collect RA downlink through the MODES data link. And we collect corresponding surveillance to where we can rerun the scenario with the intruder aircraft from the surveillance data, as well as then the information from the RA downlink.
So could you remind us what was the overall compliance rate?
Well, for the large portion of RAs we see are your monitor vertical speeds, adjust vertical speeds. They make up about 62% of RAs we see, and that's a high compliance because it doesn't really go counter to what you're doing. When you break into the climb descends, which make up about 20% of the RAs we see in the NAS, you get about a 65-70% compliance with those. And then as you go closer to the terminal area approach segment of flight, you start getting a lower compliance when it comes to climb RAs.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And I asked that to go to Captain Clow here for us. I know he was asked to do that for the PSA data.
You want to know PSA's compliance rate with RAs?
Yes, sir.
Yep, it's very high, 97.7%.
Thank you. And how do we get that data? Just real quick.
Sorry, could you repeat? I had a bit of an
How do we
experience
get
here.
that data? What do we use to get that data? I'm sure everybody wants to know that.
Yeah, we have a process that we followed for a number of years where RAs that are identified via FOQA are processed by a safety analyst. And the safety analyst reviews the actions taken in response to the RA, and if he can mark it as compliant or non-compliant, he does there and then. If there's any uncertainty, the event is forwarded on to the FMT, which is our FOQA monitoring team, and the FOQA monitoring team will assign a ALPA gatekeeper to contact pilots to gather context for the event. Now, the 97.7 could actually be a little higher for a similar reason to what Mr. Suchi was saying, that the preventative RAs, it's not always clear from the data whether the pilots complied or not, so we didn't count those. Well, and let me restate that. Those would remain uncertain.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Rice, real quick question for you on your PowerPoint you had up there and your simulation of it, and it seemed to me like the aircraft was coming right towards each other in that the whole time. Can you explain the relative bearing of that and how that worked in I'm using the word simulation there because it looked like it was straight on, but if you can see when we watched the video, our aircraft was in a turn to the left, right? And the helicopter came and we know it impacted the CRJ on the right-hand side of the fuselage.
So I can only point to the fact that the data we received from the NTSB, that's what it showed, and that's how it played through the model that we created.
I'm sorry, I'm out of time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, I think possibly the name was introduced differently. Is it Mr. Suki? Suki or Suchi?
Suki, thank you.
Suki, thank you. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Dressler? Okay, I know the team wanted to recall him for one question. Mr. Dressler, you're excused. You can have lunch. To the U.S. Army.
Thank you, Madam Chair. fascinating discussion on the future and where we're going with ADSB. And as an Army aviator and a commercial aviator, I'm all on board on the technology that we have present today and where it's going to go in the future. But we'd like to go back in time a little bit, back to the night of the incident. Captain Cloud, can you just briefly cover the configuration of the aircraft, the CRJ700, in terms of what capabilities it had for traffic advisory, traffic alert, traffic collision?
The CRJ accident aircraft had TCAS 7.0.
And was the crew equipped with ADSB in?
Negative.
Oh, okay. We understand that maybe they had capability to use the iPad as well. Is that not a capability you use?
No. The aircraft itself, the CRJ, does not have any certified ADSB in capability. We do operate with iPads, but we do not have an ADSB in interface for those iPads.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to go back to to Dr. Kunze. As we talked about the capabilities of the Black Hawk at the night of the incident, it was transmitting mode 3 Alpha in Charlie as well as mode S in the terminal area versus in their area. Based on the discussions we had earlier, can you describe what an ADSB in equipped aircraft would see with an aircraft transmitting mode 3 Alpha in Charlie and mode S in the terminal area as such as DCA?
Yeah, glad to. An ADSB in equipped aircraft only directly receives messages from other ADSB out equipped aircraft that are on the same link. So if it's on the other link or a mode C, mode S aircraft, it will not directly receive that information. However, there are systems on the ground, FAA systems, that address that gap in visibility. In the case of a mode C or a mode S transponder, the radar systems will see that aircraft, if that aircraft is not too low, is in view of a radar. That radar track will then be translated into something that's called TSB, Traffic Information Service broadcast, and that is then uplinked on the ADSB frequencies for ADSB in aircraft to receive. So what that translates to is a radar track on an ADSB in system with the associated radar errors, but at least it's present and information that's available. And then if the other aircraft is on a UAT or the other ADSB link, there is a system called ADSR, which is Automatic Dependent Surveillance Rebroadcast, which is the same idea of translating from one frequency to the other through uplink on the ground. The big limitation, there's multiple limitations on this, but the most concerning one is that you have to be in range of one of those rebroadcast stations, which we are in dense environments, but as you move away from airports, you have less and less of those, and you may not actually receive that information.
Yeah, thank you. Just follow up. So just because I think it's been a discussion in a lot about the visibility of aircraft, and not that we always can't get better, and we can use that information for much more high fidelity things like actual traffic avoidance. On the night of 29 January, an aircraft equipped with ADSB in the DC area would have seen the UH-60 Black Hawk the entire time. Is that correct?
Via TSB. Now I have not reviewed the TSB data the night of the accident, but it seems like we had a radar track of the aircraft the entire time, which means it would have been ingested into the surveillance broadcast services system that the FAA has. That's the FAA's surveillance backbone. That gets translated into a track that's then fed into TSB, uplinked to an ADSB in receiver who is in visibility of that station.
Thank you, Dr. Kunze. Colonel Flanagan, anything to add in terms of the details of the rebroadcast with MLAT?
No, sir.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, NADCA.
No questions, thank you.
FAA.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Haskin, you mentioned FAA has had a TSO on ACAS XA for aircraft since 2020, but there's not been one certified yet for equipment. Can you explain why that might be?
There's numerous reasons. I suppose we'd have to ask the industry, each manufacturer why they haven't brought one for certification yet. I'll say I think the biggest hurdle has been, it was only about 3 months ago that EASA allowed the use of ACAS XA in their airspace. We've been working with EASA for years. They were waiting on the ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization, to standardize it, and then they had to do some evaluations, and they had to go through their rulemaking process. So I think a lot of people were hesitant to certify an ACAS XA device that wasn't allowed to be used in Europe. That hurdle has been cleared, and so I'm hopeful we will see some very soon.
Excellent. One more for you, Mr. Haskin. The Stratus receiver device we've talked about earlier, is that an FAA certified device?
No.
How about the for-flight application itself?
No.
Okay. And then I'd like to go to Dr. Olson for one real quick. Sure. Could the current RA logic that's in the TCAS system as we know it now, could that be modified below 1,000 feet to allow for oral climb RA alerts?
It certainly could be modified. That would take work in RTCA Special Committee 147. I understand that is on the terms of reference to study whether that would be safe and effective and desirable.
Okay.
But I would also point back to Mr. Haskin to talk about major modifications with the current TSO would require upgrading to ACAS XA, but I would look to Mr. Haskin to see if that was correct.
Sure. Right. We have sunset the TSO for TCAS 2. Okay. So at this point, we are only open for certification for ACAS XA devices. TCAS 2 devices are still there, and they can still be manufactured, but we are not certifying any new ones.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And where did I start? Sikorsky? Do you have any questions?
No questions, ma'am.
All right. Alpa.
Thank you, ma'am. This first question is for Mr. Haskin. In certain general aviation avionics platforms, they provide an autonomous oral alert including range, bearing, and relative altitude. For an example, traffic, 1 o'clock, high, 2 miles. Are we incorporating similar technologies in the NAS?
When you say incorporating into the NAS, are you talking about into the ATC system? I'm not sure.
Not just the general aviation side.
Oh, okay. So I think what you're talking about is the ATAS system. And so we certainly have a technical standard order for certification of that. It's available to anyone. I think most of the commercial aviation users that have a TCAS requirement, as we went over. Generally, you don't put both a TCAS and an ATAS together. It's possible. I've seen it done, but it's available to be done. But
Thank you.
May I add something on this really quick? It's an important point you make. When you look at TCAS systems, the traffic alerts are traffic, and it stops there. When we did the development of the ATAS system, because we have better information, we were able to tell the pilot more in the alert itself, which helps with visual acquisition, as we showed to human factors analysis. And it goes back to the Army's comment about if you're that low or in a eyes out flight phase, you don't want to look down to go figure out where you have to go look in the sky. If you have an oral alert that says traffic, 12 o'clock high, descending, you now know much more so where to go without ever looking down. Sorry, I'm taking away from your time.
No, that was perfect. I was actually going to pivot, sir, Command Chief Warrant Officer Van Vechten. If you had that type of an alerting system that called out traffic, would that be helpful, especially in this case, to pick up and acquire traffic?
Yes, definitely. If I got in a traffic, and then maybe like a direction, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, something like that, that would be very helpful.
Thank you. Last question. So when receiving traffic alert below 900 feet, was there any thought given to having a traffic alert TA, it goes off that traffic, but to having that reiterate and go again instead of, I believe you have to deconflict before you reconflict to then once again get that traffic alert. Would that be a potential consideration to having that play again?
I think that's certainly possible. That would be something that the RTCA Special Committee would address, and I'm sure that we could address that as we examine alerting below 1,000 feet AGL, and I would encourage ALPA and other interested parties to participate in that discussion. those should be, open to your participation.
Thank
and
you
your
so much.
input.
We would absolutely
value
love to.
that.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll add here too, that capability exists in ATAS. So ATAS does re-alert as the conflict is not resolved and deteriorates. And then it gives you that same traffic 12 o'clock high descending type of information.
Thank you so
as
much.
a re-alert.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. That's all. Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you. PSA.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, yeah. Captain Surge, is there any ADSB in available for the CRJ700 at this time? Commercially available?
Not at this time. There's nothing certified for the CRJ700.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Van Vinken, question for you there, as we were just talking about pointing out traffic and everything there. We had the, as he was talking about the oil alerts and everything, would it also be as helpful to get a bearing for that traffic as well for you, either from the display or from the air traffic control?
Yes, for sure. If I got an alert, traffic, 3 o'clock, everybody's head in the aircraft would turn to the right. The nose of the aircraft, for those who don't know, is 12 o'clock, so 3 o'clock would be the right side of the aircraft.
Gotcha. So, having flown in the airspace and familiar with it, how likely are you to mistake an aircraft on approach between 500 and 1,500 feet above the landscape for a pole or other stationary objects?
It depends on the distance, but it's pretty likely. In this case, I was thinking about this last night, actually, the cluster of lights that were lined up on runway 1 versus the aircraft that was landing to runway 33, that's only a 40-degree change. So it's not a huge circling approach like a DME arc. So there wouldn't be a lot of movement in my limited 40-degree field of view night vision goggles. That aircraft might only move a little bit inside my field of view. So it would be very difficult to detect that aircraft coming off of runway 1 while it transitions to their right, my left of runway 33.
Yeah. Does the MVG help you pick up that movement, or does it?
Well, I mean, it magnifies light, so anything that it'll increase the light so I can see a lot better, but it won't necessarily help me pick up better. I need something to judge for movement. So relative to where the aircraft was initially lined up, there's not a lot of movement to the left for that circling approach, so it wouldn't really jump out in my field of view in my goggles.
I was thinking with the depth perception there with the two.
Well,
would it be the same?
Yes, sir. With depth perception, it's primarily meaning above the ground, like as I'm flying, like as I'm hovering at 10 feet, it's very difficult to determine how high I am. But bright lights don't necessarily mean they're closer to me in the aircraft. It could be just how the pitch of the aircraft. So if an aircraft has a more nose up pitch attitude, the light could be pointed more towards me and it'll be brighter, so it'll look closer. So depth is definitely difficult to detect, especially at distance.
Very good. And I'm glad you said that about the brightness of the lights there. Can you tell the difference, I mean, between a landing light, logo lights, strobe lights? I mean, those are pretty bright. I mean, the landing lights, in the videos you can see there.
They are pretty bright. A landing light for sure. Different aircraft have different intensities of landing lights. It is not uncommon as you're flying through DC for newer crew members to call out traffic, and I'll look with my naked eye, and they'll say, I got traffic 9 o'clock, 3 miles. And I'll look, and it's over Baltimore. I'll say, that's about 40 miles away. So newer pilots, it takes time to develop that depth perception, and you can only really do that through scanning with the naked eye.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Army.
Just want to go back to the kind of along these lines here on visual acuity. So can you reference what the highest visual acuity is, usually unaided, when you're flying unaided in the national airspace?
So you asking me, sir?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
For you, Mr. Van Vechten.
So it says 2200. So right now, most of us have around 2020, depending on the age of our eyeballs. But we're around 2020, and the best at night would be 2200.
And with goggles, that your forward vision, at least through your mesopic vision, would be what?
So optimally focused, perfect sight picture with the green or the Type 6 goggles, approximately 2040, and with the white goggles or the Type 8, approximately 2025.
And your best visual acuity comes from what portion of your eyeball when you're at nighttime?
Which portion. You trying to get a check ride, sir?
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm primarily using off-center viewing because of the night blind spot within my eyeball.
Right, but your peripheral gives you the highest fidelity of vision at night.
Sorry, yes, sir.
So a combination of night vision goggles looking forward and your peripheral vision gives you the optimum ability to see objects at nighttime versus the unaided eye. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's why scanning is essential.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. FAA.
No further questions, ma'am.
Thank you. NADCA.
No questions. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. We're going to move on to, Board of Inquiry. All right. Mr. McIntosh, thank you for being here and thank you for participating in the panel. I want to talk about ADSB in and our recommendations and where FAA is. And your Chief Operating Officer at Air Traffic Organization. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So the NTSB has advocated for ADSB in technology for a number of years. In a letter dated February 14th, 2008, in response to the FAA's notice of proposed rulemaking to require ADSB out, the NTSB expressed concern that the FAA did not plan to require ADSB in capability because, according to the NPRM, it, quote, has not been identified as a requirement for maintaining the safety and efficiency of national airspace operations. The letter continued that the board believed that this assessment was incorrect and that the equipage of aircraft with ADSB in capability would provide an immediate and substantial contribution to safety, especially during operations in and around airports. The FAA Modernization and Reform Act of 2012 required the FAA to identify the type of avionics required for all classes of airspace. It also specifically required the FAA to initiate rulemaking to require aircraft operating in capacity-constrained airspace at capacity-constrained airports or in, quote, any other airspace deemed appropriate by the administrator be equipped with ADSB in technology by 2020. And aviation, I'll skip ahead a little bit. However, the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2018 repealed the requirement that the FAA initiate rulemaking to require ADSB in technology and instead directed the FAA to ensure that any regulations resulting from that rulemaking had no effect. Since the 2008 letter, we have recommended numerous times after midair collisions for the FAA to implement ADSB in, and especially since the 2018 Act, and certainly since 2020, not just for Part 120, not just for Parts 91 and 135, which we did after specific midair collisions, but across different airspace. In June 26, 2023, after our last set of recommendations on whether FAA was going to implement ADSB in, the last response that we have ever received from FAA on this is June 26, 2023, and the acting administrator at that time stated, "We have determined that our current ADSB requirements adequately address the needs of aviation safety and will not pursue any additional ADSB requirements at this time." So, given that, I'm going to ask, actually also I will, okay, actually I'll get to that in a minute. So I'm going to ask, does FAA right now support requiring that any newly manufactured aircraft registered in the U.S. be equipped with ADSB in?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Do you also support or oppose requiring that any aircraft required to be equipped with ADSB out today when operating in an airspace described in Section 91.225D of Title 49 CFR, Code of Federal Regulations, also be required to install and operate ADSB in?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Just one just quick thing I'll just note. You might want to update your website as of June 3rd, 2025. I know it was last updated. Your website on Equip ADSB, which promotes the use of this technology. So thank you very much. Under frequently asked questions, it says, is ADSB in required? And the answer is, at this time, the FAA does not plan to mandate ADSB in. While technically correct, you don't plan to mandate it. Your position has shifted, and I appreciate that. And thank you for clarifying that. I did that all in my 5 minutes. Member Graham, thank you.
Captain Clow, I've got some questions as far as where the traffic display is in the cockpit of a CRJ7 that was involved. Where would the crew look at the traffic? Where would it be on the instrument panel?
The multifunction display, there are two of them, one for each pilot. It's forward in the glare shield. That's the primary reference for TCAS information. I also would like to indicate that there's a small TCAS message area on the primary flight display as well.
Okay, so if there was a traffic advisory of the sort, that would come up on that area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does that display, the multifunction display, will that only bring up the range ring and it's selectable in range from 5, 10, 20 to 40 miles, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So I assume you have a moving map in the CRJ7?
No, we don't.
You can't put a flight plan in and it follows?
Yes, there is a graphical depiction of the navigation track, but not really a moving map with map reference.
But you're not able to overlay traffic on that, is that correct?
No, it is overlaid on that.
It is overlaid, so you just don't have to look at the round black ring, but you can look at traffic relative to where your flight track is, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does that give a pilot better situational awareness as to where the traffic is?
Yes, normally it would. However, in the accident flight, because the circle to land to 3-3 is a visual maneuver, they did not have a they would have basically been flying visual without reference to any navigational path on the MFD.
Correct. So that would make that approach much more difficult. And why is that?
In terms of flying the approach or in terms of seeing the traffic?
How about flying the approach?
Yeah, in terms of flying the approach, they would have been flying, again, purely by reference to visual landmarks. There would not have been automation or navigational guidance for lateral or vertical flight path.
Correct. So they would have been spending more time making sure they had a stabilized approach, I would believe.
Yes, the pilot flying, which was the captain in this case, his primary thing would have been controlling the flight path of the aircraft by reference to those visual references. Like I mentioned, the pilot monitoring would have been acutely aware of stabilized approach criteria, helping the pilot flying by monitoring inside reference to the instruments.
So flying that approach, I mean, normally at night going in somewhere or anywhere else, I assume your crews would like to have back up a visual approach with an instrument landing system. Is that correct?
Our policy is that if an ILS, for example, an ILS instrument approach is available, that even if they've accepted and are flying a visual approach, that they will back that up with an ILS.
Back it up, yeah. That's pretty much standard, I think, across most operators, not just airlines. It's help for stabilized approach.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any SOP requirements as far as standard operating procedures of what range display to have, at what range to have available during different modes of flight?
No, so we leave that to the pilot's discretion. different pilots will choose different settings.
And do you guys have the ability to bias the altitude above or below as for the TCAS, or a wide range?
There is an ability to bias, to set a preference for above, below, or above and below.
Okay. I see my time is about up. I'll come up next round.
Member Inman.
Thank you. Mr. Van Vechten, you mentioned earlier talking about with night vision goggles, I think you said depending on which set, green or white, correct?
Yes.
Based on the material you've read, have we been able to identify whether green or white were being used by either one of the operators of the Black Hawk?
No, I saw that 2 green and 2 white were signed out. I'm not sure which crew member was wearing which color.
So it's undetermined as of yet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to go to a question that came out in the group chairman report, and it was highlighted, and I don't know the answer, so I'm truly searching here. We were very cautious and concerned in the early days of this investigation of whether that CRJ had what I'll call a traditional light bulb versus an LED light. We determined it did not have LED lighting, correct?
Are you asking me, sir?
You've read the report material, right?
I don't remember which type of light bulb the CRJ had.
I can tell you it didn't have LED.
So it had the incandescent, is that what it's called?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I call it a regular light bulb, sorry.
Okay.
Incandescent. Why would that be a factor when using night vision goggles, an LED versus an incandescent bulb?
LEDs give off much brighter lights. The incandescent are typically dimmer and have more halos associated with them around the light source itself.
So to you as an aviator, would that cause a difference in how you might perceive depth perception and being able to get that 20/25 acuity that you talked about?
Yes. So as you see lights in the distance, like in that cluster of lights in the picture, the brighter light will appear to be closer, but that's not necessarily the case. So if an aircraft has a really bright position light or a really bright landing light, it may appear closer even though it's behind another aircraft. And that's why, again, I go back to scanning as paramount, looking with the naked eye to visually acquire that aircraft.
Is that, in your professional opinion, is that a deficiency of night vision goggles?
I would call it a limitation.
Would that limitation something you would take into consideration when coming into a commercial airport that might have mixed use?
Yes, that's common knowledge with all pilots and crew members.
Is it?
Yes. It's when we go.
Let me ask you this: does the Army have guidance and specifications saying that LED lights versus incandescent lights will appear different as part of their training?
I'm not necessarily sure if that's in writing, but as we're going through our night vision qualification training, that would be something the instructors would cover, different light sources and how they would affect the goggles.
Okay. In this case, we also heard earlier from the NASA expert. I know we let him go, but he was talking about familiarization with the airport being very critical. The left seat pilot of the Black Hawk, do you know how many times they had flown that, let's call it Cabin John route down through 4?
I would guess hundreds.
Is that based upon the flight training records?
There's no way of really tracking that, but based on the hour level of the pilot and the time on station, that was the most utilized route. So I would guess close to 100.
Right. Could you take it as a due out to try to look at those flight records?
There's absolutely no way of tracking how many times. We don't record our repetitions on specific routes. It would be a complete guess.
Do you record your data tracks? Well, I'll take it back. I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to lead you into it. Because you weren't broadcasting ADSB data, it would be very hard to find that data, correct?
Correct. It would not exist.
Okay. That unit had, we talked about 5 Stratus units, is that correct?
I believe this company specifically had 8.
Okay, they may have had, 8. There was a recent article in Military Times that there's been an approval, or now there's looking to be purchasing 1,600. Are you familiar with that article?
I have not, but Colonel Flanagan's shaking his head yes.
Well, step up, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
Why?
So it was identified that the Army is trying to be proactive. ADSB is not widespread, as we've talked about, and we said, what can we do to mitigate this, especially with units that are flying in these high high utilization, highly congested airspaces. So the Army decided to buy 1,685 units, iPads and Stratus units, and those are being fielded to a variety of prioritized units. Priority 1 units were completed at the end of July, and all units are supposed to be complete by the end of December.
And so that intention is to give your operators ADSB in?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that's better protection for your operators or for the people, the environment they're operating in? Because we've heard a lot of testimony about ADSB in is good for that aircraft, but if you're not broadcasting out, it doesn't help everyone else.
Yes, sir, but half of the equation is avoiding those areas and having awareness of what you're getting into before you're into it.
Understandable, but you also said whenever you're in low-level environments in that very densely compacted environment, you're not to be using the iPads.
Yes, sir. So it's not just like the iPad airworthiness release specifies. It's not something you're going to be looking at consistently. But my personal opinion, ADSB is more valuable before you get into those congested airspaces. So if I was taking the route, I haven't flown that route personally, but if I was, I would say, okay, we're getting into here. Let's get a sense of how backed up they are, as opposed to just qualitatively listening to radio traffic. You could actually see how backed up they are. You can even get a sense of where taking off traffic is departing to without having to infer it from radio traffic.
If you'll grant me an extra moment, Chair. In the transcripts were released, the Black Hawk right seat, I believe, made the comment, they're really stacked up tonight. Wouldn't that visual be the first idea that there's a lot of traffic?
Yes, sir. From Cabin John, we're at 1,300 feet, which is roughly the traffic at Wilson Bridge. I can see clearly down to Wilson Bridge and easily be able to acquire the targets. So that would be a common statement that somebody would say once you see a bunch of aircraft lined up in the distance.
Thank you. Captain Surridge. Hi. How you doing over there? Actually, before I come to you, Mr. McIntosh, does anyone have questions for Frank? Okay. Well, you will have to stay, Mr. McIntosh. But let me just first state, the Secretary's, this was essentially the Secretary's first day when this happened, and I do want to thank him and also want to, if you can pass on our thanks to the Administrator and the Secretary. Certainly, we never want to see action on safety after people have lost their lives. But we are very appreciative of their work and certainly support for some of our longstanding recommendations and then our urgent safety recommendation. Captain, I did have the opportunity, thank you, to fly jump seat with you a few weeks ago to see the technology that you all put in and piloted in your entire fleet of Airbus A321 NEOs?
That's correct.
How many planes?
Just north of 300.
Okay, thank you. And just want to go back to some of the discussions we had yesterday about workload for air traffic control, some of the challenges, their requests for more miles in trail to the runway threshold, and being stacked up. In fact, I noted one ATC specialist in interviews said when you have so many airplanes coming in and out of that airport, we were at one point, we were sort of trained to try to hit every hole, try to maximize or utilize every bit of asphalt that we had at DCA, and that also implied using those off runways either for arrivals or departures when you could, and that's just to alleviate the volume that was going on in and out of National. But I feel like because we had 3 runways, and again those off runways, primarily runway 33, when we're operating a north operation, the expectation was you can handle more than what I thought I really could. And that person goes on to talk about how anxious they would become based on departures, slots out, departures out, and it's taken away from my situational awareness. So first, I kind of want to go back a little because, and I'm especially sensitive to people who may be watching, who may be in the audience who do not understand what occurs when you're landing on, say, runway 1. What sorts of, without the technology, what is happening in communications between you, if you're flying, and ATC in the tower with respect to landing, those communications to ensure spacing?
This is without ADS-BN or using
Correct.
anything. It's typically the controller will use vectors and speed to achieve the spacing that they want.
So when you showed earlier, and can we bring up that the chart that I believe the captain brought up earlier? I can't even remember the exhibit.
2 Air Whiskey.
Yep. Wow, that was good. 2 Air Whiskey. Okay. All right, well, so on that chart you had pointed out where there was some, at one point it was 5 miles, and then another point it was 8 miles in between aircraft, 7 miles. There wasn't really consistency and precision. Yep, there we go. And so, and you said you'd set the command speed, but maybe talk about the technology a little bit more about how you designate certain aircraft and you're coming in.
Sure. So the controller in interval management environment would first tell me who to designate. I will do that. And then once I do that, information of that aircraft starts to come up. And I'm able to, in the case when we flew into Phoenix, the controller said, give us about 80 seconds. So we put 80 seconds into the box. The algorithms calculated a speed based upon that spacing. And we were able to achieve that spacing. And if you remember correctly, because I do, when we hit the boundary, we were at 81 seconds.
Yeah, you put in seconds and it would take you along.
Yes, it would.
Okay, and I'm going to come back to this because I'm out of time. We'll go to Member Graham. I am going to come back to this, though, in just a few moments.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to Captain Clow, if I could. What avionics package do you have in the CRJ700?
It's the Collins Proline 4.
It's the Collins. Okay, I assume so. Do you have, just for my reference, do you have a flight director, cross pointer, or a selection of both?
A flight director.
Flight director. Okay. So, and if you were to get an RA, you're not going to get an RA command on your attitude gyro. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, you did say, I want to reiterate the question that the general asked you, that you have no ADS-B in capability in the CRJ700, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And for Collins, Mr. Grease, the fact that if the PAT 25 had ADS-B out, would that have changed anything on the TCAS display or anything else within that avionics package that would have alerted the crew any differently?
No, it would not.
No, there would have been no difference.
No difference.
Okay, that's important. And I need to reiterate yesterday what the FAA conflict alert guy said, that since their radar was tracking PAT 25 very well, the fact that it didn't have ADS-B out didn't really matter or make a difference in the conflict alert time or anything else that was displayed to the controller. Okay. Let me switch gears a little bit. I'm going to go back to PSA here. You'd made a comment about resolution advisories, and you were tracking those in from your Focus program. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know roughly maybe how many RAs your crews had last year? Or per month, or?
I have a very rough a guesstimate, but I would suggest we're going to have an analyst in our, well, actually a representative in the following panel that has those details.
He has those details?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will save those questions for him then. For Collins, Mr. Grease, as you know, Mode S capabilities allow other TCAS-equipped aircraft nearby and the ground controller to send interrogation signals to aircraft of interest. When a Mode S transponder receives a valid address code from an intruder aircraft, is it able to obtain the aircraft's location?
So it's able to obtain the distance to that aircraft via the round trip measurement. It's also able to attain the altitude of that aircraft, and it's only able to obtain the directionality or the bearing if it's receiving a signal through its directional antenna.
Okay. Now, there are two different Mode S replies. Is that correct? A short and a long reply? And is that correct?
I'm not familiar with the exact details of how the transponder and the Mode S function, so that's a little bit beyond me.
Okay. Well, then I won't go any farther with that one then. Okay. I'll stop right there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Inman.
I don't know if we're going to try to release Mr. McIntosh, but I've got just a couple of questions. I'll go ahead and hit them if would be helpful.
On this topic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. McIntosh, how new are you into your role?
About 2 months.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Usually when someone steps into a new role like this, they try to identify with their team exactly where they think the greatest opportunities are, where the greatest vulnerabilities are. Can you tell me what you think the 3 greatest barriers are to operating the NAS safely from air traffic?
I think our biggest thing right now is ensuring that our QA/QC processes are solid.
That is?
Quality assurance and quality control, which is part of SMS and probably part of this next panel that we're going to talk about. We want to make sure that we're twofold in our review. First is compliance to our orders and our procedures, ensuring that we are doing what we said we would do and we're following those. But the other piece to it is risk identification. And the risk identification should help us from being proactive versus reactive after an incident occurs, any kind of safety event. So we have a lot of data, but we need to be smart in how we're analyzing our data and ensuring that we put in the appropriate corrective action plans via our own SMS principles, and also working with AOV, our oversight office, and making sure that we are aligned with SMS. That's something that we've already taken into account. We've already done a reorganization about 30 days ago where we brought our quality control group that was in one line of business or one service unit, and we brought it over. So right now our safety office, which used to be safety and technical training, we've moved the technical training piece out and we put it in a different office, and we're just focused on that one safety office, and that's to ensure that SMS is aligned. The other big piece for us is, and this has been articulated by the Secretary and by our new Administrator, Brian, and that's to make sure that we continue to hire controllers and that we train them the appropriate way, and then also make sure that we have the appropriate equipment to modernize the NAS. We are taking a look right now at least 10 markets where we can find identified improvements, not just with equipment, but also with some of the procedures in place to ensure that we have safety.
Okay, I may go back to you on the SMS in the next panel. So okay. I was trying to hit on a little bit is the long-term issue of being able to acquire and adopt new technologies, a barrier to safer air traffic control.
I think at one time when we were really budget constrained, it was a concern. And the reason why I say that is as you try to invest in new technologies, but you are stringing it along over years, the technology benefits you're trying to gain, you move forward and you're not trying to get those gains anymore. What should be a 3-year implementation or a 2-year implementation is taking 10 years. That's not going to realize the benefits. And the other piece I really want to stress, approximately 91% of our budget goes to sustainment of the old legacy national airspace system. We need to have a higher investment rate to get to better equipped, better served aircraft, ensuring that we can take advantage of these safety technologies that was talked on this panel today.
Okay, I'm going to go back and I heard this from one of the other panel members. For DCA, how long does it take for the radar to sweep and update?
I couldn't tell you
No,
what
the other panel member,
Oh,
sorry.
thank you.
I got you off the hook, started with it that way. I think it was indicated it might have been about 4.9 seconds?
4.7.
4.7. How far is an aircraft going to travel in that 4.7 seconds? It's on an approach.
Calculation.
Somebody's going to get a calculator out here in a second, aren't they?
Yeah, I think aircraft on approach speed are about 2.5 to 3 miles per minute, around there. So if somebody wants to do the math.
Nobody wants to do it in public. I'm trying to get to, we saw some simulations earlier where there would have been 10, 15 potential. Yes, sir.
I'll make clear I didn't make this in my head, but we talked about it last night. For a helicopter, which is relatively slow, it's on the order of 200 meters in that period of time. So going at about 70 to 90 knots.
And that's going to be roughly half the speed of an aircraft, right? 120,
Approximately.
130, right
Yep.
in there. So
Yep.
not going to take, I go back to the simulations that were done earlier, Mr. Susky, and we talked about how many feet. With the current limitations in regard to the radar scopes that what the tower is seeing, would that give enough time for an air traffic controller to literally make that adjustment? We were talking about technology, but I'm talking about the air traffic controllers. Do they see information quick enough to make last-minute changes that are necessary based upon what's operating in their environment?
I apologize. I can't speak for what the tower or the controller would have saw.
Anyone on the panel?
I'm sorry, Mr. Emmett, can you ask that question just one more time for me? I want to make sure I try to address it for you from an air traffic controller perspective.
Yeah, and I apologize. It's more about, we have some amazing technologies that are getting into the airplanes, but yet on the ground, it's still 4.7 seconds to be able to get those technologies, whether it's ADSB. We know the limitations of ground sweep radar, and in the TRACONs, it's actually much bigger and much longer for the sweeps. Is the adoption of that technology in the airplanes going to overtake what's in the tower?
I think with ADSB in and with the TCAS updates that we're talking about, I do think it'd be much better shared situational awareness that's going in on the flight deck. Controllers are somewhat hampered by the time that it takes for the radar feed to hit the aircraft, the Mode C interrogator, come back, give us an altitude reading. It's going to take a few seconds for that. A controller wants to be able to be proactive in every single instance. So anything that we have that gives us better information real time would be better, but we are somewhat hampered by the lag time that it takes to get the radar feed back. Now keep in mind, a tower controller is also looking out the windows and should be visually acquiring what's going on.
I'll go back to that one in the next round. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And just to clarify, Member Graham had asked about conflict alerting, but in fact, our research and engineering team is looking at running some studies and simulations on what would have been seen or not seen had the helicopter been transmitting ADSB out and the CRJ having ADSB in. My question for the captain is, and where I am looking at is, there was so much offloading on runway 33 and so much discussion of offloading on runway 33, especially this night in all the interviews. And so the offloading of runway 33, because they were getting stacked up, whether technology could help improve the spacing, improve consistency or precision in miles and trail. And so that's why I would like you to talk a little bit more on precision and consistency there. When I saw your technology, and I'm not a commercial pilot, but I have a Subaru, and when I said level 2, it's better. I'm kidding. When I set level 2 technology, right, and for people who are not pilots, they might be unable to understand this. When I set level 2 technology, and I set my, you have that or no? I have better technology than you. Aha. So auto cruise control, auto steer, it follows another car in front of me. And if that car slows down, so does my car. And it has spacing. I can say, well, I want 3 car lengths in front of me, I want 5 car lengths in front of me, and I can program it. And I can go 50 miles, which is what I would normally do, without ever touching anything, except for the steering wheel that I have to keep my hands on. And it's pretty similar, because for you, you would punch in 80 seconds, you would designate an aircraft that you want to essentially follow, and it would keep you at a certain command speed, correct?
Correct.
There we go. So the pilot, how long was the pilot? What years? The pilot program.
I'm sorry. Yes, the pilot program was a 2-year program.
What years?
It ended a few months ago.
Few months ago.
Yes.
And what's the status now? It's not continuing. Well, let me actually back up. What were some benefits that there were some reports that came out of it, and some analyses? What were some of the benefits? How about with situational awareness?
So our pilots, we had our Airline of Pilots Association interview the pilots. We also had forums. We had everything to figure out, okay, exactly how do the pilots like this technology? And to 100% of the time, when asked, does this technology in the flight deck increase safety? The answer was absolutely.
And with respect to go-arounds, you briefly said it could reduce go-arounds.
Yeah, so I have anecdotal data, and that's about the best we can get, unfortunately, because we're not sure what caused it. But I've had many pilots approach me and say, I could see that my rate of speed was much faster than the aircraft in front of me. We also have altitude differences. And so all of that information they could bring in, and there were a few times that, especially with the check airman, they would show the pilot and they would query the ATC saying, hey, I'm going too fast. And ATC would come back and say, speed at your discretion. And they avoided the go-around.
And it improves safety to avoid go-arounds.
100%. And
what is most people, I think, in the public think that the biggest reason for go-arounds is you're going to hit something that something is a conflict on the runway. What is probably the biggest reason on go-arounds that you've experienced?
It's typically a conflict. I'm too close.
Yeah, you're too close. Okay, great.
I have no further in this round.
Member Inman.
Thank you. For PSA, I guess I'm kind of curious. We've talked about this now being this collision avoidance systems being critical to your safety. You monitor that very closely. I think you mentioned you have a 97% compliance with RAs. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are there times whenever your pilots are not getting RAs because of equipment malfunctions?
We don't get RAs when RAs are inhibited by design and if the TCAS equipment is not operating, correct?
I guess my question is, what is your standard for can your airplanes fly without TCAS?
Yes, sir.
1 flight, 2 flights? I mean, because it's a critical safety system. How many flights will your airplanes fly without TCAS?
So I believe that's in our MEL program, and that is an FAA.
MEL is?
I'm not sure. I don't have it. Oh, for the
acronym.
Minimum equivalent list.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, and so that's I don't have the MEL up in front of me, and that is an FAA approved thing, often based on a master MEL.
and I'll ask my technical panel to correct me, but I believe it's 3 days. Everyone on the front, the technical experts are shaking their head. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you could actually do better than that, couldn't you? I mean, that's the minimum, right? So I'm going to ask the technical panel, is it safe for a commercial aircraft to be flying in the national airspace, as we've talked about the importance of this, and not have TCAS working in the plane for 3 days? That could be, I don't know how many flight cycles, but I would say it would be possibly 20, 30 flights. This is for the FAA.
I mean, all I can say is it's safer with TCAS. Safety is not a binary, but certainly I think a flight is safer when the TCAS is operating. So.
And so right now it's determining, is that flight standards? Who makes that determination that it can fly for 3 days without TCAS?
I believe that's the Flight Standards Office.
Mr. McIntosh, you know anyone over there?
I do know someone over there.
Do you think you could make a call and ask a question?
Yes, sir, I can.
Thank you. I just think it's kind of concerning when we start to read about some of these activities. We talk about the importance and everyone's shaking their head and agreeing. We all know it's a problem, but nobody wants to say, I'm the one that can fix it.
Yeah, I will say this. I do believe, first and foremost, I trust our controllers to get people where they're going. But having additional layers of safety is vital to ensuring that we continue moving the needle and trying to be the safest airspace in the world.
Totally agree with you. I think there's some great controllers out there. There's some good people in DCA. But let's talk about, since you brought it up, let's talk about controllers in general. And right now, the FAA has an advisory that says pilots, and I think Alpa brought this up, you shall comply with any type of RA. Is that correct? That's what the manual was that they brought up earlier. You shall have compliance with all RAs, right?
From the controller perspective?
It's a FAA standard.
You referring to the AC that Alpa was showing?
Yes, sir.
I forget what was showing there, but for compliance in the U.S., the pilots are allowed to visually acquire the aircraft, and if they deem it not to be a threat, pilots do not have to comply with the RA.
Okay.
But they should not maneuver counter to an RA, and if they're not going to comply and it's in the direction of counter, they should turn it to TA only.
And just save a couple of seconds. I'm going to go back, Mr. McIntosh. If a pilot gets a conflicting message immediately from a controller versus a TCAS, which one takes precedence?
So a controller will not interfere with a pilot performing a TCAS RA.
How would a controller know that the RA, how do they know which RA they're getting?
The pilot would respond on frequency, we're getting a TCAS RA, and the controller allows the pilot to make whatever maneuver is necessary, but we do not give counter instructions or counter clearances. There's a very clear case study that happened over in Europe where a controller did give counter clearances, and it actually resulted in a fatality. So that is something we do not do.
Okay. See, I'm over time.
All right. Back to you, Captain. A correction. You have the technology not just on your NEOs, all A321s.
Correct. All 321s.
Okay. Thank you very much. The analysis that was done afterward, there were some studies. I like to. We think all life is priceless, and which is why we often get from regulatory agencies we can't do something because it costs too much. What sort of cost savings did you see in some of the analysis?
So we saw a reduction in time, first and foremost, 40 miles in. We've seen an improvement in what we call our B0 block times. So those are all cost savings.
How many more planes could you get in per hour, per one way?
According to the study, they said approximately 5 aircraft per runway.
How about fuel savings?
Fuel savings, we didn't look at that per se, as time is more valuable because it includes fuel and costs of crew. There's a lot involved with the time. So,
okay, I'll look at the presentation that's in the docket. I think there's a number on fuel savings, so I'll come back to that.
I do think the FAA might have done that, but American on their own did not.
Oh, right. Do you know what that was?
I can't remember, sorry.
Do you know, Mr. McIntosh?
I'm not sure of the...
That's okay. I'll look at it when we go back to Member Inman. So the status is the pilot's not ongoing. It ended. FAA didn't have additional funding or doesn't have it. Is that correct, Mr. McIntosh?
As far as why we stopped the trial?
Yes.
So my understanding is that we did work this with American Airlines. The decision was made mostly because of budget, but because the bigger concern was through most of the study there was an efficiency case versus a safety case. But also taking a look at needing more equipage for aircraft. Because to what you're pointing out via the slide presentation that showed the Eagle arrival via the slider fix, it's great that we can run 81-second intervals, but for controller workload, you want to make sure that you have more aircraft that can actually do that. One of the biggest things that really tie up a controller that makes us busy is compression on final. As Captain Surge was alluding to and actually said, as aircraft go down with less headwinds and they start pulling back on the speeds, you start getting compression. And centers have to feed a TRACON a certain amount of miles in trail, and then a TRACON's got to feed the tower a certain miles in trail to make sure that they're successful. It's the compression piece that actually will start bringing those aircraft closer in.
Right.
And we feel IM will help us with that.
Okay. Captain, anything more on this that you want to highlight? I think you didn't. I think there was another phase to this that was planned, but
correct.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that at all?
Sure. Yeah. So what we did in our first phase was our first year was to look at the technology in and of itself, some of the algorithms that we saw, and also pilot controller behavior. What we did in the second year is we refined what we found in the first year and learned, grew off of what we did. What we wanted to do in the third year is we wanted to look at how we could space the aircraft, do a variable spacing with the aircraft so the terminal, so now we want to go into the terminal environment so that the terminal initial controller could it would give that controller an easier way to feed 2 class streams and to sequence them. So we were unable to do that because of the funding issue.
Okay, great. Thank you. Member Inman.
Chair Hammond, the FAA study that you referenced over here,
yes.
It's estimating $1.8 billion per year in cumulative benefit to industry, $500 million of which is direct reduction in fuel burn.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Member Inman.
You're done? Okay, sorry. I'm just making sure. Okay. I'll go back to Mr. McIntosh, and again, I'll understand we actually have NACTA is one of the parties, and they're here. Suddenly, they're going to look up from their phones real quick. The adoption of this technology into these airplanes, is the relationship with NACTA beneficial? Are they supportive? Is it an inhibitor to getting better technology in the airplanes or in the cab?
Obviously, NACA's here, but we have a wonderful relationship with our NACA partners, and we have collaborated on a lot of these test phases and which facilities are going to do them and making sure that we work it together. TBFM, time-based flow metering, is another one that if you were to stack that with IM, would you probably big benefits. But we do work that and identify facilities that are in need and work together to make sure that it's rolled out correctly.
Do you know if they have an opinion, or have they voiced an opinion regarding time-based flow management or any of these technologies?
I've worked this directly with the Chief of Staff of NACA, specifically for DCA, and he was very supportive.
Okay. I just go back because at one point, as we understand it, NACTO was very, let's just say, opposed to TCAS in airplanes. Do you remember that time?
I don't.
Anybody else from the panel?
It was before my time.
Okay. Well, I'm looking back to their position and policy statements of September 2004, that they are strongly opposed to any FAA policy that requires pilots operating the U.S. air traffic control to comply with RAs received from the current TCAS system that's inconsistent with current ATC clearance. I only bring it up. That position probably has changed. I think it was dropped a couple of years after that. But I'm asking now, is there any opposition to technology advancements that you see from other parties outside of your organization that are inhibiting us to be able to get this implemented?
Not that I've seen or witnessed, no.
Okay. Do you have any other barriers beyond your labor relations? Do you have barriers in regard to procurement? Because we've looked at TCAS 3 and that attempt. It appears that the private sector is going at a better pace or a faster pace than the government is. And sometimes that's good. I realize you need harmonization, but what are your barriers in being able to get this technology into commercial aircraft or anyone operating in the NAS?
From the air traffic perspective, I would look towards our AVS partners to see if there's any issues with the rulemaking or anything along that line. There's got to be a safety case, I'm sure. But I believe everyone's on the same page that we want advancement in technologies to make a safer NAS.
So I'll go down through the other FAA. What barriers? Everybody's got to have a gripe. Now's your chance.
Well, one of the barriers was discussed earlier where this is international. So Europe had a rule which exclusively called out TCAS version 7.1. So that was the only TCAS system allowed in their airspace. So it takes international coordination to change the rule, and some of that is what has held up XA getting into or being introduced in the airspace. So it's elements like that. It's international standardization.
And as we go to that, I'm going to bring up a different aspect. It was mentioned earlier, especially by the Army, spoofing and jamming on certain signals is a real threat, and it's still a real threat currently, not only in other places of the world, but I think in the U.S. Is that accurate description? Sorry.
Spoofing is something we're worried about, but I would say even more worrisome is the fact that everything is open source and beyond the FAA's ground station, TSB or otherwise. There's thousands of commercially available. Anybody in their backyard can have a receiver to get that information and do whatever they want with that information.
And I only bring it up that it appears CISA, which is the Security and Infrastructure Security Agency for the U.S. government. It was about, I believe, 7 days before this crash, had actually disclosed a flaw in collision avoidance systems, specifically TCAS version 7.1 and before. Has that been completely addressed from the FAA technical review?
So I can address that a little bit. So CISA identified basically two flaws. One of which is the capability for someone on the ground to control the TCAS unit, change the settings, put it into standby even. That's something we've known about for a long time, and we've addressed that in ACAS XA. We no longer allow the ground to make changes to equipment in the aircraft. So ACAS XA solves that problem. The other problem they pointed out was basically the fact that it's reliant on unencrypted open source signals. That's how it works, and that is much more difficult, possibly to the point of impossible to solve, certainly without a brand new system.
Okay. I want to go back to Mr. Van Vechten, just for a quick question. There was an exchange at the beginning of the technical panel between Dr. Bramble and Dr. Kasner with respect to the see and avoid concept. And there was, I believe Dr. Kasner said something along the lines of aircraft may appear relatively stationary in a pilot's field of view. And because our docket is so voluminous and there are many people watching, especially families who are trying to find things, I do like to point out some of the witness interviews and statements, and there were two that stood out to me, which, and the quotes were, in fact, it was, and for all I know, it was you. I never write down who said what. I write it down by position. One of the standardization pilots, in an interview on the question of what could be seen and whether they may not see aircraft in the area of the city lighting coming in on helicopter route 4. I've lost it on the city lights, speaking of an aircraft, maybe 25% of the time, just to end up staring at it, fixating on that spot to wait for something to move and then regaining it again. Oh, this was Captain Gallen. Depending on their level, it's possible for them to be drowned out because we can't tell if they're a tower or if there's relative motion. That aircraft may look like it's actually in a fixed position. And then someone else said, I frequently lose sight of aircraft and city lights, usually for half a second, because I'm looking to where I'm expecting them to be. Maybe they've turned, or, I'm seeing the red light instead of the green light, and the red light matches every other antenna light that's out there. The radio antennas are all red, so I lose aircraft a lot. We are doing a visibility study, and we'll see what that brings. I'm curious about, you have night vision goggles on. We've talked about losing sight with city lights. And what about the structure of the helicopter itself?
Yes,
Does that impact what can be seen?
Yeah, so we have several illusions that can happen while we're flying. One of them is structural illusion, and that's just from parts of the aircraft that could obstruct view or possibly cause a false view because of just the way the angle of the aircraft is.
Yeah, and the only reason I'm asking is we saw that in our Ketchikan investigation where there was a midair collision between two aircraft, a Beaver and an Otter. Okay, with that, Member Inman.
I've just got one, I guess, follow-up, and this is for PSA. On your FOQA data where you identified 97% of your RAs were complied with, can you provide an anonymized data set for our investigators to review that from? I think it's a very stunning stat. I think because PSA asked it of you, you already knew what the answer was. I think it would be helpful for us to see that data.
Member Inman, if I could ask you to make that request of our participant this afternoon who's actually in charge of that data.
Well, he's a witness, isn't he?
Yes.
He's in the room, I suspect?
No, not yet.
Could you? Okay, I'll make it again. Thank you.
Let me see. Could I give a little bit additional information on my last statement?
Yes, sir.
So with the structural illusion, it is not uncommon if I'm flying multi-ship, so I have another aircraft right in front of me, maybe 2 to 3 discs, so 50 to 70 feet away. I look down for a second, maybe write down a fuel calculation or change a radio. I look back up and that aircraft's gone. And that's because the structure of the helicopter blocks it from my view. So you move your head and then it's right there. So at night in this particular situation, I could see where it would be very easy for the structure of the aircraft to block lights in the distance, especially because they'd be much smaller than an aircraft 80 feet away from me.
Thank you for adding that, because that's exactly, for many reasons, but that is why we do these visibility studies. So with that, we're done. So I would just ask the technical panel, are you done?
Correct. The technical panel has no more questions.
Okay, so we're going to break for a late lunch. How long you want? I don't want to shortchange panel 5.
45 minutes is a reasonable
3:15?
That'll work.
And we'll go as long as we need to. Thank you. Before we go to panel 5, I think the technical panel might have a couple of questions for a few people on the panel to clarify some things. I also have a couple of questions which may spur a couple of member questions, so we'll do that now. I think I want to go back over drug and alcohol testing, and it's not because I think it was a factor here. It was not. At least we don't believe so. But this has come up on numerous investigations where testing wasn't done or alcohol testing hasn't been done, and so I want to talk about that for a second. Yesterday, Mr. Fuller or Mr. McIntosh, either one of you can answer. Yesterday, in response to Member Inman's questioning, you had provided, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there was no one in the tower at the time of the crash, and or shortly thereafter. Is that accurate, or and please clarify.
When you say no one was in the tower,
from FAA ATO.
No, we had employees in the tower managing the traffic. Are you
beyond that for drug?
So immediately after, I think is what you're talking about, clarifying, after the accident, we did send some personnel out to the facility to support. A couple of our investigators came over from the command center. Eventually, I believe the vice president of air traffic operations showed up later that night. I don't know what time he arrived. What I think I said was, we were drifted out of our normal processes. Normally, we would have support specialists, facility managers that would be pulling data, and we would make that drug test determination much sooner. But because we took those employees that would normally be coordinating the drug test and had them come out there to respond to some of the data requests, immediately start setting up some of those things, we just got outside of our processes, and we let the time limits slip. And it pushed back to where it took us 3 hours to get the call set up.
Okay, and that is the call for the SRT call?
Yes, ma'am.
And for everyone, what is SRT?
It's a safety review telecon, and it's basically a manager's, where we immediately gather some initial rough facts about what happened. There's some things in the drug test order that talks about when you would test, and it's based on where you can't discount, or the employee working may have been involved, or you can't discount their performance as a cause of an accident, is where you would do drug or alcohol testing. And that's a drug test determination call we do shortly right after the SRT, and that's management only.
Okay. So just to clarify, there was a drug test conducted. There was no alcohol test conducted. Okay. And so, and this is where I'm going to get into this. I don't know who is Rolando Caparis?
He's a vice president for air traffic services.
Okay. So he was there within 18 minutes.
He lives within walking distance of the facility.
Oh, that's a good area. Nice. Very, very convenient inconvenient for the tower, convenient for him. Karen Seals, Deputy Director of Safety. Alex Nelson, Group Manager, Safety Investigation Group. Sean Mansfield, Manager, Safety Investigation Team, which I think are part of Event Review Team, and they were there by 10:47.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand, because DOT Order 3910.1 Delta, Drug and Alcohol-Free Departmental Workplace Program, Chapter 3, revised on January 30th, 2018, says all federal employees are subject to reasonable suspicion, post-accident and follow-up drug testing under Executive Order 12564. All federal employees in safety or security-sensitive positions are subject to drug testing only under Executive Order 12564. Federal employees in the FAA who are in safety-sensitive testing designated positions are subject to drug and alcohol testing under that Omnibus Act, correct?
Yes.
And, okay, so in your view, when are post-accident and post-incident testing for drugs and alcohol required?
Again, it's for a fatality, substantial damage. I believe there's employee injury. I think there's 4 categories when it's required, and it's when you can't discount the employee's performance as a contributing factor to the accident.
Okay, because it says all employees in testing designated positions are subject to post-accident or post-incident testing. And the order states post-accident or post-incident testing must be conducted as soon as possible following an accident or incident that involves one or more of the following covered events: a fatality, requiring medical treatment away from the accident site, substantial damage to aircraft or vehicles or other property, or other unsafe practices such as operational errors or runway incursions. So I'm just trying to understand the difference here.
It's not really a difference. It's the part is when we're trying to determine who to test. There's a specific section where it says determining who to test, and that's where it talks about the employee's performance where you can't discount. So while it would have been easy for us to say, test the local controller, right, that at the time of the accident, until we listen to the tapes and pull and have the conference, and the local controller may not have been the controller that issued the instruction. He could have just come in there and relieved the prior controller. Or it could have been the clearance delivery or someone that issued a clearance. So we have to listen to the tapes, do our investigation to determine exactly who was involved in that specific incident, and that's who we would test.
So if you, am I understanding right that your assertion is that if their performance you deemed was okay, you can accept it?
No, but we just don't know who all was involved. So what I mean by that is if an accident happened on a runway, for example, and we just said, okay, an accident happened, test a local controller. But what if it wasn't the local controller involved? What if it was the ground controller that actually issued the runway crossing?
Okay. How many people were in the tower?
5, I believe.
Was it hard to figure out? I'm not trying to be confrontational. I'm just trying to figure out, is it hard to figure out which of the 5 would be the local controller?
No, and you were certainly right. We should have immediately, we could have been able to test a local controller. But what I'm saying is, until we listen to the tapes for the first time, we don't know, or until we have that call, we don't know if the helicopter position was open and was the helicopter controller that issued a visual separation. We have to listen and do our initial investigation to figure out exactly what all controllers were involved in the particular accident. For this particular incident, we could have done the alcohol testing on the local controller, no doubt. Ultimately, what we found through our investigation, because we didn't know, is that it was broadcast throughout the entire tower cab. So once we found out through that call that it was throughout the entire tower cab, that's what helped us make the decision to test everyone in the tower.
I see. And were the 5 controllers, when were they dismissed from the tower?
I believe they were allowed to leave at midnight.
At midnight. Okay. Do you have any follow-up questions? I'm just wondering, and I mean, things don't always go right all the time, and so we've experienced this several times. Do you ever do a post-action where you get together and say, hey, this didn't go right. Next time we want to make sure that we're doing testing at the right time?
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
you. Oh, no,
you.
please.
Yes, we are rewriting that entire order because the procedures didn't go right at that time.
Oh,
and we are retraining all of our on-call specialists, getting them up to speed. A lot of things dropped off during the pandemic, one of the things being we had a rotation of the on-call specialists that take these kind of calls, that handle the drug testing. People retired. We got new folks in without the experience. And so they have never been involved in some major accident like this. And so we're trying to get them up to speed.
Understood. Okay. So you are rewriting it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have an estimated timeline on that?
I will, in the words of Mr. Inman, push for it to be fast as possible.
Or like a guesstimate?
Probably in the next couple of months. When we rewrite an order, we typically have to do a period of review for comment, all the other director lines of businesses, and then, of course, our regulator has to sign off on it as well.
If it's done during this investigation, we'd love to see it, of course. That would be helpful. Certainly, this was an issue in the, I believe, Austin. Is that right, Mr. Sarah? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying everything. I appreciate that.
I do have a question. on that, if
Okay.
you don't mind. Mr. Fuller, do you know why that order was redone in 2018?
Which order are you speaking of, sir?
The drug and alcohol testing.
I do not.
Were you at FAA during that time?
I was.
Okay. Mr. McIntosh, do you know why that order was redone?
I do not for 2018.
Anyone else on the panel from FAA? I do. I was at DOT during that time. And it was because the FAA had failed on other occasions to do the exact same thing. And it was systemic whenever you're talking about either controllers, railroaders, it doesn't matter. But it was something that we were trying to address in 2018 because we were told we'll do better. If you give us a different order, we'll update our systems. We'll get a better system together. So now we're 6, 7 years later and we're saying, oh, we're going to go back and rewrite it again. It shouldn't have to be a continual process. If someone's involved in an accident that's systemic or large, test them. They shouldn't be on duty if they have any alcohol in their system to begin with. It won't hurt to rule it out. That way you don't have a presumptive issue. We don't believe we've got one here, but it would be nice if we could just knock that off immediately rather than having to spend time in a valuable investigation discussing why we didn't get it right after as many crashes have occurred in the past. Do better.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much to you both. Does the panel have any questions right now? We can come back. Okay.
I see none.
On this particular, or, nope. Okay, well, we'll come back later. All right, we're going to begin panel 5. Dr. Bauer, will you outline the topics and introduce the technical panel and witnesses, please?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Panel 5 will address safety data and safety management systems at the various organizations. The panel will cover safety risk management and safety assurance process, safety data indicators of midair collision risk, triggers for safety risk management reviews, awareness of midair collision risk at DCA, communication among stakeholder groups about midair collision risk, and safety management system activities and outcomes. The NTSB technical panel, starting on my right after Mr. Banning, is composed of Dr. Jana Price, Transportation Safety Specialist, Dr. Lauren Groff, Chief Data Scientist, Dr. William Bramble, National Resource Specialist for Human Performance, Dr. Catherine Wilson, Senior Human Performance Investigator, and Mr. Brian Soper, Lead Aviation Accident Investigator for Air Traffic Control, who is seated behind Dr. Wilson. Witnesses for this panel are composed of the following individuals. From my left, nearest to the board members. In the front row, we have Mr. Frank McIntosh, Acting Chief Operating Officer, Air Traffic Organization, Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Nick Fuller, Acting Deputy Chief Operating Officer, Air Traffic Organization, Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Matt Fiskus, Safety Group Manager for the Eastern Service Area, Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Matt Kabak, Senior Technical Advisor, USCAS Government Co-Chair, Accident Investigation and Prevention with the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. James Jarvis, Air Traffic Control Specialist for the FAA Eastern Service Area Quality Control Group with LEDOS. Mr. Clark Allen, who was the Operations Manager at the DCA ATCT at the time of the accident, with the Federal Aviation Administration. And Mr. Rick Dressler, Aviation Site Manager with MedStar Transport of Metro Aviation Incorporated. In the second row, from left to right, we have Ms. Marjorie McDonald, the Director of Safety and Occupational Health with the U.S. Army Secretariat. Mr. John Nelson, Program Manager for the Aviation Safety Management Information System with the U.S. Army Combat Readiness Center. Mr. William McInnes, the Director of the Data Analysis and Prevention Directorate of the U.S. Army Combat Readiness Center. And Mr. Ross Stedman, who was the prior Safety and Occupational Health Manager with the U.S. Army Aviation Brigade of the U.S. Army. Colonel Andy DeForest, the Commander of the U.S. Army Aviation Brigade with the U.S. Army. And Mr. Chris Saylor, Director for Safety and Regulatory Compliance with PSA Airlines. Chairwoman Hamady, these witnesses have been pre-qualified and the respective experience and qualifications appear in the docket as exhibits.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bauer. And really quickly, one of our investigators had asked if by the end of today you could give us the number of the order that's being rewritten so we could just document it and then they have it. That would be helpful.
Yes, ma'am. It's the 1030.3, and one of my SMEs is my Director of Safety who's leading that rewrite here in the room, so he understands the ask to get that done in a hurry.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. 1030.3?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you again, Dr. Bauer. I'm going to ask the witnesses to please stand. It looks like we have a few new ones here. Please raise your right hand and say, I do. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this hearing will be the truth? Thank you so much. You may be seated. As a reminder, you'll remain under oath until, well, the end of today. We ask that you answer the questions factually and avoid any type of analysis. If there's any question on a question, feel free to ask. And please push your microphone button to talk and then push it again to make sure it's turned off. All right, I'll turn it over to Dr. Price.
Thank you, Chairwoman. The panel will begin with a focus on what sources of safety data existed to measure midair collision risk before the accident, who had access to those data, what specific metrics were tracked, what they indicated, and how they were used in the context of safety management systems. I'd like to call for the exhibit, and I'd like to begin with, I will ask either Mr. McIntosh or Mr. Fuller, if one of you would be willing to please just walk us through this diagram, the FAA safety risk management and safety assurance processes that are found in FAA Order 8040.4C concerning SRM policy.
Good afternoon. Yes, for the SRM policy, as we talk about, we use what they call the DIAT system, which is basically to design the system. For this particular example up here, we're discussing a proposed change. And in this proposed change, it could be technological or procedural. You would need to discuss the system analysis. If we're talking about a procedural change, it could be the airspace, radar, something of that nature. If we're talking about an airspace change that we're looking to change, we'd have to identify any of the resulting hazards. That could be unfamiliarity with the new procedures, pushing the aircraft into a different profile. Say we switched from using runway 1 to using runway 33. Those would be some kind of new changes if we had never done those before. We're taking hypotheticals. When we're analyzing the safety risk, what we're looking for there is the potential, is it the risk of collision? What's the worst possible outcome? when we're looking at assessing the safety risk, it's about the probability of those things occurring. And so we marry those two together, and we have a scale that we put it into. It's low, medium, or high. We can't allow risks to come into the system that are high risk. So we have to treat those risks and come up with a way to mitigate it. If we can't mitigate it, we don't make the change. If we can mitigate it down to a medium or a low, we allow those changes to take place, but we put in a control, some kind of monitoring process, some parameters that we can't exceed. If we exceed those parameters, then we know our controls aren't working. We have to come back around and put in additional mitigations or stop using the new procedure or new equipment, whatever that may be. When we go over to the safety assurance side of the house, again, that's the system operation, how the system is designed, how it's flowing. We have to have a process for identifying those outliers. And that, we have various sources. Matt is here next to me. I'll let him speak to all the different quality assurance database products that we have and we produce in the ATO. But again, they also conduct a data analysis to determine if our controls are working, if the hazard is untreated, or if the risk is still excessive. And then if we exceed our conformance, again, we either have to return to your previous system or put in additional controls, take some kind of corrective action to mitigate or treat the risk in the system if it was introduced by us. And if there's an identified hazard that existed previously, we continuously monitor it. It's not a one and done thing. It's not like we check it one time and it goes away. We continue to monitor the system. We continue to monitor the health of the system. It's a 360 process, and that's basically the ATO SMS process.
Thank you. So with respect to safety assurance, and this question might be for you, Mr. Fuller, or possibly Mr. Fiscus. There's a table in the ATO's Safety Management System Manual that contains some of these data sources. I'm going to list some of these sources and other sources. And for each one, could you just answer yes or no as to whether they were being used to monitor midair collision risk as a part of ATO's safety assurance process before the accident? So I'll list them. The Aviation Risk Identification and Assessment System, or ARIA.
Yes.
The Aviation Safety Information Analysis and Sharing System, or ASIA system.
Yes.
Performance Data Analysis and Reporting System, or PDARS.
Yes.
Traffic Alert and Collision Avoidance System Resolution Advisories, or TCAS-RAs.
Yes, but we have limited access to that information.
Okay, we'll go into more detail a little later on that. Great. Air Traffic Safety Action Program, or ATSAP reports.
Yes.
Aviation Safety Action Program, or ASAP reports.
Again, limited access, but yes, we use that.
Aviation Safety Reporting System, or ASRS reports.
Yes.
Mandatory Occurrence Reports, or MORS.
Yes.
Near Midair Collision, or NEMAC reports.
Yes.
Thank you. Prior to the accident, did ATO analyze midair collision risks specific to the DCA area?
I don't know if specific to the DCA area is an accurate assessment. We analyze midair collision risks nationwide. I wouldn't say we focus on one specific airport. Internally, the facility obviously has the same reporting systems, the same processes. They would be focused primarily on DCA. Also, you have the district that monitors the health of that particular airport. But if ATO, we have to focus on the entire national airspace system.
Okay. Is there anyone at the table who can speak to whether it was being analyzed specific to the DCA area?
Thanks, Nick. Yes, so we would provide data, and by we, that would be my office, Quality Assurance Office. So we would provide a portion of that data that would support the ultimate goal of avoiding a collision. And by that I mean MOR data, which you mentioned, ARIA data, which you mentioned. So embedded inside of both of those reports would be the indicators of a NEMAC, the actual NEMAC definition, and then checking that box yes or no when we review those reports. So we do support that, and we would support that through validation of both of those types of safety entries. So it's somewhat limited, but it's also somewhat specific. And I know you said we were going to get deeper into that, and I'll be glad to explain that later too.
Okay, thank you. So back to the graphic that remains up, and this might be back to you, Mr. Fuller, or possibly Mr. Fiscus. So with respect to safety risk management, the graphic identifies two potential types of SRM triggers, plan changes and potential hazards or ineffective controls. And you spoke to those a little bit in your opening remarks, but I'm just wondering if you could give any examples of when plan changes led to SRM panels at DCA.
We've done plan changes for new departure procedures, airspace modernization, any waiver request. We've just recently done an SRM panel for space launches, things of that nature.
We heard about the runway resurfacing project. Was there one done in response to that?
I'm not familiar with that specific project. I'd have to check back and get an answer to you for it.
Okay, thank you. What about the other trigger? Could you give some examples of when potential hazards led to SRM panels at DCA?
You mean specifically at DCA for potential hazards?
Yes, so voluntary reports or potentially concerns from the helicopter working group, things that triggered that kind of a SRM trigger.
We changed the procedures there. Recently here, we just conducted an SRM panel on that.
Anything before the accident?
I would have to go back and validate. Again, I don't know about specific DCA SRM panels, but I'm certain when we've done things like put in stars, we've done, I know they had a runway closure prior to, we have certain triggers that will automatically require us to do an SRM panel. For DCA specific in the past, I don't have that inherent knowledge. I'm gonna look to the members to the left and see if anybody has any specific knowledge. Maybe James.
Good afternoon. When looking after that district, DCA specifically, the way the system works is quality assurance would validate a particular issue, and let's say it's a near midair collision. They would then forward that to my office, quality control group, and then we would look into that. And between the two offices, we communicate if there's been multiple events or are there similarities to those things. And from there, we kind of determine, and we work with the facility to learn more specifics, like one that comes to mind was there was a particular pilot that seemed to always think everything was a near midair collision. And then, so their office would determine whether or not it was, kind of let me know along those lines of, hey, this looks similar to what we heard from before. And then I would look into it a little further and work with the facility to find out if there's anything we can do.
Thank you. Yeah, that segues to a follow-up question that I had, which is just in general, is there a process for deciding what rises to the threshold? Because it seems like there are probably a lot of day-to-day issues that you could be considering. What's the process for deciding that something rises to the level of an SRM panel?
If you're speaking to an existing hazard in the NAS or something like that, we look for outliers. And so what we do is we have a baseline for certain things like runway incursion rates or ARIA encounters, airborne proximity encounters for a specific facility. If there's an outlier for some reason, that would be the trigger for us to start analyzing, okay, what's causing this? At that point, that we would dig into the data a little further using our safety assurance processes, our QA and QC groups, along with our safety and technical training, well, excuse me, just safety team now, to further analyze what's causing this. And if that same group determines that there's a particular procedure or airspace change, then we'll run that through our SRM panel process to figure out how we can put effective controls in.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Price, if I could give you one current day example of that would be what we call closely spaced parallel operation. And very specifically, that would be Class Delta runways, parallel runways that are less than 1,000 feet. So that is something that we saw and was detected via ARIA. We've done quite a bit of work in following up on that, done validation on that. And so where I'm going with that whole topic is that would be an example where you see something that is a day-to-day operation. You note that there's a potential existing hazard there. There were actually 2 collisions that involved that specific type of operation. And so what we would do and what we're currently in process of doing is compiling that data before we do SRMs. That would be an existing hazard, obviously, to be evaluated through that process. Before we do that, we're in the process of looking at that through a safety assessment. So that would be the most current, at least that I can remember, would be a current example of how that would work.
Thank you. Yes, I believe we have some of that documentation about that example. Now I'd like to go into more detail about some of the specific data sources I listed and how they were used and what they can tell us about potential mid-air collision risk. And Mr. Fiscus, you had the opportunity to brief us on this, the Aviation Risk Identification Assessment or ARIA system. So if you could just give a brief summary of that system and why it was developed, what data it uses, and how it's used by ATO.
Sure. So I'll begin with the purpose for ARIA, and I believe to this day the ATO is one of the only ANSP or ANSPs in the world that uses that type of system. So, and by that I mean ARIA is not driven by a lateral or a vertical standard. It doesn't look at proximity as a way to generate something for, in particular, my office to look at. So. It moves beyond the compliance standard and it looks at the interaction of aircraft. So how are they moving towards each other? And then it generates a report, if you will. We call it an encounter. And we would look at those from that aspect. And I know during our briefing, one of the things that we wanted to emphasize is that just because an ARIA encounter was generated, it does not necessarily mean that there's something wrong or that a hazard or that risk exists. It's just an example of something that you may want to look at. And so further along those lines would be if you see something through encounters, there's groupings of them, what we would really want to do is analyze that and see what particular barriers are in place or are not in place. And then that would trigger further possible corrective action, or it may not trigger anything at all if we determine that there's sufficient operational standards, LOAs, SOPs, the National Air Traffic Order in place to mitigate that operation. I'll be as brief as I can, and I'll remind you all too, I am not a programmer, but I have been a heavy user of ARIA. All 3 of our service area offices are. So essentially, ARIA utilizes offloaded en route radar data and also offloaded terminal radar data. So it goes through the SWIM, the system-wide information management system. That is then ingested by NOP, the National Offload Program. And so ARIA is an algorithm. We've often had folks say, can I see an example or can you show me ARIA? Which you can't do. It's a mathematical algorithm. It uses that NOP data and ingests that information, and then it starts looking at interactions between pairs of aircraft. It starts at 8.33 miles. So if you, let me back up just a minute or just a second. First, you need a full data block. Between the 2 aircraft, you need a full data block. And that assumption then means that that one aircraft at least is receiving some type of air traffic services. If they both have data blocks, also included. So it ingests that information, it looks at the interaction, it's seeing if one of those has a full data block, and it starts the real analysis, as I say, because ARIA could look at aircraft between departing Miami and LA. It has the capability to do that. But specifically what it does is it starts looking at those aircraft at 8.33 miles. And so we often get a question of why 8.33 miles. So For the folks that developed the algorithm, the mathematicians that were behind that use that, they use that as a baseline. Essentially, at 500 knots, an aircraft would travel, how far they would travel in 1 minute would be 8.33 miles. So that's a baseline for the algorithm, and then it does other calculations based off of that. And there really would be 3 primary calculations to get to generating an ARIA encounter, and that would be, where are the aircraft currently located? Where are they projected to be? And then how quickly are they projected to get there? And the quicker that those things happen as they interact, the closer that they get as they interact, there is an index value that is assigned to that encounter. The lower it gets, potentially higher the risk is involved with that event. But as I said, you could have an encounter that generates a very low index value, that there are air traffic procedures in place that we have deemed to be acceptable. You could have something that's a higher value where we don't really see anything in place, and that's something that we would want to address from the standpoint of safety barriers. So essentially that's it.
Thank you for that detailed description.
You're welcome.
So you mentioned that ARIA doesn't base the production of the preliminary ARIA reports on proximities. But I think we know now that ARIA can be used to generate data based on proximities. Before the accident, did ATO use ARIA to track aircraft that came within specified proximities?
We did not use proximity. We used the actual index and the algorithm itself.
Okay.
We have the capability, as you said, to do that. And we've since done some of our own analysis through our dashboard and through our dashboard programmer that has integrated both the ARIA index score and also proximity in there.
Okay, thank you. You did mention the preliminary ARIA reports that it does generate. The ARIA system generated, as you told us, 874 preliminary ARIA reports for the DC area between June 2022 and May 2025, which was about 24 per month. And you've already told us a little bit about preliminary ARIA reports. Could you tell us what happens after a preliminary ARIA report is generated?
Sure. So the very first thing that would happen with that is if it meets the criteria to be a PAR, it shows up in our office for the validator that's assigned to that particular facility to validate. Inside of that PAR form would be several data fields. They're very consistent from one form to the next. Air traffic incident information, determining whether or not there's a loss of separation, pilot deviation, NEMAC, and then of course there's going to be a QA summary at the end of that. Also, as a byproduct of that, was we have an ARIA dashboard where you can go to, as a matter of fact, anybody that has access to the system that we use to support that, which is called CEDAR, the Comprehensive Electronic Data Analysis and Reporting System. Anybody that has a next generation account that can access CEDAR can also access that ARIA database. So that would include local QC, the QCG, and of course QA and other folks that are in the field. So we validate those individually, and then we would look for patterns, consistent patterns related to a particular operation. In the absence of having a barrier analysis review and a way to aggregate that and communicate that information through that platform, we would do a lot of that, as I said, through the dashboard, and then we would do a lot of that through communication with various groups.
For the 874 that I just mentioned, and you mentioned your classification system, how many of those were classified as near misses?
Out of that grouping, none were classified as an actual NEMAC, using the very strict definition of a NEMAC, correct. It's 0.
Okay. And I can't remember if you said this, but how soon after those PARs or preliminary ARIA reports are generated, are they being analyzed by the QA folks?
Yes, and I've got a little bit of an update for you on that. It used to be under the older system before they updated the way that data is moving through the SWIM system to NOP and then offloading to ARIA. It used to be next day, roughly. I'm told now normally it is almost real time. There is some delay in some of that. However, to answer your question specifically, some of those based on workload of my staff could be done the same day, and some could be done 3 to 4 days later. So say an encounter happened on a Friday, Monday was a holiday, you could have a delay there. We could also be backed up a little bit in workload and you could be delayed. But generally it's going to be within a few days of that ARIA encounter would be reviewed.
So in terms of making those reviews about whether those were near midair collisions, it sounds like your teams wouldn't have the benefit of, for example, any kinds of voluntary reports that might have been issued as a result of some of those encounters, because there would probably be a delay. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we normally do not access those.
Okay. What about some of the other categories you mentioned? Loss of separation. Do you have a count of those for that 874?
I do not have a count of losses for the 874. However, after the accident, we were hit with multiple requests for data. So I can tell you that in a 1-year time frame, we went back in calendar year 24. I believe it was in the June time frame, and we looked forward up through the date of the accident, so 8 months, and we looked at PARs, and then out of that grouping, and subsequent to that, so we looked June to January, but then we decided to just do a full year. Somebody had said, hey, instead of doing 8 months, can you just give us a full year? So that actually was beneficial because we could look 8 months prior to the accident and then roughly 4 months after. So in that 1-year time frame, there are, from memory, about 264 PARs. Of those, 38 were fixed wing to helo encounters, and of those, 5 were losses of separation.
Okay. Well, with your dashboard, it sounds like you can do roll-ups of these. Do you track these over time, some of these different metrics, some of these different counts of loss of separation or PARs?
We can do that. Traditionally, though, and by traditionally I mean most recently, we've tried to move away somewhat from just counting pure numbers and trying to get more context. So I'll give you an example. If you compared one facility to another facility purely just by the numbers of losses they had without context, you could be misled that one facility was doing or having more of a risky situation than another. And I'll give you an example. So one facility had 15 losses, one facility had 5 losses. We could be tempted to say that that facility with 15 losses is more risky from the standpoint of QA. But when you look at the context of that, there could have been a technical violation, missing call sign. Somebody pointed out traffic. It was a very good application of visual separation. Call sign was missing, so technically we called that a loss. So without that context, you could get lost in numbers. So to answer your question directly, we do look at that. I'm not putting aside that you could absolutely have an outlier in numbers, and that would be indicative or could be indicative of some kind of an issue, but normally we do not do that. But we have the capability of doing that. And one caveat, one extra caveat there. That is actually what the dashboard is for. So when we go into the dashboard, if somebody wants to go into the dashboard, they are going to be looking at numbers, but they're going to be looking at numbers of groupings of encounters, and that would be very much beneficial. So if you had a grouping here or a grouping there, depending on where your airspace was, that could be beneficial.
Thank you. Yes. I mean, part of the panel is looking at how we track safety assurance data over time within a facility, for example. So that was why I think I was interested in understanding how you might be looking at, for example, the number of losses of separation over time at one facility. It sounds like that isn't happening systematically. Is that correct?
So we do have some features that look at a rolling average. We have a surface safety metric and we have an airborne safety metric that we monitor on a rolling average. We also have what we call the safety trending and analysis dashboard that almost acts as a heat map for certain facilities, and it's normalized on a rate per, I think it's, correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, per 100,000 operations or per million operations. I can't recall what the rate is, but it's a rolling average, normalized rate, and the facilities are given a score where we can kind of track. And again, if we see an outlier in one particular area, maybe they're doing well in the airborne metrics, but in the surface metrics, there's something that's causing them to jump off the charts, then that gives us a reason to have our runway safety team have maybe a special focus RSAT, or which is a runway safety action team meeting, and do deeper dives and analysis into what is causing that surface metric to be off a little bit.
Thank you. Yes, and in a few questions, I'm going to show a picture of the airborne safety metric, and then I'll ask you to go into more detail about that. But for now, let's just finish the discussion of ARIA. Mr. Fiscus, I just have one more question about ARIA. FAA Order 7210-633A describes a process for reviewing the preliminary ARIA reports and referring them for barrier analysis process. And we were informed that this process was instituted in 2022 and then discontinued several months later and has not restarted. Can you describe why that process stopped and what changes are being made?
Sure. So I was not involved with the management of the BAR program at that time or the development of that program, but to my understanding, it was stopped because, and you're correct, it was a 2021-2022 timeframe when it was implemented. We ended up doing, or at the time the BAR team did some analysis at two separate facilities. I believe the first one was Aspen in Colorado. The second one was at JFK. No, actually that's incorrect. It was at Teterboro. And my understanding is that the context, so back to my point earlier about having context related to information, not just pure numbers. What we're striving for is context, and the context that came out of BAR was not beneficial. The team at the time determined that it was not beneficial, and so the program was stopped. And so you're absolutely correct. Those reports, those referred ARIA reports, are what were going to be used to generate BAR requests, and those would come through the process of QA validation. But those don't exist at this time. And BAR actually, since its moratorium in the past couple of years, when we started, and that's where I was working collaboratively with NACA on the newer BAR process that we have, a reinvention or the redistribution of BAR. We have since then worked that process, whether it's platforms, data platforms to support it, work instructions SOP to support it. We're through all of that, and we've started implementation in one district out in Western Service Area, which would be the Oakland district.
Okay, do you have any documentation of the new process that you can share?
We have a lot of documentation concerning that, be SOP, work instruction in particular.
Okay, it would be great to have some of that. Thank you. Okay, next topic is near midair collision definition. I'm just going to read the definition from FAA Order 80-2011 of near midair collision. It says it is an incident associated with the operation of an aircraft in which a possibility of collision occurs as a result of proximity less than 500 feet to another aircraft, or a report is received from a pilot or flight crew member stating that a collision hazard existed between two or more aircraft. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so just to clarify, because I think this can be a little confusing, if two aircraft come within, say, 400 or 300 feet, is that automatically counted as a near midair collision, or are there examples when they come that close and are not so categorized?
It would not be automatically categorized. Yeah, in a few examples of that would be VFR to VFR helicopter interactions, passing and diverging. So say one aircraft passes another and separation was to decrease at that point to less than 500 feet. Applications, proper applications of visual separation, that could be another one. So the key to that piece, and often when we categorize something as a near midair collision, it's going to come from the pilot report. It's going to come from them either calling the facility directly via phone or them saying on the frequency that was close, that was a near midair collision, or we almost had a collision. So those types of things are very straightforward, and they're very simplistic, if you will, to categorize as an EMAC. Where it gets to be gray is in the very definition of itself, where it says that there's a possibility of a collision. And so if I'm validating, or Mr. Fuller's validating, for example, from one validator to another, or from somebody that's looking at that report, their perception of what is the possibility of collision may be different, if you will. So very easy, as I said, when it comes from a pilot, but when you get into the possibility of a collision, it gets somewhat gray. But you're correct. Those would be the two exact examples.
I would love to add on to that just a little bit. Like an example would be Van Nuys, where the two runways are separated by 350 feet. They're parallel runways. If you just strictly went by distance, they wouldn't be able to run an operation there. And so that's why we wouldn't call those mid-airs. But of course, if they're turning base towards each other and don't have each other in sight, then you do have a potential for a collision there because they're such close proximity, traffic hasn't been issued, they don't have each other in sight. It could be a near mid-air collision. But if traffic has been issued, they understand it, they have each other in sight, then it's not. And so that's the kind of gray area that Matt is talking about.
So in the context of ARIA, we heard that, it can be difficult because with respect to the timing, we don't know what those pilots may have been reporting for near mid-air collision categorization. So some of that appears to rely on just judgment calls looking at the radar data.
Yes, and to add a little bit more context to that, during that same time frame, we did have 4 NEMACs, but those came from MORs. And so again, you're right. Or what I was saying earlier is an example. The pilot reported ones are very simple, and you're right. There's some judgment involved when you're reviewing those in the absence of a manual report being submitted.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you again. However, we do take those reports that are a possible near mid-air collision. It's not just our opinion. We refer them over the flight standards or the CMO, who would then get in touch with the pilots, get that additional context, that additional information, have interviews, discussions about what really occurred. And then they ultimately, flight standards, make the decision on whether it's a NEMAC or not. All we do in the Air Traffic Organization, it determines if it's a possible near mid-air collision, and then we refer it over to flight standards for the final determination.
Yeah, that's a great segue to my next question. So the question was, are there other ways that near mid-air collisions are tracked? And I was specifically curious to learn about the near mid-air collision system database. So perhaps one of you or Mr. Kabak can describe that database.
So the near mid-air collision database, it used to be hosted on our public side of the ASIAS program, the Aviation Safety Analysis Information and Sharing Program. In 2022, I believe it was that's where the data ended up being where it resided to be viewed. Where it was tracked within the Air Traffic Quality Assurance program, which is hosted by ATO. In 2022, we've the flight standards pulled it away from the ATQA program and dropped it into their safety assurance system, which is a newer system. That system is still continuing to evolve, so all of that data still resides within the safety assurance system. It just no longer has the linkage to the public ASIAS database. That's still under works.
So the public data goes up until about 2021, I believe.
Okay.
And then there's no more. But what you're telling me is that it is continuing to be tracked. It's just not available publicly on the public database.
Yeah, the data still exists, and it exists within the safety assurance system. We no longer have that linkage that we used to have. We're still evolving the program, and it was farther down on the waterfall to get that linkage reconnected, and it's just not been done yet. It's still being worked.
Do you know how many near mid-air collisions are in the database for DCA since it was taken offline?
I have not pulled that number, but I can look for it.
That would be great. Thank you if you could submit that to us. Okay, I'd like to turn to the ADSB performance monitor data that I spoke to Mr. Suki briefly about in panel 4. That system was able to detect 366 traffic alert and collision avoidance system resolution advisories, or TCAS RAs, within 10 nautical miles of DCA between 2023 and 2025. Were data such as these tracked as mid-air collision risk indicators prior to the accident by ATO?
We monitor the data. I don't know if it's totally an indicator. So often, you'll still get a TCAS RA when there's visual separation properly being applied. And so that's, you need to have some validation from Matt's team, things of that nature, before we totally just count a TCAS RA in and of itself as a near midair collision indicator.
So just to paraphrase, you're not looking at TCAS RAs over time for different places as potential indicators of midair collision risk?
We monitor the performance of every facility, and I think DCA for TCAS RA rates was probably middle of the pack, 117th or something like that. Out of 313 facilities, I think it's 247 towers. They were pretty much dead in the middle. And so what we look at are the outliers, like I spoke about, Van Nuys, the Aspens, those facilities that jump way off the charts, and we try and figure out what's driving those indicators and mitigate those those outliers, and then work our way down the list. So DCA, yes, we were monitoring it, but the data didn't support that they were an outlier, if that makes sense.
Thank you. In the case of the 366 TCAS RAs that were identified, we discussed how only about a third of those threats that cause those RAs could be positively identified. And I'm guessing that some of that has to do with the ADSB out of certain aircraft that fly in that region. But for those that could be identified, the 123 where the threats could be identified, 56 of them were helicopters, and some of them were involved in multiple RAs. So my question is, before the accident, did FAA have any process or policy to notify aircraft when they were involved in TCAS RAs? The threat aircraft, that is.
I don't know if we had a process to notify an aircraft that they were involved in a TCAS RA. Typically, especially with DC, our data indicates that the vast majority cause a TCAS RA with an aircraft in the south flow on arrival to runway 19. They typically involve helicopters that are maintaining visual separation from that commercial aircraft. It still may trigger a TCAS RA. It was a compliant operation, but we won't go back and tell the helicopter, hey, you caused an RA for that commercial aircraft. We would not normally do that. Now, if that helicopter aircraft did something wrong or violated the Class B airspace, busted their altitude, we would then notify them of a possible pilot deviation and then take potential enforcement action from there.
Thank you. Mr. Dressler, I think that in the case of this accident, or prior to this accident, did Metro Aviation ever learn of involvement in TCAS RAs from FAA or any other source?
No, we did not. Not prior to.
How did you, or did you ultimately become aware that MedStar helicopters were involved in TCAS RAs?
I did, via the Washington Post article.
Okay. So if you had been notified just along the way, would that have affected your operations? How could you have used that information?
So I think in collaboration with DCA Tower, we would have performed an analysis that would have made clear what Mr. Fuller said. Were we on visual separation at the time? Were we converging, diverging? Did we follow in behind? And subsequent to that, actually before the Washington Post article was published and we were presented the data, that's exactly the analysis I performed of the supposed RAs and near misses, is how it was phrased in the Washington Post article. It was near misses, not just RATAs. So data analysis at the best of my ability to determine that we did or did not maintain safe operations.
That's useful to understand. Thank you. Okay. back to FAA. Next, I'd like to talk about voluntary safety reports described in FAA Order 7220B. As discussed, some of these reports are protected. However, ASRS, or Aviation Safety Reporting System reports, are available to the public and have been useful in understanding previous near-miss events near DCA. Can you talk about how ATO uses information from ASRS or other voluntary safety reporting programs in its safety assurance and SR and safety risk management processes?
Yes, it's going to take a while. ASRS, I am on a distribution list where I get emails of specific ASRS reports that concern air traffic operations. When I receive those reports, I know the members of ATO Safety also receive those reports. We distribute them out to the particular, say if it was involved in something at Chicago, if it was an air traffic operation, I would distribute it to the director of operations in that specific district, asking them to follow up. If it involved signage or runway markings, I may distribute it to the airport's operators there for those specific ASRS reports. Also, they hold a monthly telcon, which we participate in and listen in, where they discuss ASRS trends, any kind of specific reports or examples they may cite, and then from those we'll develop corrective actions and we'll follow on from there. When it comes to ATO internal voluntary safety reporting programs, we have a lot of mechanisms which we use that information. First and foremost, the facilities have access to those reports through their local safety councils. And so the facilities, management and labor representatives can get facility-specific data that submitters are reporting to modify procedures, conduct training, various analyses, so to speak, to mitigate risk within the NAS. At the higher level, we have the Event Review Committee, which may see a specific trend related to a facility or a district or a nationwide issue that they could then submit a corrective action request. That corrective action request would go to a VP of a line of business, and it's tracked until its resolution. It could be from anything as minor as the tower cab shades cause visibility issues, or as large of an issue as air traffic controller training on the appropriate way to issue weather information or disseminate weather information to pilots. And so we get quite a robust reporting system from ATSAP on very specific issues. Where we still have room to grow is how to be more proactive with executive data sharing. I get the information, but I have to ask. I have to know there's a problem to request information. And so I have to say, hey, get with my NACA partner. I need information on DCA to see what kind of reports are there. And they'll feed me back a report. We'll both get the reports and see all the specific issues about DCA, and then we can work together on the best path forward to mitigate them. The next level is to be proactive, where ATSAP is coming to us directly, and we have that trust and confidence where they will say, hey, here's an issue that we're seeing at this airport. We feel you all need to take specific resolution. We'll work it. I think we're finally getting there with trust. I mean, it's not like the ATO in the past has not done things to discourage that trust, but I think in the past 10 years we've established that we're using voluntary safety reports for positive means, and I think we're closer to getting to that next level of trust. You asked specifically about voluntary safety reporting systems, and so I'm assuming that includes the ASAP programs and our confidential information sharing.
Yes, I had a question about that, about confidential information sharing programs, so this would probably be a good time just to explain who has access to that system and how you use it.
So we have information sharing agreements with certain airlines. I want to say it's in the hundreds now of the different users of the confidential information sharing program, and they work through a team of analysts that we have that are in the voluntary safety reporting program. They share reports with us. They link up if we have matching controller reports so that we get a 360 view of the scenario. And If there are identified issues on the airline side, we put out a monthly briefing item to controllers. We use it to help drive some of our training. If we're getting reports that, controllers are doing, say, late runway changes and it's causing risk to the pilots, we would then put out some kind of mandatory briefing item or some kind of training material to our controllers explaining all the difficulty that goes into a late runway change.
Thank you. And before we leave this topic, I just wanted to get on the record with respect to ASRS reports, which are publicly available, that there were reports in October 2022 and April 2024 that involved reports of reported concerns about fixed wing helicopter near misses that had less than 300-foot separation. So I don't have time to read those, but they are publicly available as reports 1947048 and 2106384. Okay, so
Dr.
then,
Price?
Yes.
May I add one thing to when you asked me how did it affect our operations?
Yes.
And of course, after the fact, I thought of what we did. So with the Washington Post article came out and we analyzed all of the data we could, we did in fact change our operations. And before December of 2023, at Georgetown University, which is on the northern part, which would affect the River Visual 19. And that's where I think even Mr. Fuller mentioned that there were some reports from that specific area. That's us and our helicopters going in and out of Georgetown. So while I analyzed the data and discussed the data, and I didn't necessarily feel that we had, I knew we did not have any near misses, we changed our operations anyway. In December 2023, a rooftop pad was opened, and now fast forward until this year, and we were still doing business as usual. We had been lifting from the pad, making the call to DCA tower, and that was just the standard operating procedure, and I changed that. So the reason I changed it was, and talked with all my pilots, and I put myself in the shoes of a commercial airline pilot who is on the River Visual, and which is already a complicated approach. And what effect would they have if they had a TA or an RA go off? So we no longer lift from the pad without radio communications and sequencing from DCA tower. So even though we have enough room at Key Bridge, just inside of their commercial traffic's at about 1,200 feet, our standard practice is 500 feet in ingress and egress. Even with that allowable separation, we are not lifting until we have clearance and coordination to ensure we're not setting off RAs and TAs.
Thank you. I feel like I should also ask, since I asked you, Mr. Dressler, to our Army colleagues, even though I think in the present day it might be difficult for the ADSB performance monitor system to identify Army aircraft, if they were identifiable, would you see value in learning about your involvement in TCAS RAs?
Absolutely. I think from a data perspective, additional data is always good to bring back to the crews. I think throughout the discussions we've had over the last couple days, ADSB is a risk mitigation tool, and it's valuable to the U.S. Army. And certainly moving forward, we'll incorporate the use of ADSB in our training.
Thank you. Okay, I have two other topics, and then I'll be finished. Mr. Brian Fuchs, could you please bring up Exhibit 17W, page 5? Thank you. And you referred to this before, I think, Mr. McIntosh. This is a presentation to the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives Aviation Appropriations Subcommittee. Could you provide an overview of what's in this presentation and how often such presentations are made to Congress?
So we do this presentation bi-monthly to Congress. Initially, the ATO was tasked after I believe it was an OIG report with doing a rolling surface safety metric. We developed an airborne safety metric on our own afterwards to support it. Again, it's a rolling 12-month average to gauge our performance. We have a commercial airborne safety metric and a non-commercial. And the reason we split those out is because we track the non-commercial, but we may not have had much involvement with some of the non-commercial, but we still track the airborne encounters. And so if it's an IFR aircraft that has an encounter with an unknown VFR, we track that. If there's a fatal accident, obviously they have a significant effect on the rolling 12-month average, which is why if you look at our commercial airborne, it's up 164%, obviously because of the tragic DC accident.
So the y-axis for that graphic says airborne risk per million airport operations. Is it possible to describe what goes into that metric here, or if not, can you submit that for the record?
Yeah, we can certainly submit it for the record. It's a formula. We have some data scientists and mathematicians developed it. It factors in fatalities. It's a weighted score of fatalities, injuries, aircraft damage, airborne IFR or airborne encounters, things of that nature. But we can certainly submit it for the record. It's much easier than me trying to explain it.
Thank you. My final questions concern the FAA National Airspace System helicopter route analysis. On March 27th, the acting FAA administrator then told a congressional subcommittee that FAA had a task force studying so-called hotspots at 10 locations with mixed traffic. Is the helicopter route analysis the result of that effort?
It's part of it, yes.
Do you want to explain what other parts resulted from that?
So one of the things that came up was we discussed Van Nuys and the challenge we have with Van Nuys and Burbank, per se. I think Van Nuys accounts for, I want to say, almost 7% of all the TCAS RAs in the NAS, even though they're such a small facility. Part of it is because of their runway, how small or close their runways are to each other. The other part is because the departure for one of their runways is right underneath the arrival for Burbank Airport. And so arrivals into Burbank get a significant amount of TCAS RAs with Van Nuys pattern traffic. And so some of the things we've done is, I believe, July 7th, we've lowered the pattern altitude at Van Nuys by 100 feet for 90 days to test and see if that's going to lower the amount of TCAS RAs. When that 90-day test is complete, we're going to go down another 100 feet. Of course, we are also working on a special, I think it's an RNAV visual approach that would move those Burbank arrivals from over the departure end to more of the midfield point of Van Nuys, which in theory, because the Van Nuys pattern aircraft would be in level flight at that time, it would reduce the number of RAs that those Burbank aircraft are getting. So those are some of the things that have come from this hotspot analysis.
Okay. And to be clear, we heard the term hotspot earlier this week with respect to charting, and as I understand it, this is a different definition of the term hotspot.
This hotspot is not an FAA term. It was something that Midair, working with ASIAS, I believe, created and distributed, and so that's how it became a hotspot thing. But it's definitely not a title I would have called it, but it is what it is. The administrator said we'd work on it, and so that's what we're doing. We're tackling these issues.
Thank you. The report analyzes data from 16 airports in 10 major cities. For Washington, D.C., Dulles, BWI, and Andrews Air Force Base were included. Can you explain why DCA was not included in the analysis?
We did a DCA-specific analysis.
So it's not being compared to the other airports?
No, it is on its own, and we track specific mitigations for DC, and we do a monthly report on DC alone.
Thank you. The methodology section of that report describes a database of helicopter, and helicopter fixed wing encounters. Can you tell me how those encounters were defined? and what system was used to generate them?
We use ARIA data along with any of the mandatory occurrence reports to go along with it to supplement it.
So is it a specific distance used in ARIA, a specific proximity distance?
I don't know about the specific distance. I have to refer to Matt because Matt is the one who I ping every month with my data. But what we did is track. There's a way you sort ARIA data, and you can sort it by just fixed wing and helicopters or fixed wing only. It has a lot of filters. If Matt wouldn't mind explaining those for me.
Well, I'm less interested in sorting it by the types of aircraft and more interested in whether encounters is defined as a certain proximity between two aircraft.
Yeah, I have not seen the final report on that yet. If they're using the term encounter, more than likely that is coming from an ARIA encounter minus some kind of lateral distance. However, there was some subsequent analysis that was done, and it could be included in that report. I've not seen the final that includes that type of information. It also could include PDAR's information as well.
Okay, yes. Yes, I think it would be very useful for us to be able to get a definition of how encounters were defined in that report with respect to ARIA or PDARs.
So one of the things that it's been, I don't want to say difficult, but it's been a good problem to have post-accident, is we are looking at all the ARIA encounters post-accident at DCA. We've only had one in that time frame. And it's the measurable encounter where it triggered a PAR for our employees to review. That was actually an aircraft that was in one of the prohibited areas for presidential movement that was permitted and was properly applying visual separation. And so while we're looking for any encounters that would create a preliminary ARIA report, and I believe the score is 15 or lower for IFR VFR?
IFR VFR is 5.5.
Okay.
Okay, I think what you're saying right now, Mr. Fuller, is you're defining encounter as the generation of a preliminary ARIA report. I think one concern I have, and what I'm hoping to get clarity on, is it feels like encounters is being used as a term, and close proximity event and proximity event, and without any specific kind of operationalization or definition of what exactly that refers to. And especially if you're tracking it over time, or if you're using it as a risk indicator, it'd be very valuable to understand what that is. And so my last question, I refer to, there was a media report about changes that took place at Harry Reid International Airport in Las Vegas as a result of the analysis. And that media report said there was a 30% reduction in proximity events, quote, proximity events in 3 weeks after that mitigation. So I'd like to know what reduced by 30%.
So we look in the ATO, we look at the preliminary ARIA reports. The challenge we have is the initial media reports that go out use terms like close calls or proximity events or close proximity events. Our communications office will translate ATO speak into media speak, and will translate some of these terms into close calls or proximity events or close proximity events. These are not things that we use internal to the ATO.
Totally understood, but can you retranslate them for us? Can you tell us what they were saying? What did that actually mean?
Preliminary ARIA reports are what we were looking at.
Thank you. Those were my questions, and I'll pass to Dr. Groff.
Thank you, Dr. Price. I now have some questions. I'd like to go back. Talked about ARIA, or excuse me, ASIAS. Mr. Kabek, could you briefly describe the Aviation System Information Analysis and Sharing, or ASIAS program, and just if you want to include kind of the purpose of the program and characterizing the participants in the program?
Sure. ASIAS program was developed in 2007 as a public partnership with private industry. It was an evolution of the previous process with a commercial aviation safety team that was developed in 1997. Up until ASIAS became viable, the commercial aviation safety team, as they were looking for ways to create safety enhancements. The only thing they had available to them was accident data. And as we evolved further along the century, we recognized that we've become increasingly safe. We needed something else to look at since accidents were starting to dwindle off, thankfully. The advent of the SIS program gives us the ability to look into precursors based on voluntarily submitted information from stakeholders. It includes flight operations quality assurance data from over 45 air carriers and a number of GA partners as well, and includes aviation safety action programs from air carriers and GA partners, and it also includes air traffic safety action programs. So we blend all of that data together to give us a holistic approach of what's going on. By using that de-identified data in a protected manner, we can really start to understand where there may be risk in the system, and we offer that information back out to stakeholders that participate in the program so that they can benchmark their own internal safety metrics against NAS metrics.
Thanks. Mr. Fuchs, could you bring up Exhibit 17, India, please? Page 16, just the bottom half of the page. Yeah, thank you. This is actually taken from an SIS presentation slide. It might be difficult for some of the folks in the room to see, but it's a listing of various data sources used by SIS. Could you just maybe provide examples of a couple of those that would be used or could be used to assess potential air traffic conflicts or mid-air collision risk?
Sure. So the three I already talked about on the proprietary side being the FOQA, the ASAP, ATSAP information, obviously are key drivers in that information. We also ingest through the MITRE systems the FA's NOP data, as Mr. Fiskus described. It ingests the more public side of the data and allows us to blend that together. We also ingest weather information, airport information, all of our flight manual type things. Our charting is all ingested in there as well. All of that helps us generate a complete picture of a lot of different areas of risk.
So you mentioned NOP data, just our acronyms. NOP is
the National Offload Program.
National Offload Program, but it's correct to say it's essentially radar.
It's surveillance data, yes.
Surveillance data. So that is the source, more or less, for other systems that we've talked about, like ARIA and PDARs. It's generally is it safe to say that's generally the same source of information? It's surveillance data.
Yeah.
Does SIS use ADSB surveillance data?
Yes, we do also get ADSB ingest. So
on the left-hand side, there's sorry, excuse me, just leave it up just one moment longer, please. There's a reference to proprietary data, and on the right-hand side, I guess we would say is non-proprietary data. You referred to this a bit, but could you just explain the difference between proprietary and non-proprietary data? And maybe particularly how that information and the resulting analyses can be shared.
Yeah, so to start off on the right side is mostly non-proprietary data. That's mostly FA data. It's National Weather Service data. It's publicly available information. Very helpful in combining all the information together with the proprietary side. The proprietary side is, as I mentioned, those three programs. That data is not owned by the SIS program. It's owned by the individual stakeholders. So if an air carrier decided one day for whatever reason to pull out of the SIS program, their data would go with them. It's basically how we mean it.
And so there are restrictions then on how any of those data or any of the resulting analyses can be shared. Is that correct?
Yeah, because it's blended with the proprietary data and the voluntary safety data, it is protected under 14 CFR 193 and a few other 49 CFR codes as well that basically say that we will protect the data because it's voluntarily submitted, and we will protect it in the effort to continue to receive it. Obviously, some of it is much more data than is required by regulation, so but we need that information to help us make good decisions on risk. And the threat of a possible leak or spill of the proprietary data, it could jeopardize the security of the program.
So just to clarify that those restrictions then would also extend into the non-proprietary for the reason you mentioned, because they can be blended and merged and could
because it's blended together, it's protected under all of the previous mentioned.
Thank you for that. And so it sounds like the voluntary reports in here are very similar to, Mr. Fuller, what you mentioned in the ATO confidential information sharing program that includes ATSAP and ASAP reports, and you have agreements with operators to provide ASAP reports. Are they the same, or are these two different systems that do similar, have similar merging of voluntary reports?
So I believe that they're similar data sources, but they're separated. The ASAP information that we get from air carriers under the SIS program comes to us in a different manner than how ATO receives it through the confidential information sharing program.
So an operator would have an agreement with the confidential information sharing program and with SIS separately?
Yep.
Okay. Can you share any examples prior to the accident of potential air traffic risks that were studied by SIS?
Yeah, we've been looking at a number of different risks through SIS, but one that we've been researching for a while, as Mr. Fuller mentioned, was the interactions around Burbank and Van Nuys. That's one of our ones that's higher up on our exposure list. And knowing that there's mitigations in place, we recognize that. We're still monitoring it very closely to see how those mitigations are going to take effect. Matter of fact, under the U.S. Aviation Safety Team umbrella, we're doing a safety risk assessment out there in 2 weeks to sort of combine some of the data sets that we have together with ATO and with operators. A number of the air carriers that operate into Burbank have their own data, and it's benchmarked off of our SIS data as well. It highlights an area that we need to go take a look at. So that's one of the ones that we particularly were using, and that was in place before the accident.
So maybe more on that. Prior to the accident, was SIS routinely tracking any metrics related to midair collision risk specifically?
We do track exposure to TCAS RAs within the SIS program, yes.
TCAS RAs. Any other metrics specific to midair collision?
That's probably the biggest one that we use.
Okay. Prior to the accident, had SIS conducted any analyses of midair collision risk that included the DCA area?
We did not.
No. Who can request an SIS study or data summary?
So any stakeholder of the program can request a data summary, and we've worked through numbers of those frequently. Reference this accident. NTSB is a stakeholder of SIS and did submit a summary information request that was provided.
How many requests do you process, let's say in a typical year? How many?
It varies from year to year, and it's slowed down recently just because we've been in transition in the SIS program. We're transitioning to a new platform, and users recognize that. So it could range from a few to 10 to 20, I think, is probably our max.
And you mentioned the benchmarks and metrics that are being tracked. Are those shared out beyond the program, or is that still limited to those that are participants in the SIS program?
It's limited to stakeholders.
Prior to the accident, how many helicopter operators participated in SIS?
Off the top of my head, I want to say 15 or so.
Okay. And was that through agreements of operators directly, or was that through the U.S. Helicopter Safety Team, or what was that arranged?
So it's promoted by U.S. Helicopter Safety Team, but each individual operator signs their own agreement with the program.
Does the U.S. Army or any other military branches participate in SIS?
U.S. Army does not, but we do have Air Mobility Command is in there. I believe it's Naval Air Force Atlantic is also in there, and the Air Force Safety Center are three DoD partners.
Is there any specific challenges I could imagine just because of mission sensitive information, anything, how you could separate that information if they were to participate?
So we're working through that actually. We're in the process of meeting with DoD folks post-accident to see if we can get more DoD participation in there. We recognize that there are some challenges that we'll need to work through. I don't know what they are quite yet. But obviously, probably the easiest and most of interest for us would be the commercial variants of the aircraft they operate, and maybe less of interest would be the military variants. But definitely lots of opportunity there, and we need to see how we can make that work.
And if a SIAS identifies a safety issue, what options or processes do you have to mitigate a problem?
So normally the way it comes through is the individual safety teams, whether it be Commercial Aviation Safety Team or U.S. Helicopter Safety Team, General Aviation Joint Safety Committee, they're looking through the data on a regular basis. They're the ones that are really manipulating and understanding it. I'm the government co-chair for commercial side. If we find a risk that we think might be needing more additional information, we have a certain gate of information where we can get to the SIAS program without needing any further approvals of any kind. If we believe, or if our MITRE counterparts believe that the study or whatever research we're asking them to do is over a certain threshold, we need to get approval from the U.S. Aviation Safety Team, which is the overarching governing body of the program.
We had the previous discussion of the SRM process, SMS process. Within the FAA's SMS structure, would that sort of a review kick off an SRMP, or would that count within the SMS process of an acceptable review?
Yeah, so FAA is members of the U.S. Aviation Safety Team as well. As we work through the process, if there's something that highlights a potential risk, FAA could take interest in that, obviously, and trigger their own internal processes.
So it would then carry over then to be
yes.
FAA process. All right, thank you. I just have some questions now. I want to open up to maybe Mr. McIntosh, Mr. Fuller, and Mr. Fiskus, even particularly, about the interactions between SIAS and the analysis activities that occur within the Air Traffic Organization, or ATO. Since they share similarities and, as we've seen, data sources, how do the data analysis activities of the SIAS program differ or coordinate with those of ATO for safety issues, particularly related to air traffic?
So typically we work together with, we have representatives on all the different safety teams within SIAS, and the Vice President of Safety is typically the ATO representative on the U.S. Aviation Safety Team. If there's a safety enhancement that's recommended out of one of these SIAS meetings, the ATO can choose to run it through an SRM panel. We can choose to provide our own corrective action and just report back to the SIAS team until we get a specific resolution. And one that comes to mind is the Denver TCAS issue, where SIAS identified to us that they were receiving reports for, I think, 12 years of TCAS RA pushdowns going into Denver. And they were averaging, 400 a year, and it represented a significant risk to them. For us, internally to ATO, because we were not tracking it, because it wasn't a compliance issue, it was just the proximity of aircraft on parallel final, and the terrain at Denver was causing TCAS RA pushdowns. SIAS brought that information to us. We ran it through our own SRM processes, determined we did have a risk there, came up with a corrective action. We developed an approach procedure, a 3-degree offset to runway 16 right at Denver, and we saw the TCAS RAs drop from, I think we were doing 400 a year to, I think, 3 last year. And we're still trying to find a way to get rid of those last few 3 and what's causing that specific issue.
I guess that example is actually part of the question. When you have 2 analyses programs running and they find different results, it sounds like in this case it had a positive result. One informed the other. What is the normal flow of information, though, if you've got 2 different analysis programs that are covering similar topics?
We still have access to the SIAS data. We can go into the report, the tool, and search around and search trends. We have access to all the reports that SIAS creates. And so maybe if something is not a KPI for us, but we see in the SIAS data that it is triggering it, then we can go ahead and say, okay, hey, we don't have this. We should be monitoring this. Let's see what our data has. And if we don't have this, why are we missing this data? And a lot of times it's because we don't, in the ATO internally, have access to FOQA data, things of that nature. And so this is where SIS closes one of those gaps for us.
And so how does ATO or SIS share information about local safety issues? Then it's that kind of a relationship that maybe you get directed to look at something if a SIS finds it, for example?
We attend the U.S. Aviation Safety Team meetings, CAS meetings, things of that nature, and we freely share information there.
Can I?
Yes, please.
So Denver occurred when I was the vice president of safety, and as Mr. Fuller had indicated, we went to a CAS meeting, and we reviewed all of our mandatory occurrence reports with TCAS RAs. A TCAS RA requires a mandatory occurrence report. To Mr. Fuller's point, we took a look from a compliance issue. We changed procedures at Denver where we wouldn't turn aircraft on parallel runways. We would stagger them to make sure that we weren't having risky behaviors. But the TCAS RAs were, as Mr. Fuller said, the faster aircraft on the parallel was catching up to usually the regional jets, and the regional jets were getting the TCAS RAs, and they were getting CFIT alerts, controlled flight into terrain. While the ATO said from an ATO compliance process or review, we don't see anything we are doing incorrectly. But having the partnership with the stakeholders, the airlines, we realized that there were still safety risk. And that's when we developed the 3-degree offset to help cure that problem.
Okay, thank you. Previously mentioned the Air Traffic Safety Oversight Service, or AOV, that actually falls under the aviation safety, or AVS, that's responsible for independent oversight of ATO and its safety management system. What analyses or metrics of mid-air collision risk does AOV use in that oversight, if any?
So I'm speaking out of a job that I used to have.
Yeah, I'm glad you're on the panel, because
yes.
If you to share, what was that position that you formerly had?
Prior to this position, I was the executive director for the Air Traffic Safety Oversight Service. And so AOV is not fully equipped to produce their own data. They have some data sources that they monitor internally. They have some programs, but really it's about having unrestricted access to the ATO data. And so that's the relationship that we forge, the understanding. They have unfettered access to our ATO safety data. They sit, AOV is a member of our executive steering committee and also on the ATSAP ERC. So they are present for all of the ATO safety analysis and data. So while they don't normally create their own, they have a couple metrics, things that they monitor. It's really about them having access to ATO data and making sure that we are in compliance with our internal SMS process.
Okay. Does SIS provide any analysis support to AOV?
AOV is also a stakeholder under AVS, so they do have access to it as well.
Okay. Are there any other programs or processes that we haven't mentioned here or discussed to ensure information relevant to mid-air collision risk gets communicated to everyone involved, particularly for those that don't participate in confidential sharing programs?
We still have some other probably programs we haven't really touched on. We have representatives that sit on the International Civil Aviation Organization Regional Monitoring Agency, I believe is what it's called, and it's for oceanic safety monitoring. And so some of the large height deviations, things of that nature, turbulence reports, TCAS alerts over the oceanic or the international environments, we still monitor those. We have representatives that meet on a monthly basis. In addition, we have just now recently started to transfer some of those duties over into ATO safety. So we're getting real time, instead of waiting for the regional monitoring, the RMA meetings, we are starting to do real time, real time, I say the next day, data gathering and analysis here internally, and we're working out that process now.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Kabak, I want to go back to you. Just a couple questions specific to analyses that were conducted to support this investigation, or in light of this investigation. After the accident, SIS conducted a retrospective review of safety information for the DCA area. What sources of data were used to conduct those analyses?
That was using TCAS-RA data as well.
TCAS-RAs, and was the ARIA system used?
Yeah, we did. So I think I know where you're going. We did use information that we get out of ARIA. We don't. It's a component of SIS. We don't actively monitor it, but when we need to use it for analysis, we can jump into it.
Yeah. So this was an analysis in response to the accident. This was not out of routinely monitored data. So the results of that analysis included proximity encounters between fixed-wing airplanes arriving or departing DCA and helicopters from between October 2021 and December 2024. And one of the numbers from that analysis that was cited in the preliminary accident report that received a lot of attention was 15,214 proximity events. Can you explain what that number included?
Yeah, so when we went to look through that, we started sort of high to try and bucket it down to understand where the risk was. Class B separation between IFR and VFR is 1.5 miles and 500 feet. So we looked basically the next level down would be a mile and 400 feet. Within that data set, that's where that large number came from. The number is merely a count of proximity. It's not indicative of risk. It doesn't include the other context that may have been visual separation applied or some other separation requirements.
Okay. And in fact, as you mentioned, that analysis included counts at several different layers of proximity distance. What's the value of analyzing proximity encounters at different cutoffs like that?
It's a start. It helps us understand sort of where we're at. When we start with that large number like that, we can start to drill it down to understand the closer we get, the closer to the risk we actually are. So that we want to start baseline high with right below the separation requirements and start to feed that down, and then recognizing that there's additional context to that.
And how were those different cutoffs selected?
That's done under the Midair analysis. I'm not sure what the cutoffs are. I know that their target number for what they call close proximity is 600 feet laterally and 400 feet vertically, and that was a significantly lower number. If you want to talk percentage of operations, even that 15,000 number in that time frame was 1.6% of operations, and as we dug down into what Midair termed as close proximity, it was less than 0.02% of operations.
Is there a reason why the 500-foot threshold of a NEMAC wasn't specifically used?
Because within the Class B requirements, 500 feet is appropriate separation between IFR and VFR, so we just didn't use that one.
And was this the first time that the SIS program had done this type of proximity analysis? It sounded like maybe Midair is maybe tracking that 600 lateral and 400 vertical.
It's a process we've done as a quick look in another situation, but it wasn't. We've not done a full-blown analysis like this before.
Okay. So I have one last question. I'll open up to anyone on the panel that would like to answer, but particularly I'll direct to Mr. McIntosh, Mr. Fuller, and Mr. Kabeck. Over the last 3 days now, we've discussed various alerts to controllers and pilots, and an extensive list of systems and methods for analyzing how often aircraft come close to each other. Based on all of your experience and what you know that's available, is there or could there be a common measure to objectively monitor mid-air collision risk?
I don't know that there is one singular answer right now. There are a lot of different indicators and a lot of different scenarios. There are new entrants coming in. I don't want to say that there's no one magic number that we can all coalesce around. Airspace structure is different, and something in the terminal environment is going to be totally different in an en route environment. A mile and a half in terminal is just normal business as usual. In the en route environment, that's pretty scary. And so I can't say that there's one specific number that we could agree to, or one value.
And I want to be clear that I'm not suggesting that would be the only, but if there is, I think, Mr. Kabeck, you can say from your experience with CAST, in the early days of CAS, one of the first things they had to do, they realized, is you have to get everybody to at least agree to some common definitions. Everybody does their own analyses to manage the piece they have of the system, but when we come all together, is it possible to have one common objective metric that could be shared among the groups, even if it was just limited to the terminal environment?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Fuller. It would be difficult to get to. We maybe could with a lot of effort and research and thought on it, but in my mind at the moment, it would be really difficult to get to.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. I'll pass to Dr. Benson.
I do have a comment to make about that.
Yeah, please go ahead.
There was a time that metric did exist, and it was what we called 1,000 feet vertical separation, or 3 miles, or 5 miles, whatever that different distance was. That was the standard. And from that point, we've gotten to where we are today.
Thank you.
I'd like just some clarity, please. Are you talking about IFR to IFR separation?
IFR to IFR was 1,003, and there are some other separation standards based on the, we'll say, class of service area you're in, A, B, C, etc. There was a basic, and today we don't call it that. It's not. Now it's a proximity error. It used to be something different.
And Dr. Groff, if I could add to that, because that's an excellent question. If you could come to an agreement on some form or some standard lateral value, and then you could pull in context. So there's an effort right now, it's called ARIA in context, and it's pulling in metadata from ARIA. And one other key piece to that would be if you could pull in reliable voice analysis. So say you chose a value of 400 or 500 feet, and it's a slant range, and then you pulled in the voice data that also indicated that a visual separation clearance was validly given. And then you pulled in context that indicated the aircraft that were involved were VFR or IFR or something like that. I think that could be an answer to doing something like that, but it's the reliability of that context related with the slant range that would be the key piece.
Thank you.
I'm going to switch gears away from data just a little bit. Well, I've got these from Mr. Fuller, but Mr. McIntosh, you could answer as well. In a broad sense, how would you describe a positive safety culture?
A positive safety culture would be non-punitive, educational, continuous learning from systemic issues. When a safety event occurs, we should learn from it as a whole national airspace system. Don't be reactionary to one, realize that there's various indicators in place that you need to factor in, and then take that into account into your SMS system. But ultimately, a healthy safety culture is one where employees don't feel like there's punitive measures, that they can feel free to come up and report safety issues to management vice versa, and then collectively we work on improving the safety system together as safety professionals. Anything you'd like to add, Nick? No, I agree with you, boss.
Well, Mr. Fuller, my next question is actually for you, because when I read your bio, you actually state that in your previous position as the Vice President of Safety and Technical Training, your efforts in that position helped to foster a positive safety culture. So I was hoping you could expand on what sort of things in your role you felt contributed to a positive safety culture.
We did national training on voluntary safety reporting. We have held numerous symposiums with commercial operators, helicopter operators, where we came in and discussed ideas for improving the system safety of the NAS. Previously, after the Austin runway incursion, we participated in the huge lift to reduce the runway incursion rate, especially around A and B errors, and getting the surface awareness initiative, the approach runway verification tool, all of those sprints through. We had to do SMS and SRM panels on some of the specific initiatives we were doing, and so those are some of the activities that I supported as the Vice President of Safety.
So, Mr. Fuller or Mr. McIntosh, what are some of the behaviors that you would expect to see from employees of ATO that demonstrate that there's a positive safety culture?
Just voluntary reporting that's very robust. Active local safety councils at the facilities where they meet regularly. Discuss safety events and ways to improve upon those safety events, to develop procedures, to develop corrective action plans. You don't want something to root into a particular facility and take hold. You want to make sure you're very proactive. We're humans. Controllers are humans, managers are humans, prone to make human mistakes. But we have to have dynamic teamwork. We got to back each other up in the tower cabs and the TRACONs and the centers. We have to rely on each other's expertise, and when we see either one safety event or a couple safety events, we can't just have a lack of vigilance. We need to attack it. We need to develop those corrective action plans, and then we have to monitor. Just like the SMS process is, you have to monitor those corrective action plans. You got to make sure it's mitigating the safety risk. Once you have got compliance, then you have to go back to it, and you got to continually assess that corrective action plan, make sure that it's doing what it was intended to do, and just don't lack any vigilance throughout the whole entire facility. There's 313 facilities that we need to have active local safety councils and depending upon each other. And one thing that somebody once told me was a really good leader does not, they're not troubled by bad news. They take it on, and they understand that mistakes happen. You can't shy away from it, and you got to get better from it. And that's what we really need to start making sure that we continually do, and we have to actually promote this.
Do you think that the ATO does promote that?
I think the ATO does a very good job at promoting it at senior leadership levels. I think they do it very well in the district levels. I think when you talk with our labor peers, they'll tell you the same thing. I think some of our facilities are probably still learning and probably need a little bit of help, but to Mr. Fuller's credit, he did go actively and work on ATSAP training. I know he did that in conjunction with Mr. Murdoch sitting at the NACA table. That was a very important initiative for us to make sure that people understood the value of a voluntary safety reporting culture.
How do you think your definition, and maybe it doesn't, but how do you think your definition of safety culture compares to a just culture?
I don't think we would talk about safety culture without saying just as a part of the definition.
I have some more questions, but I know that before I get too far, I know that Mr. Soper has some questions regarding that topic, so I'm going to turn it over to him, and then I'm going to come back to the rest of mine.
Thank you. So I know there's a lot of reasons for removing or replacing an individual from a position, and we certainly wouldn't want to get into all of those. But since I've been working here doing air traffic investigations for about 15 years, it's always struck me how many times that as soon as we announce a launch, from the time we announce a launch to the 2 or 3 weeks maybe following the on-site investigation, that the air traffic manager and or key management personnel are often relieved, moved, changed out, sometimes right while we're on site, as the first step to resolution. So while I understand it can be for a lot of reasons, it does kind of have the appearance of that knee jerk. And do you believe that this is aligned with the ATO's just safety culture that you mentioned?
No, I don't believe removing a person from a management position based on a single event is warranted. I would classify that as a knee jerk. I would hope that when we're taking a look at the performance of a management team, Are they promoting safety culture? Are they promoting corrective action plans? Are they ensuring that they're following our QA quality assurance and our quality control processes? Are they making sure that they're actively engaged with the local safety councils? Are they doing all the right things to ensure that those facilities are doing the right thing for the American public and for the controllers involved?
Okay, thank you. So the most recent case of this, in the case of the DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower, and in the wake of January 29th, the FAA has removed everybody from the general manager to assistant general managers from the Washington District, as well as the air traffic manager and the operations manager from DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower, effectively removing all of the institutional knowledge at the management level that existed there in a time when we are trying to make corrective course correction. All personnel were replaced with individuals that don't, while they have great resumes, and I'm sure are great in their positions, and I commend them for stepping up to come in and help with the situation. However, they don't have the skill set or the experience from DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower as they try to navigate all these new procedures and changes that are coming down the pike. Can you please help me understand how this will provide an orderly and safe transition to the new and still evolving operational procedures, a decrease in risk of a reoccurrence, and an increase in safety?
Brian, so the individuals that I know came in are what I consider to be change agents and understand the importance of shared safety culture, that understand the importance of a quality control program, understand the importance of a corrective action plan, and more importantly, following up with that corrective action plan. The individuals that were put into that place, as you said, their resumes were not just impeccable, but they actually shown as proven leaders that can actually effectuate change in a positive manner and ensure that safety is not compromised.
Okay, thank you. Do you feel that the control workforce and facility management's faith and confidence in their senior leadership is important and essential in a just safety culture?
Absolutely.
In my experience and observation, this practice it actually works in contradiction. And I'm going back now to the change out in people. It actually works in contradiction to building a true just safety culture. It seems to illustrate to the workforce that it's not real, because a system failure absolutely resulted in what appears to be blame and even punishment or retribution in their eyes, resulting in the workforce's loss of faith and confidence in their highest level of leadership, which can have broad negative effects. If you're still committed, which I feel you are by your responses, to a just safety culture, how would you explain this to your air traffic control workforce to prevent that loss of faith and confidence? And many of them are listening right now.
And I respect the controllers that work at DCA just like the controllers that work on my other 312 facilities, and I'd be more than willing to sit down and have that conversation along with my NACA counterpart. We have been committed to visiting DCA on a bi-weekly basis with senior leadership. I've required the vice president and deputy vice president to go there on a weekly basis, check in, do what I consider wellness checks, make sure everybody's doing all right. But I've been there a couple times myself to show that we are committed to the controllers that work at DCA. We care about them. We care about the jobs that they do, and we know that they're committed. They're going through a very hard time now, and rightfully so. This was a tragedy. And we make sure that we go over there and they understand the importance of what we're trying to build, and that we're not going to shy away from things, but we're going to stand with some resolve and make sure that we make the right decisions for the right reasons. And I'm willing to sit there and have those conversations with any of the controllers that want to talk to me.
Great. That's great to hear. Thank you. I appreciate your responses for that. Kat?
Thank you. Mr. Allen, being at the DCA tower, how would you describe the safety culture there?
Are you referring to pre-accident?
Yes.
The safety culture, I believe, was robust. In previous CCVs that we had shown great improvement. We had spoken about the one over the past couple of days that did not go so well. I believe it was approximately 2022, but the subsequent ECBs 2023 and 2024, there was great improvement across the board in all categories. QC was 100%. As one of the ECV team members is a quote. Our LSC, we had put additional effort into them, got them additional training, and continued to work on progressing the facility and any issues that arise. There was great communication between the workforce, the union, and management officials. Things were done in a collaborative manner, and I believe that the safety culture was improving and continuing to improve at that time.
And what about since the accident?
Post-accident, excuse me, post-accident, there was a lot of items to navigate, as you could naturally assume. The safety culture had shifted from the facility driving safety to outside the facility was driving safety. Up until the point of my departure, that's how it appeared to me.
Before your departure, how did you feel that ATO supported the tower?
You mean the time frame between the accident and when I left?
Correct.
The support did grow. As stated throughout the past couple of days, resources were being deployed with additional support staff. Equipment is on the way. Things of that nature were helpful. Those things were helpful, yes.
Were there things that you felt, areas where you felt the ATO could have supported you more? You and the staff, the personnel?
Yes. I believe they could have listened and heard what we said and allowed us to be part of processes to make the facility better and safer.
Well, what do you think? What happened instead?
Instead of a discussion occurring or a collaborative process to occur, directives or rules of that nature were just handed to the facility.
Mr. McIntosh or Mr. Fuller, do you have any anything you want to add to that or comment on?
Yes. I would say prior to the accident, the facility was making steps towards improving the safety culture internally. Unfortunately, we had a tragic accident which 67 lives were lost. Myself as the Vice President of Safety was given a task to fix the facility risk between helicopters and fixed wing. And it wasn't to work through a collaborative process and allow a few months, it was to get the job done immediately. That's what we did. The data since the accident, no more TCAS RAs between fixed wing and helicopters, no more RA encounters, no more NEMACs between fixed wing and helicopters in the DC area. That's what we did.
Just add on that right after the accident, some immediate changes need to occur with some of the policies and procedures, and I'm sure everybody can understand that. And I understand while some facilities, you know, they want to be able to fix the problem themselves. I know I would want to if I was a facility ATM or an OM or a controller. But immediate changes need to be done. But we did bring the facility along, and we talked through these things and why they were necessary, because we felt that was absolutely needed. I know that when I went and visited the facility and visited the ATM and the OM, I said, we're going to get additional help from the district. We're going to make sure that the district brings in appropriate quality control, staff support specialists, help with some of the data requests and the data pulls, because there was a lot, rightfully so, to try to provide the forensics of what happened. So we provided a lot of support to the facility and made sure that they had. I was a little disappointed that it took as long as it did as far as, you know, the district providing those. So I did direct the vice president to make sure that they started getting direct support from the district as far as more staff support, more support managers to start helping the OM and the ATM so they could just manage the facility. But as Mr. Fuller said, the one thing we had to do was take action. And I hope everyone understands why that was necessary.
Thank you for that. Mr. Jarvis, you're very familiar with the DCA tower. Do you have anything to add as well?
I do. In my office, I am the expert in the Washington, D.C. area in the district. After the accident, no one from my office spoke to me. They still haven't spoken to me about the accident. They haven't asked how am I doing, where I would have brought me here and put my experience to use in helping this facility and the district realign things and start to get things back where they need to be. I'm disappointed that those efforts weren't made. Thank you.
I'm sorry. We have to chime in up here. You didn't have any near-miss events because you shut down traffic on Route 4. And also, if the tower is responsible, why weren't you removed? Because ATO is also responsible.
So we didn't remove anybody as a result of an accident.
You didn't.
No, we did not.
I think many would disagree, since it was done pretty immediately. Also, the NTSB had to weigh in several times to get people help in the tower. Back to staff.
Okay, I'm going to switch gears a little bit. Let's go back and broader. So if you could, Mr. Fuller or Mr. McIntosh, if you could please describe the safety management system at the ATO.
When you say describe the safety management system, you mean different than the prior example where we design the system, we identify hazards, we assess the risk, we analyze the risk, we treat the risk. It's primarily our safety management system in a rough nutshell.
Okay. And so you follow the ATO, we've got the safety management system manual. Your safety management system, I'm assuming, is based off of this manual?
Correct.
Okay. And the safety management system at the ATO, that applies to all levels in the ATO, so down to the district, facility, all the levels fall under that SMS?
Yes.
Okay. How are your expectations about safety management communicated to those within the ATO?
We conduct training. We have SMS facilitators. We build it into our processes, our QC, QA processes. We have staff support specialists. It's primarily how we do business.
And the manual, the safety management manual, is that something that, is it expected that a facility level, let's just say, would this facility be familiar with the SMS manual?
Most of the air traffic managers should be.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And they get the training as well on what SMS is?
Not specifically on what SMS is. Mm-hmm. They get training on specific principles that they should follow, how to do a SOP change, how to go about requesting support from the service center if they're looking to do some kind of procedural or equipment change. If they're looking to add equipment, we walk them through the SMS process and how they should be the change proponent if they're looking to do something different for an SRM panel.
So when we look at SMS or safety management, we know that there's 4 tenets of it. And so if a facility is to be following the same principles of it, how do they know what to do if they're not receiving training? They may or may not be familiar with the manual. It seems like, how does it filter down to the facility level if they're not fully aware of it?
So we have layers of training as managers go through as they progress. In addition to normally most of their resume, job experience, those would be the kind of things we check for before they became an ATM. But if they didn't, we have additional courses. We have management courses they can go to and get some of that initial training.
I'd like to speak to that also. Part of the quality control group is we are, in a way, support to the facility. And in the quality control group office, we have a safety risk management team. And as we build relationships with these facilities and the air traffic managers, we communicate to these managers of the support, the SRM support that they have. And once we kind of put those parties together, the SRM team or the SMS team will then forward a bunch of information to them and demonstrate how things are to be done.
And back at the ATO level, is there somebody on like a day-to-day basis who's in charge of SMS?
When you say day-to-day basis, we do have a director, AJI3, that their team specializes in SMS and SRM for the ATO.
Okay. And what about down at the facility level? Who would be responsible for safety?
So ultimately, every employee is responsible for safety at the facility level. But all of our facilities are required to have a local safety council. You have an ATM that's the ultimate decision maker at the facility level. But they have a principal FAC rep that they work with as well.
Every district also has a quality control manager, a QC manager. Most districts have at least 2. And they look at all the facilities, look at the data, make sure corrective action plans are in place. And the intent is that you have more of a neutral view. And what you want to do is you want to bring all the standards of quality up. And by having a neutral view, you kind of lose some of that looking through a keyhole where you might be a little myopic. So that's what the intent is. And the QC manager should help us with that as well.
I appreciate that. So how does the FAA determine, or the ATO, how do you determine that the SMS is working?
Again, it's that continuous monitoring that we do. Continuous improvement is what we strive for. We've got our quality assurance, our quality control groups. We recognized after the accident that we did have some gaps in some of our processes, which is why we did a realignment. We're doing standardized training for all of our QC and QC specialists. We're rewriting that particular order as well, updating that and giving them recurrent training because we identified that some of our QC specialists in the West may be doing things or evaluating things differently than our QC specialists in the East. And so in an effort to standardize things, we've made some of those changes as well.
And you mentioned that there is some training provided to personnel regarding SMS. Is that a one-time training? Is that incorporated into recurrent training? How often are they getting that?
I don't have the specifics on how often they get it, but we do refresh that training. We've got some ELMS courses they can take if they need to. In addition, if someone's going to participate in an SRM panel, there are online courses they can take. There's various avenues of being refreshed.
How does the ATO as a whole ensure that controllers don't become complacent or take unacceptable risks? So we've heard a lot of things about possibly 40 to 50% of conflict alerts being irrelevant. We've heard about non-standard techniques in the DCA area. We've heard about squeeze plays. We've heard about making it work. So how does the ATO how do we monitor that? How do we make sure controllers aren't becoming complacent? They're not cutting corners.
Again, we've got robust QA, QC processes. We have operational skills assessments in the facility. We have external compliance verification tools. We've got lots of methods, our voluntary safety reporting systems to monitor the health of a facility. We've got partnership for safety programs, local safety councils. We have monthly briefings that come out from our QA, QC courses. I mean, we've got a lot of systems to try and mitigate complacency.
Just want to add on a little to that, if that's okay. And to Mr. Fuller's point, each facility is required to do a certain amount of operational skill assessments, OSAs. It's essentially an over-the-shoulder. We'll watch controller work, make sure that they're compliant with the policies and the procedures. And a certain amount of those need to be validated by the QC department. Again, an independent view, make sure that the grade sheet matches the performance on what they're listening to. Every facility is required to do an internal compliance verification, an ICV once a year. It's something where they take a look, but it's very similar to an external compliance verification where an outside source comes in and takes a look at the same things. And the external compliance verification and the internal compliance verification, they'll compare notes, they'll make sure that the facility is right where it needs to be, but it kind of helps identify any short gaps that might be there. One thing that's human factors related is sometimes a facility, to your point, may be cutting corners, and all of a sudden that might be a cultural thing, or maybe there's something that may be trained that might be a little different from what the national policy is, and people can kind of fall into those things. While the external compliance verification will come and identify and say, no, you're not where you need to be from the national standard. So these things definitely help us with ensuring that those gaps or shortcuts don't happen. As Mr. Fuller said, we also, when we start seeing national trends, where we start seeing perhaps a drop data block, starting to see a rise in that, if we're starting to see us clipping where we're not completing position relief briefings or something along those lines, we have monthly safe discussions where we'll meet with NAC and we'll provide verbal briefings to all the controllers and the managers to understand that we are starting to see some national trends, but it really helps ensure that the compliance is up and we're not cutting corners.
One thing to add also, at least on the Eastern Service area, is when we're going to conduct the external compliance verification, one of our SMS specialists will conduct a review and provide any information as far as, hey, they got, we'll say, a runway refurbish program going on. They've done SMS on that, and these are some hazards going on. So we do get the groups work together and communicate what's going on. So that's part of the prep work before conducting an evaluation.
Mr. McIntosh, have you been here for the previous 2 days as well?
No, ma'am, I have not. I was in Dallas for a senior leadership meeting where I was meeting some other directors and talking about safety and training.
Okay. And so then maybe I'll address this to Mr. Fuller. Just given everything that you've heard over the last 2 days, and Mr. McIntosh mentioned the health of a facility a couple of times, what would you say the health of the DCA facility was at the time of the accident? How would you describe that?
Obviously, there's lots of different levels when you're talking about health. If you're talking about facility staffing, they were healthy. If you're talking about procedural compliance, they were getting better, but not exactly at the level where we expected them to be, given that the proximity of the facility, the importance of it. They can certainly move airplanes. Obviously, they're proficient at moving airplanes. You don't certify there unless you are. But we did have some QC processes and checks, some documentation errors, things of that nature that just point to a little drift in our bookkeeping. So they were good from a healthy standpoint of moving airplanes, but we had drifted off in dotting all our I's and crossing our T's at the facility.
Do you think that the ATO had its finger on the pulse, so to speak? Did you know the health of the facility in those regards prior to this accident, or was it the accident that brought those things to light?
We have taken some steps to get DCA healthier in the past. I think it was mentioned previously, we've done a lot of support, having Mr. Jarvis on site, traveling up. We typically don't travel contractors to support a facility, but that was done in the past, I believe. We did director check-ins where I think they sent us a QC team here for 3 or 4 months in a row to help get their paperwork up to date, help refresh their training. When there was a discussion about their tower simulation system being outdated, we hired a new, what they call a field service rep or an FSR to correct their visual database for their tower simulation system. We've now invested in software so that if we have issues with their tower simulation systems, we can have someone remote in and correct their tower simulation system. So we've ramped up the support for DCA, and I think, as we continue going forward, you only see them get better.
So we've talked a lot about risks that were identifiable in the safety data prior to this event. Do you think that there were unaddressed mid-air collision hazards at DCA, the terminal area, that were unaddressed prior to the accident? Should we have known about it, I guess is my question.
I think there were some things that we missed, to be quite honest with you. Not intentionally, but I was talking about how certain facilities can drift into some culture, and I think a big thing was we were really dependent upon the use of visual separation between helicopters and IFR inbounds and outbounds. It's not illegal. It's a legal maneuver, but based on the complexity of the airspace and close proximity, I think those are some things that we definitely take a look at now, saying that we would have definitely shined a bigger magnifying glass under that if we could go back in time.
So where do you think the breakdown was? How did we miss this?
I think this really speaks to the importance of shared services in the district, making sure that the district support is there and that you have those independent reviews, as I was speaking of. When our QC departments go and they take a look at operational skill assessments and they take a look at MORs, they take a look at trends, we need to be very mindful from a shared services perspective and taking a look at, is the facility doing all the right things, and giving them some objective counsel and even talking about ways that we can put in some better corrective action plans that would help the facility out. But that's the intent of shared services.
Mr. Jarvis, in the ECVs that you did you feel like this was a known hazard prior to this event?
The areas that I felt they needed support with was administrative and another operations manager, because they their supervisors were young. The workforce is very young, and they need coaching. They're only going to do as good as they know how to do. And that is a very demanding tower. And those men and women are doing their level best to get it right. Oftentimes, that spacing is not where it should be, and it's coming from we'll call it a more senior group of people that, it's intimidating to try to ask for 4 miles and somebody kind of rubs you the wrong way and you say, okay, I'll just deal with it. Well, you need a supervisor to demand 4 miles, and that takes time to build. That's a tower team. Everybody up there depends on one another to do their level best. And I think, it takes more folks. Having that other ops manager, support staff, definitely would have been very helpful.
We heard during our interviews a couple of times the word political being used, that this is a political airport, there's political pressure, and I think it's political pressure being the nation's, the airport closest to the nation's capital, but also pressure from airlines, political pressure. And so, Mr. Fuller, Mr. McIntosh, how would you respond that those working in the facility feel that things that occur at this airport are very political?
I think this airport has got, there's a lot of optics on this airport, right? We have being the nation's capital and the importance of it. So when we talk about politics, I will say this, since I was the DCOO, and now as the acting COO for the last 60 days, I've received nothing but support from Secretary Duffy, from then acting administrator Chris Rochelot, and now acting administrator Brian Bedford. They've been tremendously supportive, and I haven't felt any pressure from them whatsoever. Our biggest thing is ensuring that we continue to funnel resources, and that's the thing that is kept being asked of us, is making sure that we continue with a pulse on the facility and we continue to do the right things.
Thank you. I can pause here if the board members wanted to ask questions in this area.
We don't know where to begin. I'll let Member Graham go first. Oh, whoever.
I'll be honest, I had some questions for the FAA, but from what I've heard here recently, I don't think I need to ask any questions to the FAA. And I'll leave it at that. I think, yeah, on this topic, I'll pass.
Member Inman.
I'm going to slowly work into this maybe, because I'm going to hopefully modulate myself. Mr. Fuller, a little bit ago, you said that you came in, you were tasked with helping to fix DCA. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And that you fixed it?
I didn't say we fixed it. It was to eliminate the risk between fixed wing and helicopters.
Yeah, you're tasked to fix it. Did you hear Mr. Allen's comments a few minutes before then, where he had talked about safety culture and what he believed on the ground? Could you recount what you thought he said?
On the ground, he thought that they had a robust safety culture. But sometimes when you're too close to a problem, you can't see it as a problem. If you've been trained that way, that's the only way you know how to do it. And sometimes it takes an external lens to see where there's additional risk.
Okay, and so that's coming in and surging these headquarter resources and people onto the DCA tower, right?
Correct, which is where, again, Mr. Jarvis had talked about they lack sufficient support and the district manager wasn't providing them additional support.
And so now you've been able to replace a bunch of people to give them better support?
we have been able to give them better support. Yes, sir.
I'm going to start with directing you to ASRS report 2212055. This is from one of your controllers there in February of 2025. It will be up on the screen. We're being forced to use minimum radar separation rules while only having a radar qualification, computer-based, that I had years ago at a different VFR tower that I also had a different class of airspace. Is that the type of fix that was implemented?
So as a Class B airport, they should have already been providing Class B radar services. That's what they're trained and certified for. They had refresher training in September of 2024, and they had refresher training again on the same subject this year in May of 2025.
So why would they be filing ASRS reports on this?
I'd be speculating on why they're filing reports.
Well, the report is so that they'll see people and they will listen to what the issue is. Is that not correct?
Yes, but the issue is they should always be providing Class B separation services. Visual separation is only a means to relax that, or to put that, well, I say put that responsibility on the pilots. But they should have, prior to the accident, prior to the change, been qualified to provide Class B radar separation services.
Did you ask them if they were able to meet those minimum standards, or did you just assume that they should?
Well, I saw their training documentation that said they were all signed off and they could all meet those standards.
You did?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think, Mr. Soper, I'll pass on that. Before you stepped into this role, were you part of the AGI Safety Integration Group? Does that kind of fall under your area?
I wasn't part of that group.
But sorry, did that fall under your, is that under your umbrella?
If there is an AGI Safety Integration Group, yes, it'd be under mine.
Right.
Or it would have been.
So I'm kind of curious, and you said that they had some quality control issues at DCA prior to this accident. Can you explain to me why the ATC specialist from the AGI Safety Integration Team had been on detail to the FAA headquarters from their permanent position as the operation manager since March of 2023 for over close to 2 years, detailed to headquarters?
I don't have the particulars on that detail.
It's in the Air Traffic Control Human Performance Group's factual report.
Okay. I believe you. I don't have the specifics on why they were detailed over. Again, they're district resources when they're support managers or support specialists. They're not assigned to just one particular facility.
Well, this was the permanent position operation manager at DCA.
The permanent position manager during my time frame that I knew was Clark Allen.
You may want to check into that because it sounds like they were detailed to your organization from that tower.
Yeah, prior to the accident, DCA was only authorized one operations manager.
And so this was the ATC specialist, and their permanent docket or position, as I understood it, was the operation manager at DCA ATC. Is that true, Mr. Soper, correct?
Yeah, this individual, his name isn't redacted, so I can say this is Connie Thompson, who is currently signed there, and he said that his permanent position is OM at DCA, but he is on a detail to, I forgot the name of the office, but.
I don't know that one particular individual, but DCA only has one permanent OM position. Mr. Allen was filling that position at that time. I believe it may just been a misunderstanding.
A misunderstanding if he was detailed to the FAA headquarters since March of 2023?
I don't believe he was on a detail. We can't fill a position permanently if that employee is detailed out. HR wouldn't allow us to put a permanent behind someone on a detail. They have to have a position to return to.
Okay, well, the Air Traffic Control Human Performance Group Chairman's report is signed off on by all the parties, so that means the FAA party representatives looked at this and at least confirmed it. So you may want to check within them too. I want to go back as well about all the support that was being offered. I'll go back to March 27th, 2025, whenever our group and group chairman were at the DCA Air Traffic Control Tower to interview 2 ATC personnel who were with the helicopter working group. We state in our interview prior to the first interview, the facility had a non-safety related emergency. Do you know what happened on that day? You were surging resources and taking care of and fixing the culture there.
I can't particularly recall that specific day. I was out of country on that day.
think it was wildly reported in the news. That is the day a manager was arrested for striking another employee. You don't remember that?
I don't have the dates in particular, but I do recall that now. I don't believe it was a manager.
I'm sorry, maybe not a manager. I apologize. An employee in the cab that was working at the time. Mr. McIntosh, do you remember that date?
I do.
Was this part of the resources that were being surged in to help the DCA team? Because at that point, had they had an opportunity to have the resources of what's called SISM?
They had SISM almost immediately after the accident, and we sent a SISM team as a follow-up. So we sent SISM there twice. And as far as the incident that you're speaking to, that was a traffic management coordinator that had an altercation with a controller.
I understand that. I think emotions were running high. Those were humans, I would say, or at least in my estimation. And I actually used to live until I moved away from that airport area. I used to live, a controller lived in my building. Would it surprise you, Mr. Fuller? I think this is probably a pretty good definition. Would it surprise you that a lot of rank and file that are listening to this or that have listened to this investigation believe that there's leadership within the ATO group that have a certain amount of hubris?
Not surprised, but okay, I understand that.
Does that concern you?
I think that most people think that headquarters is just there to, I don't know, drink coffee and hang out, but they don't understand the amount of work that we do to make sure that they had the adequate resources and available equipment, and that we're directing the support to help them achieve their goals out in the field facilities.
It sounds like from someone at the facility, they maybe wanted a little bit of equipment, but they don't want the directives coming down. They'd rather drive the change from there, because it sounds like at Potomac Traton, at least earlier, they were trying to make changes to reduce flow. Is that a good assessment?
I believe that's what the Potomac Air Traffic Manager said, but again, that was a report that never made it out of the building, from what I understand, and that Mr. McIntosh and myself are now making sure that they get TBFM, TFDM. We are directing those resources to support the facility.
TBFM, you said that you're making sure they get that resource?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to that same group chairman report for ATC on page 82. Status update on February 10th, 2025, comment number 5. And these were records, I believe, that were provided by, Brian, these were provided by FAA?
I apologize. What was the question, sir?
Page 82, ATC human performance. Time-based flow management.
And I'm sorry, what was the question about that? I don't have it in front of me.
The comments that were provided and the updates.
Yeah, we received this from the FAA.
Okay, so this is an FAA update?
Yes, these were provided by the FAA.
I'm going to be looking, can you look at comment 5 before I ask this publicly? I just want to make sure it's correct.
Yeah, that was pasted right from their document.
So these resources you provided, this is a document from FAA, February 10th, comment 5, regarding time-based flow management. In response to site update, this item was revisited at the Gov Board meeting on 2/6/2025 with AGT, NATCA, Program Office, and SLE present. Disposition. Due to budget constraints and other program priorities, this effort is currently on hold until further notice.
I'm not sure what that document is referring to, but I'm going to tell you what I did and what the ATO did.
I'm saying this report was sent through concurrence with FAA party representatives and was put into the docket. We've seen it for almost a month versus the documents you gave us last Friday. They've seen it. We've seen it. Everyone agreed to it. And yet we're sitting here getting testimony. We've done these great things. We've done these wonderful things. The documents and the information and the facts that we have are not seeing that. And I think that's the frustration of why I know it's the reason why Mike is probably better at holding his tongue right now.
Well,
but I'll tell you what, I'll yield my time to the chairman to deal with that.
I would like to answer that question, please.
Sure.
So I want to match your frustration, because I can tell you with every ounce of my being, I had a conversation as the DCOO with senior NACA leadership on a call on a Saturday, talking about how the facility was doing, some things that they needed to be successful, along with the facility rep, along with the air traffic manager, along with the vice president of air traffic. And the two things they asked for, the first thing they asked for was terminal flight data management, saying that would help them tremendously in ground control. My answer was, you got it. The other thing they started talking about was mile and trail and how stream classes and compression was hurting them. I said, well, I think you need time-based flow management. We needed a commitment that we weren't just going to do TBFM using what we call the departure tool, where you would just use TBFM to schedule departures, but you would actually have a commitment from everyone on board that we would actually meet times on the glass, meaning when you would lose time to actually achieve the appropriate intervals. And that required conversations from not just Potomac and Washington, D.C., but centers that are further out there. My counterpart also committed to that. Going past that conversation, we met with the PMO. I met with my boss at the time, Mr. Arell. I met with the administrator and said, these are the things that DCA has asked for and that we need to commit to. And I got unwavering support to do that, and they are scheduled to receive both of those products. We moved them up in front of the waterfall, and they're receiving both of those products late February, early March. And I can commit to that in testimony.
Yes, sir. Well, yesterday somebody committed to it, and they also committed that Potomac had had the equipment for 7 years. DCA, according to this, was requesting it since 2023, had the equipment and been asking for it. What I'm worried is now we're going back to the same thing we did with manufacturing. It's a whack-a-mole. And so now we're moving this ahead of the waterfall. But are there other agencies, other towers that are asking for things that are critical for safety, and now we're just trying to jump ahead to try to take care of the most pressing political issue because it's in D.C.?
Mr. Emmon, this is what I can tell you, was when the request was made, DCA was not, they were no longer in the waterfall for TFDM, and we were discontinuing TBFM altogether. TBFM, while it was available to the facility, still needs adaptation, where we go in and we develop stream classes and freeze horizons that will show up on a controller's radar display, plus the required training. So while there is the ability to do this, you still need to do a lot of adaptation. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and there's a price tag that's associated with it, but you can't put a price tag on safety. So we moved this first. As far as the whack-a-mole, they weren't on the waterfall. I made a decision after consultation with my leadership that DCA definitely should be on that waterfall, that it would help the controllers workload on ground control, and it would definitely help them with delivering an appropriate rate. And I felt it was the right thing to do.
I appreciate that. And I will say this. I know Chris, I've known Liam, the new administrator. I do not question whether it's your desire to do things safely, but there is a disconnect between what your frontline employees, the Mr. Allens, the Potomac Tricom managers, your controllers, what they're hearing and experiencing versus what is being said in these testimonies. And we would like to try to figure out how to bridge that, because there's a significant frustration between what's actually occurring being what's being said for public consumption.
I 100% agree with you. There definitely seems to be some barrier in communication where the people that impacts this the most are not hearing the things that the FAA is moving forward on, and that needs to be addressed. I agree.
Go ahead. Okay. So that's the point. I actually, and I do want to clarify, I wasn't suggesting that either of you should be fired. First of all, Nick, Mr. Fuller, you've been in this position since how long?
About a month. That's
it's
going
a
on
long
2 years.
Month,
yes.
Right? It's a very long month. So I appreciate that. And Frank, I deeply respect you and your work. So, but what we're trying to understand is where the disconnect is. Because what we have is, for example, 10 to 15 reports from controllers today that are saying that there were, or reports that from controllers today that are saying there were 10 to 15 loss of separation events since the accident. That, let me just, that they're aware of, that they have filed reports on, that, and we know of, we know of the flyover, we know of JPN, we know of controllers crying, we know of controllers crying in interviews, which is actually, and I do appreciate you did send CISM out. I did call and have a great conversation with Chris Rochelot when that event occurred, when we were on site and there was a fight in the tower, and you worked with NATCA to get them out again, and I talked to NATCA. So I do appreciate you did go out and work to get them help. What we're concerned about is much like what we were concerned about in 1282. There seems to be a disconnect from what we're hearing from people in the tower or at the other levels than what is happening within the leadership, either at ATO or at FAA. There is a disconnect, and we're trying to figure out how do we bring that together, because what we're hearing is and seeing is and what they're seeing is the response is people get transferred or fired. And so or the safety culture team got removed. So we're trying to figure out, okay, that's the message they're hearing, which isn't good.
I wholeheartedly agree, and I will commit to you and everyone on the board and the panel that I will start working this immediately to make sure wherever those barriers are occurring, that it stops, because we're still answering questions on staffing from some media outlets. And I've worked with NACA going, where is this coming from? And clearly someone in the facility doesn't feel like they're getting the help that they should be getting. And quite honestly, if that word's not getting down, then we need to do a better job in breaking through whatever that barrier is.
Well, and I think it's the opposite, is it's not just, are you getting word down?
That's a good point.
Is where is the communication from the bottom up?
It's an excellent point, and I think that's something that is something else that I will address.
Yeah, and listening, and
Yes.
and we want to be helpful in that. Don't whatever we can do to help. My concern, and let me just switch gears for a second, and I know the parties have questions, but when you said you got it, that's what we would like to hear. I would like to walk away from this hearing with a renewed commitment to move forward on the investigation and to move forward on safety. And a little bit of frustration. I mean, when I look at, I have the FAA order, I don't even know what this, 88, you have a lot of orders, by the way, 8020.11 Delta, where it lays out NTSB investigation guidelines and how the IIC needs it. FAA may request whatever information they need, but the IIC needs to be informed about and given that information. But then when we request the information, maybe not from you, we're told no. That's frustrating. I mean, here's a perfect example. And, this is why Dr. Price and Lauren Groff were asking questions. Here's a perfect example. We had asked for information and were told no, data in relation to our investigation. We asked for information. Dr. Price followed up and asked for information on a call, and then didn't get the information. Then I had to ask the administrator for the information for data. Specifically, for the time, for data on ARIA, is that correct? ARIA data. Then we were told we couldn't get the ARIA data, so we said, okay, well, what if we submit the ASIAS request again and just add additional information? Mr. Kaybeck, I think you responded And we didn't get the information. We were actually told that's how you should ask for the information. We didn't get the response. And then I had to come in and say, how come our team isn't getting the response? And the response was, let me say what we asked for. We had to ask again because we couldn't get ARIA data. For data for the time period October 2021 through December 2024, we had to ask again, okay, we want fixed wing helicopter encounters for the following proximities: less than 1 nautical mile lateral and less than 400 feet vertical, less than 600 feet lateral and less than 400 feet vertical, less than 1,500 foot lateral and less than 200 feet vertical, and less than 600 feet lateral and less than 200 feet vertical. Also, we were told that ASIAS use, and then we asked about a definition on close proximity events. The response from FAA on July 24th was no. So I'm just going to go back to the order that actually says the FAA will comply with 49 CFR section 831.5 and not interfere with the NTSB investigation. So when we're asking for data and you're telling us we can't get it from ARIA, so then we say, well, do we have to ask it this way? And you say yes, and then we put in this way, and then you come back and say, nope. I think you're interfering with the investigation because you're basically telling us no every which way we can. The response was, nope, we're not going to conduct duplicate ASIAS analyses, which actually wasn't duplicate. We were told to ask it that way, and we added additional questions. I want to hear, great, let's work together. I don't want to hear no every time we ask for information. You know, and then I got to hear on July 11th or June 11th at a Senate meeting that somehow our 80 out of 15,214 events, and then 210 events, and then 85 events of 1,500 foot lateral and 200 foot vertical, that it's actually 5. I had never heard that. And we don't even know where that came from, because this information we got was from you all, and the information you provide senators was from, actually from, I don't know, NMAC or whatever you call it. I mean, I'm not going to play the data game with you guys anymore. It's actually a well-known thing that every time we come out with data, you're going to come out with some other data the night before. And that data should have been shared with our IIC according to your own order. So I just don't understand. Either we're going to work together on safety and on this investigation, or we're going to continue to ask for data and you're going to continue to say no, or whittle down data that we received from you. I just don't understand it. It's not helpful. It just looks like you're trying to hide things, which I don't think you are. Yes, you can respond.
Thank you. Thank you for the last part. We definitely don't want to hide anything. And if anything, we want to be transparent with our data. What I'd like to ensure, and I'll work with the ATO, is if there's a data request that we don't understand, or there might be some problems, then let's work together to make sure that we can get you, or at least articulate exactly what you need so you can complete your investigation. I feel like everyone that I work directly with and close with, the NTSB makes the FAA better. And the FAA makes the NTSB better if we work these issues together. So the last thing we want is for there to be a feeling that we are not good partners when it comes to raising our safety standards.
We do want to work together, so maybe we come out of this hearing where let's work together and talk about some data, but then I also think probably some data sharing with the operators. I mean, we have a lot of data here that they've probably never seen. Go ahead.
I know we're asking for a lot here. We all want the same thing. my biggest concern, being a former director of safety for an organization, for a flight organization, a manufacturer, is making sure everybody in that organization feels that they are the safety officer and they're being heard. I don't think that's happening right now, and I know this is not part of an investigative hearing, but you don't have a safety management system if that person out on the leading edge or in that control tower doesn't feel like they can report, they can be heard, and be responded to. And that deeply hurts me, and I know it hurts them even more, but for our system to be as safe as it can be, you've got to engage every employee, and they got to feel like they're engaged. So anything we can do to work with you on that, to make that happen, we will do.
Yeah. I think you just did. I will tell you, I'm just going to go off my own experience, but as an air traffic manager previous, as a director, as a general manager, in all my job things, leadership needs to be seen, not heard. You need to make yourself accessible to your field facilities and make sure that they do see you as human, not hubris, right? And that you care about not just the safety of the operation, but the people that are in that operation as well. I agree with everything that you said. We do need to make sure people feel not just valued, but they can be heard and bring those things forward. I testified earlier that I do believe that the ATO has a good safety culture and has a good just culture, but if we're seeing that in some of our field facilities, then clearly we have some work to do, and we got to push forward and make sure, again, that we're doing the right things for the right reasons. That would definitely be one of them.
I don't know. No, I came here because of the MAX crashes. I think you may have heard that, Frank. First one was a tragedy. The second was a travesty. I worked with the FAA during that time. And the reason I bring that up is I think our frustration, if I can just echo this, we'd like to be treated privately the same way we are publicly. And publicly, we're treated very well. We're going to cooperate. We're going to do everything. We're going to do all that. You get thousands of pages thrown on you on a Friday, and you're trying to we're living up to a promise to every one of those victims' families that we would do everything we could, and we're going to continue to do that. So that's, I think, all we're asking. That would be my first request. Chair, if you don't mind, the second request would be a break. We've been at it for 3 hours. I think it would be fair for everyone.
Problem
Let's
is,
just take the temperature down a little bit.
Going. Yes. Okay. Let's take a break to. What do you want? 15. Okay, 6:30. You have, thanks to Member Inman, a box of candy. If anyone is feeling like they need some, including in the audience, but come on up. I think what we're going to do now is Dr. Wilson, has a few follow-up questions, just a couple. Then we're going to go to the parties. And then what's going to happen is, unfortunately, the front row is not released yet, but you can eat candy in the back row because we're going to flip it, and then we'll continue on and go back to the technical panel and eat candy in the meantime. Everybody is literally eating candy right now. All right, over to you, Dr. Wilson, and Mr. McIntosh and Mr. Fuller. Thank you very much. We had a good chat. Dr. Wilson.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, just a few questions for you. I wanted to give you, from the facilities standpoint, an opportunity to talk about data trends and analysis and find out what you do at the facility level. It seemed like the beginning of the panel, we were talking more at the ATO level and what data they look at. So I just wanted to get a sense of that to give you a broad area that we'll be talking about. So Dr. Price asked about lots of different groups of data that can be looked at to identify trends. At the tower specifically, what is your understanding of the data that's used to identify trends that are specific to your facility?
So for the most part, as far as trending goes, the facility would be typically the one that would file the mandatory occurrence reports, the MORs. If there's a voluntary reporting via the ATSAP program, whenever the ERC reviews that, they do contact the facility ATM and the facility union rep, and we have that data as well. Within the facility, we also have the local safety council, where they become aware of items either by controlling that they notice or through reporting of controllers in that regard. So we can routinely meet and look at those items and see if there's any trends. Now, in addition to that, another arm of that within the facility was the support manager. They cover training and QC for the facility. So with conducting the required OSAs and additional OSAs, we can therefore identify other means within the facility of items that may trend or in one direction or in another. With caps that we've implemented, there are milestones and goals and mitigations within those that are tracked routinely. Following up with the district QC, there's various means for us to track and analyze trends.
That process of looking at trending data, is that a documented process at the facility?
The OSAs are documented, MORs are documented. All of the different avenues that I described have a form of documentation associated with them.
Okay. Is there one person at the facility who's responsible for looking at the data, or does it fall on multiple people?
The data comes from various forms. Like I had said, the ATSAP data would come to the air traffic manager and the FAC rep, so they would have that slice of data. We're all able to look at MORs. We're all able to look at the OSAs, the caps. We have regular meetings in regards to those, so we can identify trends.
Who leads those reviews of the MORs?
It would be with the air traffic manager and any support staff and operations manager, support manager.
I guess I'm wondering, okay, so this data comes in and now, like, who's looking at it to say, like, yes, we see a trend? It's just you review all the reports in the meeting at once, or, you know, somebody sits there and says, we've had 5 reports related to this, 10 reports related to this, like.
So for instance, like whenever a supervisor or somebody conducts an OSA, they have that information on the assessment of the position at that time frame, and then it is validated. And then with those subtasks, you can look at a report and see, okay, phraseology is ticking up, or there's non-compliance in that realm, and here's the documented dates and times that it occurred. Now you can start looking at that trend. Okay, this is occurring here. It's with ground control. We need to work on ground control phraseology or something like that.
So is all of this in a database where you could say, I want to know if phraseology is an issue, and you can go in and filter and you can pull up all the reports that have phraseology?
Yeah, like for MORs and OSAs, CAPs, we all do all that via CEDAR.
Could you just, for the audience, give us what OSA stands for and CAP?
Operational Skills Assessment, and CAP is Corrective Action Plan.
Thanks. So from your perspective, were any close calls or near misses, were those being identified in the data that you were looking at?
There's nothing that I'm aware of
Okay.
at this time.
Did the facility ever receive any concerns or feedback from operators about concerns that they had about operating in the DCA airspace?
I'm not aware of any specific concern. As the operations manager, I spoke with everyone routinely, or a majority of folks routinely, and I wouldn't say that there was one thing that jumped out more than another.
Okay. The Local Safety Council, just really quickly, could you just give us an overview of what its purpose is and who sits on that council?
Yeah, the Local Safety Council, it's comprised of controllers and management from within the facility. Their tasks are they review the voluntary reports, the ATSAP reports that are put in, and help formulate responses to them and analyze them and see. They have a database that they can go into and see, are these issues occurring elsewhere in the country? What were they doing to mitigate them? Is this a larger systemic problem, or is this localized to us? They provide assistance with developing briefings, issuing briefings, and training, just to name a few things that they do routinely.
The ATSAP reports that are reviewed, they're de-identified. So could you just walk through the process really quickly of an ATSAP report? So a controller files an ATSAP report and what happens to it? And then how does it get to the Local Safety Council?
Yeah, so the ATSAP report, a controller can file it anytime. It doesn't have to be on an FAA computer. They can do it on their phone, computer, iPad, whatever they choose to. Once they complete the report and submit it, it is then sent to the event review committee for that region. And the event review committee reviews it, accepts it, and then they contact the facility management and the air traffic manager and the facility union rep and share a redacted version, I believe, of what the report was and ask for follow-up and what mitigations may be taken for it.
We talked a little bit about the ATSAP program yesterday with Mr. Lehman. He brought up some concerns that he had. What is your opinion of the ATSAP program? Do you think it's working? Do you think it needs some improvement?
Overall, I think the program provides benefit for the voluntary reporting. It's great to get that information. I think the way the information is distributed is maybe too limited, and it could be shared more broadly to address issues. It's fairly well contained, in my opinion. So I believe that could be addressed. There's other portions when ATSAP sit with the event review committee and whether they accept them or don't accept them, there's various opinions on how that should be managed and maybe the powers that they have in accordance with the agreement for it. So overall, I think the concept is great. I think we could refine it now.
Do you have any idea of how many ATSAP reports are received at your facility in a month, in a year, any data like that?
No, I did not have access to it.
Do you have any, the answer could be no. Do you know how many of the reports get accepted versus rejected?
Ones that I was aware of, I can only think of one that was not accepted.
Okay. And as a manager, do you feel that it limits your ability to manage? So if you were to see a concern with a controller, by them filing an ATSAP report, does that limit the response that you can give? So if you see something and you think maybe this person needs some extra training or some sort of corrective action, by them filing an ATSAP report, does that limit how you could respond?
Yeah, there are limitations with it.
Does the ATSAP ever, so let's say a controller happens to file multiple ATSAP reports where maybe there's a trend with that controller that's identified. Does the ERT ever come back and say, hey, we're seeing non-punitive, but hey, this guy needs, or this gal needs a little more training? Is that something that ever happens?
Not that I'm aware of, but that's in their purview whenever they receive the reports to review it, and because they have the identified data that they can link them together and notice a trend, and then they can contact the facility in a course of action.
Okay. And one of the things that Mr. McIntosh mentioned about SMS and positive safety culture is that the ideal situation would be that controllers feel comfortable reporting concerns to, let's say, managers, or employees of ATO would feel comfortable coming to their managers and reporting concerns. Does that happen, or does everything just go through ASAP, or ATSAP, excuse me?
I would say it would be facility specific, and it would be an individual preference. I know during my time there, people would routinely come by my office and we would have discussions on how things could improve or change or get better. And then there was other folks that preferred to utilize the ATSAP program. So I think it's really dependent on the individual.
And as a manager, did you feel empowered where if somebody came to you with a concern that you could take it up to a higher level or to some review committee that would then consider the feedback?
Oh, 100%. I would always share it with the air traffic manager, support manager. We worked as a team. We would share that. We wouldn't keep it to ourselves.
Great. Are you aware, going back to the local safety council, was the issue of moving Route 4 over 295, was that ever discussed at the local safety council level?
I don't recall.
And I think if I recall from your testimony, either yesterday or the day before, the moving of the Route 4 to 295 was discussed as a part of the helicopter working group?
It had been discussed before, yes.
Okay. But there was no, is that in meeting minutes or anything that discussion happened, or?
There was nothing that we could find.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mr. Allen, I wanted to follow on to this line of questioning about the ATSAP process and some of the other safety assurance processes that were available to the facility. It sounds like you were involved in processing those and presumably learned some things from them. Is that correct?
Yes, the information we had at the facility.
Okay, so we asked this question at a higher level, but at the facility level, do you feel that the safety assurance processes that you had available were blind to any of the risks that this accident has uncovered?
I don't think anything blinded us. It was that.
Is there anything that, since the accident, that has highlighted hazards that you didn't feel like you paid enough attention to before or weren't aware of?
There's nothing that's jumping out to me at this moment.
Okay.
Okay, does anyone else on the panel have any questions for the FAA witnesses before we turn it over to the parties?
I think that concludes the questioning of the front row, Chairwoman Hamady. Still reserve the back row.
They're sugared up now. All right, we are gonna go a little backwards here. We're gonna go this way. So we'll start with PSA Airlines.
Yeah, sorry, I was not prepared. Didn't see that coming. All right. Mr. Fuller, just a quick question for you. Go back here a couple hours. Said, go through your statement here. Just stated that the FAA would contact helicopter operations if an altitude was violated. Kind of trying to realize, like in the last year, how many times did the DCA tower observe or report helicopters altitude deviations? I assume you call them PDs or pilot deviations like you do for us, rasher warnings.
Yeah, pilot deviations. I don't have that specific data for PDs for the last year, to be quite honest with you.
Do you remember any at all, or could you get that data for us?
We could certainly get the data if the NTSB or needs that request. It's not difficult. No, not a problem at all.
See if I believe that's all the questions I have right now, ma'am.
All righty, well, we'll come back. Alpa.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we bring up 17 Juliet and on the last page of that document? So this data shows that we're potentially missing up to 50% of TA data in the DCA area. I don't know if you guys can see it off to the right there. It's a little bit cut off, but that basically says 40% of flights recorded do not have TCAS TA. There we go. Perfect. How accurate or how are accurate decisions being made on potential near midair collision risks in the DCA area if we're missing this data, Mr. Kabak?
So this is part of the problem with analyzing TA data is that it's an incomplete data set, and it would be very heavily influenced by the fleet type it operates at a certain airport. So one airport could spike in perceived risk just because the certain fleet flies in there that reports TA data. And as you said, only about a little over half of the flights that we have, or in that case, less than 42%, I guess, record TA data in our FOCO database.
So is there any way or way forward where we can start to shrink that gap and get more fidelity?
That would rely on equipment upgrades on the operator because it's operator specific, transmitted into the FOCO data that we would then get from that. We have no control. It would be operator specific.
Understood. Are there any other known critical gaps in a SIAS, such as what we have here?
If we wanted to use this data for analysis, this would be one. Off the top of my head, I can't think of what another one would be in that instance.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Fiscus, this one's going to be for you. What factors led to changing the NMAC definition from the original 500-foot and 1/2 mile lateral to just a 500-foot proximity? And this happened in 2020.
I am not sure of that.
Okay, you're not aware of when that changed or the reason surrounding why?
No, I'm not. So my understanding was, when the 633 Alpha, the 634 Alpha, the 632 versions of reporting order, those were all written and processed and implemented back in 2012. And at that time, it was still 500 feet, a 500-foot bubble. Yeah, so prior to that, I'm not sure. But those were flight standards directives from the .11, the 80-2011, and the 80-2016, the air traffic version of that, if you will.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You bet.
And then for Mr., or I guess Colonel DeForest and Nelson, if you guys are in the back there. So no near-miss occurrences were reported in DCA by the Army, and this is from 2020 to 2025. Is there a lack of reports from Army aviators in DCA?
What I know, and this is of the 15, and throughout this investigation, when the 15,200 or plus occurrences, we did our research, and what we found was, of those 15,000, and I know it's rough data. There's probably some criteria there that we need to flush out. But of those three, we know of, or I'm sorry, of those 15,000 plus, we know of three that involved Army aircraft assigned to 12th Aviation Battalion, and those were in 2022 and 2023 respectively. One was a near midair, one was a loss of separation, and one was a violation of a prohibited area. And those are the only three we know about.
So the reports that go into SMSs, is what I'm reading it as, is essentially saying that the way that your program that was started in 2020 to record that data through 2020 to 2025, those reports, they never made it into that software.
And this is just in the confines of the Class B airspace.
DCA, yes, exactly, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I could just add to that.
Absolutely.
There were a number of near-miss reports that were filed by the 12th Battalion that were not, necessarily near misses in the airspace, but were in the DCA airspace, but they were filed for other areas as well as some other operations. So there was reporting. This may have happened because by the time those pilot deviations got to the command, this was, several months later, so they did not enter it into ASMS at that time.
So that data wasn't captured. I'm reading out of the actual factual data group report. It's on page 17, but it basically just says the Army review of near-miss reports in the ASMS for a period of fiscal year 2020 through 25 identified 24 events, and none of them occurred near DCA.
There were 24 near-miss
and none of them occurred in the DCA
and none
area.
of the ones that were
Yes.
reported were in the DCA area.
Yes, sir. That is what the data states. That's my time for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. U.S. Army.
No questions.
Thank you. Sikorsky.
No questions, ma'am.
FAA.
No questions, ma'am.
NATCA.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Just a few questions, and I'll follow up on a few topics that have been discussed. So I'd just like to, Mr. McIntosh, Mr. Fuller, just like to talk about the safety risk management process, and if that process has executed any safety risk management panels for the removal of Route 4 and Route 6.
Yes.
When were they conducted, and what parties were present at that panel?
I know it's part of the public docket. I don't have all the different information in front of me, but I'm sure it's available in the public docket there.
Were there any identified hazards in that panel?
I don't believe so in the removal of the routes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dressler, did you participate in any SRM panels or safety risk management panels with the ATO or the FAA regarding the removal of Route 4, Route 6?
They were never considered as part of an SRM, and the FAA quoted a specific part of the SMS manual that said they did not need to be SRM'd.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fuller, Mr. McIntosh, are you aware of the changes that Mr. Dressler's organizations have made in reference to the hovering versus staying on the ground and communicating with ATC before they depart?
No, not aware of those changes.
Mr. Dressler, would have you like to be part of a process that evaluated the data that you saw reference TCAS events and mitigations that you needed to put in place to prevent them?
Absolutely, we would.
I think I don't want to speculate, would the ATO like to have had that conversation with Mr. Dressler's organization to identify any other risks that the changes they made may introduce into the system?
So we have a helicopter working group, obviously for the DC area, but the National Helicopter Working Group. I know the last document I saw, there were like 41 operators present for their last meeting. I think the NTSB was an observer as well. They are looking to make some changes to Route 1. As part of that, I asked them to include an SRM panel on that particular one. I know it's a high visibility, highly used route, but it's also the area that contains the greatest number of indicators. So the plan is to include all parties and eventually, as they make changes in the upcoming months, to have an SRM panel.
Great, thank you. Mr. Allen, back to you. I don't see a clock, but let me know if I run out of time. You said that ATSAP should be changed and it limits your ability to do things to controllers. Can you expand on what the limitations are and what changes you think are needed?
Some of the changes that one of the big changes that I mentioned was the data being more readily available. From my experience, it's been in a tight chain of command, so to speak, of who can access it. As far as the other part about it being limiting is there had been certain occasions that had occurred in the past where there were individual circumstances that had occurred with an event, and some of them, separate from the performance, there may have been a conduct issue with it, but the conduct issue was covered under the ATSAP report, and therefore it couldn't be considered. And then the IPM, at times, you know, we go through the performance record of conversation process, but you have to go through that so many times before you can seek another course of action.
Okay, so to summarize, you're saying ATSAP limited your ability to discipline? That's it?
Well, when it was warranted or potentially could have been, or in the IPM process, it keeps you at the performance record of conversation level versus pursuing other avenues.
Could you give me an example of other avenue?
Other avenues would be maybe some classroom time, maybe some simulator time, depending on what the individual deficiency was.
You are aware that the ATSAP program does allow for training. I think that's what you're describing.
Yes, with concurrence up through the ERC.
Correct. So,
yes.
But is the standard for training in that instance any different than ever training a controller?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand.
So maybe being a little more explicit. You just have to identify and document a deficiency, and then you should be able to train, correct?
Should be, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's my time. Thank you.
Well, we're going to do one more round. I can go backwards or I can go back to PSA. How do you want to do it? You can either keep going 5 more minutes or I go back to PSA.
I can keep going.
Okay. We'll go back the other way.
All right.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you. Okay, so and then just to Mr. Allen, going back to the data, sharing more data. Where is ATSAP not sharing data that you would like to see data shared at?
As the operations manager, it wasn't readily available to me. I would have to receive the information from another source.
And that other source was who?
The other source, if NACA had brought it to me or if the ATM had brought it to me, I would have been aware, but I didn't have the opportunity to log in and see any trending data. I would only be able to see an individual report.
But your facility could do that, correct?
The local safety council.
Correct. So the data is in the facility, and the local safety council could use that data and inform you of what the portal says, correct?
Correct.
So it is available to you?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. McIntosh, Mr. Fuller, quick questions. Prior to the accident on the 29th, the ATO had a safety culture office. Post-accident, what is the status of that office?
I think you're talking about the safety culture team within AJI3.
Correct. Yeah, I said office team. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. They're currently going through a reorg right now. I don't know what their current status is, to be quite honest with you.
And is there a workload and tasking similar, more or less, to prior to the accident, as compared to prior to the accident?
So some of the activities have changed. Prior to the accident, they were, I would say, more about safety culture outreach. And they spent the vast majority of their time traveling to other countries, other ANSPs, providing safety culture training. And post-accident, we decided to direct more of their resources directly to supporting air traffic initiatives internally.
Okay, so they're still doing air traffic things, or within the ATO, I should say, not air traffic things.
They're doing other work within the ATO.
Okay, safety culture work or just other work?
Other work, I'm not exactly certain what they're doing. I'm not overseeing that particular team anymore.
Okay, Roger, thanks. Just a question on safety data and TCAS events. I think Mr. Fiskus or Fuller or Ms. McIntosh, any of you can answer this. When we see numbers of TCAS events, right, them in themselves, I think we've determined analysis is important to determine what was occurring. Is it uncommon for air traffic to be in receipt of a pilot responding to a TCAS RA when 2 aircraft were in level flight?
I'm sorry, you said, is it uncommon?
Correct.
No, it can happen.
Yeah, okay, Roger. And do you know when it normally happens? In what scenario?
They could be 2 aircraft in level flight, heads up.
Yeah, correct. Okay, Roger. I think we often we can see it when VFR aircraft at 500 feet above or below IFR aircraft separated by 500 feet level. We just
Absolutely.
could get a TCAS event in that instance, correct?
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, I was going to say that's probably the most common that we see.
Okay, Roger. And I really just have one more question, and I just want to clear something up, Mr. Jarvis. I hope I got your last name right. I believe that was correct. Earlier in the day, we were talking about NEMAX and what the altitudes or what that looked like. What was the definition of an EMAC that changed? And I think at some point you started talking about it might have been 1,000 or 3 miles, but that was, I just want to make sure the record's correct. 1,000 feet separation or 3 mile separation is a radar separation and was not the definition of a NEMAC.
I was not referring to a NEMAC.
Okay, Roger, thank you. That's all I had, and I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. FAA.
Just one quick question for Mr. Fuller. What is ANSP?
Sorry, I've been working on it all week. Air Navigation Service Provider. It's any one of the other.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you so much. Army.
No other questions.
Sikorsky.
No questions.
ALPA.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Fuller, you stated you rely on outliers to identify risks. What if there was a large number of airports that, say, had an occurrence, let's say in this example, resolutionary advisories, but it was a widespread issue, not necessarily an outlier in any case. So how are widespread threats identified if there was potentially no outliers?
Again, that's where we rely on some of our groups that we participate in, SIS, CAS, U.S. Aviation Safety Team, or just it's not uncommon for an airline's safety VP to reach out to me directly and bring some information that I don't have, say FCTs without radar, things of that nature.
So, but specifically, you don't have a way to analyze the data for a widespread issue without those outliers to trigger?
We do. We are investing in AI capabilities. So some of the things that we can't see or we can't fill as outliers, perhaps an AI tool will be able to pick up for us. So we are investing in those.
So it's currently a work in progress then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Also, previously, you stated there were 12 years of high occurrences of descending RA data in Denver. How did a problem exist for this length of time before effective mitigations were instituted?
So what's interesting about that is if you ran it, each airline ran it through their SMS process, and none of it came up as a high risk. It wasn't until it got elevated to the U.S. Aviation Safety Team, we worked through it and we analyzed the collective risk and determined that it was high. But each individual airline never brought it to us as a specific safety issue.
So what you're saying there in that case is that data you said for 12 years that you had, you didn't know that it was a risk until you looked back and applied through a different lens, and then you realized you had 12 preceding years of high-risk data, and then you decided to institute once you realized that for 12 years it had been saying something, but no one had been able to see it.
Correct.
Okay. How long did it take from the point that you all did realize at the end of those 12 years to then the data showing there was no longer a risk?
So I just want to correct one thing. I'm not saying for that entire 12 years, nobody saw it as a risk.
Okay.
It was just no one was willing to say it was a risk was great enough to not fly into Denver, per se. It took us to get that collective data, determine that there was significant risk, and I believe we had to work through our SMS process, run it through an SRM panel, determine what was the most appropriate fixes. Some fixes were build another runway. Well, that's not going to happen in immediate change. Some would be to upgrade the ACAS software and an airline and all of our fleet, which that wasn't going to be a quick fix. So it was working through those processes.
Of course, but ultimately, what was that time frame from when the issue was truly identified to a solution where specifically the data no longer showed that risk present?
I want to say it's 6 months, but it was the amount of time it took us to build a procedure and get it approved.
Cool. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
And then just one quick cleanup for Colonel DeForest. What parameters would actually trigger an Army helo pilot to file a near-miss report into the SMS program?
And that's going to be pretty broad. It could be, I want to say a set definition, such as vertical, 1,000 feet or 500 feet. It's if the pilot or aircrew perceives a danger or threat, and it's at their discretion.
So what you're saying is there's no specific or we'll say constrained criteria to truly define when they're going to submit that report. It just depends up to the aviator themselves.
That is correct. If they feel as though it involves safety and others need to know about it, and they'll file it.
Thank you. And Mr. Kabeck, can you confirm that SMS data is not NSIS?
I'm not sure what that even is. Is that an Army product?
It is.
Then it's not a size.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all of the questions from ALPA.
All right, PSA.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Kaback, real quick, just a couple questions just following up from ALPA there was, are you aware that if PSA participates in a SIAS?
PSA does participate in a SIAS.
With our FOQA data?
I don't know if it's FOQA or ASAP. It's one or both. I don't know which one.
I was just curious. Do you know how long we've been doing that?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. I was hoping you would have that information for
sorry.
us. So I just wonder, I mean, we've been talking about proprietary data and doing RA studies and things like that. Would it be fair to say that SIAS should be the vehicle we use to do these studies, which is much more holistic?
The power of a SIAS is the collaboration of all the data together. So it's your data with Americans' data with everybody else's data all together. And then we blend in the ASAPs and ATSAPs. And like ATO, we're using artificial intelligence and machine learning. We're applying large language models to ASAPs and ATSAPs to add context to some of the digital data that's coming out of FOQA.
Thank you. Mr. Saylor, do you know whether we supply both the data?
Yes, we do. We supply both ASAP and FOQA data.
And do you know how long we've been doing that?
We've been doing it. I started at PSA in 2013. We've been doing it ever since 2013.
All right. Thank you, sir. I have no more questions.
Thank you. We have more questions. I'll go ahead. Member Graham. No, go ahead.
Just have a couple questions here, probably for Mr. Jarvis. I was looking back at mitigation plans over 10 years. that revealed several instances of noncompliance, resulting in about 67 total mitigations. And I see some of these were, well, there's non-standard phraseology, procedures, and application of visual separation, at least 3 different years over about 10 years. And other things with the radio comms, inadequate and non-existent training records for controllers, excuse me. What are some of the dangers of persistent non-compliance of standards?
Yeah, you spoke of a lot of things that took place throughout a decade, and I know when it came to communications, there was instance where an airplane needed to go around, and the controller went from his keyed up, it didn't work, to going to a third alternative, not the fourth alternative instead of a second or a third. So these things happen, and they're kind of event driven, and you kind of fix those as they come along, and a facility would then capture that on their internal, their ICV, as being non-compliant, and they mitigate that until such time that they can determine it to be compliant. And as a ECV comes in there, we will then provide that extra set of eyes and oversight, and either rate that as compliant or identify where needs are still needed. Many instances, an item that might be continuously non-compliant might not be exactly the same way. We'll say ATIS procedures. Sometimes and that's for those in the audience, I can't think of what it stands for right now, but it's a broadcast that has the airport information, and it includes a lot of things like what runway are you on, what type of approach is being used, what's the altimeter setting, anything that maybe an obstruction to taxiways or runways. It includes all that information. And there's, in one instance, it might not be reviewed like it's supposed to be reviewed. And then the next time we come in there, and then the facility might be reviewing it, but they might not be broadcasting it as it goes out. So those are some things that can, the items can total up to a big number.
Are there processes or procedures in place to address issues like this that keep coming up again and again? Maybe it goes away for a couple of years and then comes back? This goes back to staffing. And do you have staffing and administrative staffing that can look at these on the regular? And oftentimes you need the support of supervisors to participate in that process. And it's a collaborative process. An ICV is labor and management going through this together and agreeing that, yes, this is right, or no, we need some work on it. All right, thank you. See, my time's about up. I'm going to leave here in about 8 minutes.
Member Inman.
Thank you. Just go back and clear up just a couple of things. Now that we've all had candy, I want to go back to the waterfall and the traffic flow management. Is it my understanding that it was not in the waterfall and now it is? Can you go back and just reframe that for me of where it went?
The original plan for CPDLC, oh, I'm sorry, you said TBFM or TFDM?
TFDM.
Terminal Flight Data Management?
Yeah.
Okay, so we originally were going to do, I believe it was 89 facilities, I believe is what the original plan was, and DCA was part of it. But due to budgetary constraints, it was lowered, and it was significantly lowered. I think it was more than that. I don't have the, I won't tell you the direct amount, but it was significantly lowered. Now, with, we did put them back in the waterfall because we saw the importance, because looking at that operation at DCA, the complexities that ground control has, there's a definite need for it. Once the Big Beautiful Bill was passed, that actually sent a lot more money.
Let me just go back real quick. Were they taken out of the waterfall then?
Well, when they cut the list down, the list is prioritized. So they weren't, once the cut was made, they came off the list.
When was the cut made?
I'm not sure when that cut was made, to be honest with you.
Because the request was in 2023, and it sounded like that they might have been in the progress. That's what I'm trying to get to. Because it sounds like you did a great thing, but I'm trying to say, how did you save it from this failure?
I worked with senior leadership and funded it and got it back on the list.
Okay. And I'll go along with this. Brian, can we pull up go along with the chair? You might want to update your website.
I don't think I own this website, but...
It's the FAA website. So this is the TFDM deployment, and if we can scroll down, please. Or DCA is on there, and it will be effective in July of 2028.
Yeah, I could see why there's some questions there. It should be effective spring of 2026.
Well, it was last updated June 6th of 2024. If you scroll to the very bottom.
So last year?
It was, at that point, it was still in the waterfall. And now, granted, it's been moved up a couple of years, but I'm just trying to figure out if this waterfall is a waterfall or not.
Can you tell me how many airports
Scroll
are there?
to the very top, please.
Yeah.
I think there's 27. Configuration A, 27. Configuration B, 22.
Okay. So
very top, please.
Then by that, Mr. Inman, then they were not cut off the waterfall. I just put them towards the top. So I apologize. I gave erroneous testimony.
Just wanted to make sure we're clear on it, because we got a lot of people that are very interested in some of these questions. You can keep the candy for right now.
Thank you.
Next question, though, and same thing. I want to follow up to NACTA's question, actually. And this has to do with the ATO safety culture team. Mr. Fuller, you said they're being reorganized. Is there an ATO safety culture team in existence at FAA right now?
I don't particularly, to be quite honest, know what exactly they're called. I don't know what duties they're performing. We're currently going through an entire reorganization of that team. I can't even tell you how many members are still left on it. It was only a team of 3 prior to in that particular organization.
So prior to this reorganization, there were 3 people in the FAA on the ATO safety culture.
Dedicated just to doing safety culture outreach is primarily what they did.
If there's just 3, you said they're being reorganized. You were kind of specific about change of function.
Yes.
3 people. Is there any people assigned to that?
What we asked them to do is build in, instead of having a safety culture team trying to go out and teach safety culture at every facility, instead work with, say, our SRM panels, work with our QA and QC teams to build safety culture into those programs and processes so that they're promulgated much more easily rather than trying to go out and play the whack-a-mole game at every one facility where a problem is.
Your earlier answer, though, indicated they were going off doing a bunch of international travel, talking
They were.
to people. But this time, it's instead of doing it at different facilities. I just want to try to get clarity. I guess the next question I'll have is, were these safety culture team members advised not to speak about their change?
I don't know anything about that.
Mr. McIntosh, you know anything about that?
No, I'm not aware of that at all.
Could you inquire about it?
I can definitely inquire about it.
I mean, I think we've been talking about SMS, whether ATO safety culture team has either been reorganized, changed, if it no longer exists. We're talking about SMS. I think that's an important question. Chair, I'm out of time, but I might have a few more. What do you want to do?
Oh, no, I got some.
Okay.
Look, you gave me time, and now I've got sugar. I once did a 17-hour markup on the Hill, so we're here. Okay. I just want to talk a little bit about data. So Performance Data Analysis and Reporting System, also called PDARS. Just one more time for those who are not familiar, what is that? Anybody? Yep. Okay, I'll just read it. Collects and manages data, processes data and generates reports daily, shares data and reports among facilities, supports incident analysis and airspace optimization. Is that good?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. How do you typically use PDAR data?
Various ways. I'll think of the last project that we did. I'm going to use Jacksonville as an example. Jacksonville Center has had an increase in traffic, and we recently decided that it was in the best interest of build some ultra highs to add some additional capacity and to improve our efficiency, but it's also a safety metric as well. When we talked about sector splits, meaning we're going to build an ultra high to take and alleviate some of the additional aircraft down at some of the lower levels, what is the best way to, what altitude would work best to stratify the airspace where if you were to build an ultra high, they would be effective? Would it be, let's build an ultra high flight level 360 and above, how many aircraft would that capture? If it was 350 and above, how many aircraft would that capture? So using PDAR data definitely helps you decide on what's the best way to provide some kind of mitigation or a new procedure or a new airspace, some airspace capacity, but you want to take a look at traffic information. So the PDAR data will give us traffic information to help us lead us to a better decision.
Okay, thank you very much. There were 3 separate PDAR studies conducted on DCA helicopter routes. One looked at data from January 1st, 2024 to January 30th, 2025, including counts by month, day, hour, and aircraft type. Can you pull up Mr. Fuchs, Exhibit 3G. Page 9. So in total, there were 13,866 helicopter flights transiting the DCA airspace. If I'm wrong on it, understanding any of this, please let me know. It's a long day. 10,990, which is on the next one, of which were military helicopter operations. It looks like there were several areas where helicopter traffic converged off of runway 33, and the study notes that as a hotspot at some point, I think pages 15 to 18 of the study. On page 25, it shows that for Route 1 West, Segment 1 from Chainbridge to Keybridge, 1,486 helicopter flights exceeded the route altitude restrictions of 0 to 700 feet. From Keybridge to Memorial Bridge, also on Route 1 West, 1,733 flights exceeded the route restriction of 0 to 300 feet. From Memorial Bridge to James Creek Marina, again, Route 1 West looks like 1,852 flights exceeded the route restriction of 0 to 200 feet. For Route 4, the north section around DCA, 523 flights exceeded the route restriction of 0 to 200 feet, about 17.5% of all flights. The most egregious were the southern portion of Route 4 and Route 6, just over and slightly west of DCA around Glebe Road. The second study was to look at helicopter and civilian aircraft operations, encounters between helicopter and civilian aircraft over Route 1 and Route 4, and how many civilian flights are offloaded to Route 33, or runway 33, given that squeeze on miles and trail. This was done at the request of NTSB, and that looked at January 1, 2018 through February 29, 2020, and January 1, 2023 through February 28, 2025. We excluded a time period due to the pandemic. I think I was, if you can turn to page 14 of the study, I think it's actually page 54 of the exhibit, maybe. I think what I was particularly struck by was encounters by airline, and I believe that's military aircraft, with PSA being number 1, and PAT taking up most of them. You do have some that are unknown. Republic Airlines, American Airlines, Southwest, and JetBlue. If you can go to the back one, 13. Yeah, this one shows that the CRJ7 has the most. Go down to 215. And there's the heat map right off of 3.3. I guess I'm wondering from all this, and you can take it down, all this is in the docket. What I'm trying to figure out is, how do we not find this out after an accident? How do we ensure that data is being evaluated and shared among all groups, whether it's federal organizations or users of the airspace, including commercial airlines, helicopter operators, everyone. I'm trying to figure out how we do better data sharing. I mean, here you have basically what looks like predictable at some point, and then you have I don't know, we have a list of different databases or data systems, ARIA, ASIAS, PDARS, ATSAP, ASAP, ASRS, more, NEMAC. I mean, there are so many. How do we do better to share data so that we can be more predictive and less reactive?
So I completely agree with you. And one of the things as I look through the chairman's factual report is none of the airlines had identified any of the risk here. The Army hadn't identified the risk here, and we hadn't identified the risk here. So again, we have to get back to that collective risk, just like we talked about with Denver. How do we use all of our data, which is gold, to actually make some jewelry out of it and come up with some really good fixes for this? I don't know, but I hope that the AI tools that we're developing will find some of the things that we're missing that we just can't catch, because most of the operations that we looked into were actually compliant. They had an appropriate level of visual separation, or they were some divergent rule that was being applied. But we need to really modernize how we measure risk and how we proactively address it. I completely agree with you.
Well, and I feel like, I feel like everyone's so siloed. FAA may have access to a whole lot of data. Army may have some data. We have data when we ask for it. Mr. Dressler may have no data. CAST may have some data, but commercial airlines, and I know, I called American after I believe it was probably that flyover event, and they didn't even know about it until I talked to them. So how do we get to the point where we're all talking with each other and not so siloed, so that we're sharing that information? We've got to figure out a better way to do this.
I think the administrator has really been pushing forward with hosting a lot of the forums. And so we've had the helicopter operators in, we've had, I think commercial is who we had in, and we had GA. The problem is we had them all in separately, right? And so they all gave us their perspective. We need to find a way to integrate some of these conversations, and so that we're all working for the fix together as well. But I can certainly take that back, and you have my commitment to explore opportunities to do that.
Thank you. Member Grimm.
Staying with that theme kind of about sharing information, the information from ADSAP, from yesterday's testimony and today, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done with ADSAP, and I don't know if you have any oversight on that, but it's important. I'm not sure the event review committees are working the way they should be with some of the results, but people should be seeing stuff, the individual with maybe additional training or procedures or policy changes at a facility, and that stuff can be de-identified and put out to the facility, but it just doesn't seem like it's happening. And I think if you look at the numbers of reports coming in, they're probably down too, just looking at some of the stuff in our docket. So I would hope
that would be part of the program.
We agree. And I think we can even do some data mining. See, the numbers are there. I mean, we could be able to tell you, I can't tell you right now, but what the trends are, how many ATSAPs are turned in via monthly basis. We can even do it by region. Do we see more in Western, Central? Is there trends there? There's definitely a lot of data mining that we can do. But to your point, and we were really good with ATSAP when we first rolled it out. And we were very deliberate in how we went to field facilities and talked about the value of voluntary safety reporting programs and building a safety culture. And then some drift happened, and I think we started getting into what I called folklore. People started making it into things that it was never intended to be. One of the most famous things was a get-out-of-jail-free card. It was never meant to be a get-out-of-jail-free card. You can still do performance management when somebody files an ATSAP. Just have to know exactly what the way to proceed with these things and make sure that you do it the correct way. We were very conscientious. John Murdoch was part of the team. Let's go back out and do field facility visits and make sure people understand the value of these things. But to your point, I think we need to continue ensuring that ATSAP information is readily available and we identify systemic issues so we can present the appropriate mitigations.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Inman.
Mr. Phillips, can you bring up, it's page 15, it's the Air Traffic Manager, Potomac. Mr. McIntosh, I realize you've got a big organization, and I apologize because you're not able to see everything that we've seen, so this may help you with a little bit of the frustration. The very first lines start with base this entire program off of. Yeah, we're going to go down to the bottom. This is the Air Traffic Manager for Potomac, and if you start around line 19, saying his entire workforce since 2008 has been trained to know anytime you make a mistake, you go and fill out a form, and for the most part, you're getting immunity, whatever word you want to call it. And a few minutes ago, you said performance management, so I'm going to skip down a little bit. I get told all the time, I'm hurting people's feelings when I talk to them about performance management, and I shouldn't talk to them. They already know what they did wrong. That's kind of indicative of what we found with frontline employees that are telling us. And I realize that's not your intention, but do you see the disconnect that we're seeing based on the docket material?
I am, and that's disappointing to read. Performance management is not meant to be punitive. It's meant to actually build controller skill sets and manager skill sets. Performance management is not always negative either. We should reinforce good behaviors, reinforce positive techniques. I'd
love for you to give us some more things to reinforce.
Yeah, these aren't
good things.
These aren't I'm sorry, I'm going to use Chairman Hamady. These shouldn't be siloed. Mm-hmm. These should be things that every manager, supervisor, employee should expect with good, active individual performance management. A controller never stops learning. A manager never stops learning. Mm-hmm. When there is a safety event, I was one that learned more by making a mistake and then realizing, okay, I won't do that again, right? And then what's best about that with good positive performance and feedback is then when I'm training somebody, I pass along those legacies. So IPM's never meant to be a negative, and chances are you don't have to pull someone in your office to yell at them or to give them bad news. If anything, if an employee goes to your office and they think they're going to get yelled at, you've already missed the boat. That should be a relationship between the supervisor and the controller, and it should be built on trust, and it should be built on being the very best we can be as safety professionals.
I don't disagree. I'm trying to show the disconnect between us and what we've read in 10 to 15,000 pages and the message we're receiving. That is where real frustration is coming, and I just reiterate it. And I also want to go back, and I appreciate you saying you're going to start using AI, do data mining and researching. I love the fact that you're doing it. Can I give you your first suggestion, and it doesn't really take AI or data mining?
Of course.
Currently, there are 205 open recommendations from the NTSB to the FAA. 108 are in acceptable status. Do you know how many are in unacceptable?
I don't have that metric, but I think you're going to tell me.
You're going to need better staff to prep your books. 61 are currently unacceptable. 36 are not yet classified, meaning we've given them or we don't have a response yet. We've closed 958 unacceptable. In fact, specific ones involving military aircraft with private aviation, involving controller training, emergencies and threat management, which we ask every one of these controllers about, and they don't remember doing. And it happened back in 2015. In 2023, we had to close it unacceptable because we couldn't get an answer. So instead of data mining AI or looking for trends, we've got 61 recommendations that are right now unacceptable. I think that'd be a great place to start, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, can I have one more question, but I'd like to turn the timer off for the answer.
Sure. Or it can just...
Yeah, just keep going. I just don't want to feel uncomfortable. I think I have one more question, and this is kind of a little bit of Groundhog Day, because Mr. Allen, each day I've had the opportunity to see, and I truly appreciate your testimony and what you've told us, and I think our staff would indicate that you've really been a good asset in working with us and your interviews and everything else. And each day I've come to you and asked, what have we asked you that you would, what have we not asked that you would like to tell us? And each day you've said, can I wait till tomorrow or the next day? Well, we're running out of days, and I don't want to come back tomorrow. So first off, I appreciate your diligence. You probably answered more questions than anyone else. So thank you for that. So I wanted you to have a moment to tell us what we need to know to make this safer.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this hearing. I want to thank the Board of Inquiry, the technical panel, and the entire NTSB. I don't think the transportation, having gone through multiple events now with the NTSB and intimately working with your team during these events for well over a year now, I don't think transportation as a whole could be where it is today without the work that you do. So I wanted to thank you and the entire NTSB. As far as the reason why we're here and anything that may be missed, I honestly have thought long and hard about it, and each night, the little bit of time I have before I go to bed, because we're here all night. With working with your team and stuff, I don't know that there's anything that I haven't said, to be honest. I've shared everything through various interviews. You have my various testimonies. I've said it here. I think, you know, listening to the past 3 days, there are a lot of things that can be done differently. I don't think this accident occurred that night. I think it happened years before. We've talked about, you know, resources, whether they were available or unavailable at certain time frames, folks being listened to or not being listened to at certain times. This was not that evening. It was a combination over many years that I think that built up to that evening. So what I would hope as we move forward here, and what I've learned over the past 3 days, is each party table, the witnesses, the technical panel, and the board, I think everybody has learned something different or something new by all of us coming together. And what I would like to see is the FAA lead that charge now and bring everyone together. There be no handcuffs. There be no, it has to remain in this scope, or have that free, open discussion across all lines of business, across all issues, and get back into the facilities and the people. We can go out and buy equipment. We've referenced that they just gave us $12.5 billion. We can go out and buy it tomorrow. But what we can't do is not invest in the people that have to operate that equipment every day. We must invest in them. We must make every day that much more better and more safer, so we don't have to have this panel again. That's what I've gained from this over the past 3 days. Thank you.
We appreciate your service and your colleagues, every one of them that are out there today. So tell them thanks. Madam Chair, that's all the questions I have for the front row.
They're not totally excused because they're just going to the other row. Okay.
Chairwoman Hamady, I think we have one more follow-up from the tech panel for the front row.
Well, you could still ask them when they're in the back row too, right? Because I have others. Yeah, no, go ahead, Mr. Grau.
I promise to make it very quick, but just regarding ATSAP, and I think for you, Mr. Allen, regarding access to ATSAP reports, or maybe the helicopter working group, given we have two programs for sharing of ATSAP and ASAP reports, as noted in the group chairman factual, ASIAS did provide those to the NTSB. Just want to clarify, did you attempt to get access to ATSAP reports and were unable, or did you not attempt?
I had not made an attempt.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
We're free to make the change now.
All right. Look, Mr. Fuller's actually smiling.
They can have, there should be a candy basket back there.
Please take your name plate.
Please take your name tag and try and keep the same arrangement.
I'll also just one more time say you don't have to keep your jackets and ties on, except for Colonel DeForest. So Member Inman isn't back yet. Apparently there's a stash of snacks and water over here if anyone needs anything. There you go. Oh, and on the other side? Oh, and on the other side over here. All right, we're going to go ahead and start. Dr. Bauer, do you have your technical panel?
Yes, we do.
Start whenever you'd like.
Hey, Bill, are you ready to go? All right, Dr. Bramble will begin the questioning of this part of the panel.
Okay. Thank you all for your patience and your dedication to safety and for being here. Mr. Saylor, you are, well, could you please just state your position for everybody who's here?
Yes, Chris Saylor, Director of Safety and Regulatory Compliance with PSA Airlines.
Okay, would you please describe the staffing and organization of PSA's safety management system?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have oversight of the flight safety, maintenance safety, safety management system, emergency response, regulatory compliance, and a few other things mixed in. Our safety management system, we are fully compliant Part 5. We were approved in 2015, one of the first first regional airline to our understanding that was approved Part 5. Under flight safety, we have numerous safety programs. We have an aviation safety action program for the pilots, dispatch, and mechanics. We have a general hazard reporting system. We have flight operation quality assurance, FOQA, line operation safety audit, LOSA, and a fatigue risk management program.
Okay. Under Part 5, what are the major components of your safety management system?
Yeah, absolutely. Built on 4 pillars of the SMS. The first pillar obviously being safety policy. That's the overarching policy that we have governing all of our safety programs and the non-punitive reporting of all employees. We have safety risk management. That's basically defines how we identify hazards and how we risk assess them in the organization. We have safety assurance, which outlines basically the different ways that we monitor the risk mitigations that we put into place, and how the safety assurance works through many data sources, being flight safety data, internal auditing, external source data, etc. And then lastly, safety promotion, which in my opinion is probably the most important. That really goes to your safety culture like we were talking about previously, and people's education and understanding of SMS, the reporting programs, and understanding how to file safety reports, et cetera.
What tools did PSA have to identify traffic conflicts or similar kinds of events near midair collisions in the DCA terminal area?
Yeah, so absolutely. So the primary way of internal data that we had was the Aviation Safety Action Program, the ASAP reports. We also had operations reports, or the general hazard reporting. Those reports are required to be filed by pilots if they receive a TCAS RA. FOQA also monitored TCAS RA as a safety performance indicator for the airline. And then those are the primary internal sources that we had. Externally, we, like I mentioned, we participate in a SIAS, and we use that data as well.
How did PSA analyze and act upon such events, such as your TCAS RA events or your ASAP reports?
Yeah, absolutely. So every single TCAS RA event that we receive, we bring into our SMS. It's individually risk rated, and we track those, report on those on a weekly basis up to our leadership team, and they're also tracked and trended into all of our SMS meetings that we have on a monthly and quarterly basis. The ones that are associated with ASAP reports, some of those we're able to coordinate through the Confidential Information Sharing Program, CISP, which we heavily utilize that and coordinate with CISP.
And how does CISP interface with other entities or organizations?
Yeah, so basically when it's an ASAP reports filed and it goes through CISP, if there's an ADSAP controller report available, we'll match those up. Sometimes there may not be an ADSAP report available, but that's really what we rely on. That's really the primary way of being able to identify, the other traffic, get the radar data and everything we would need to paint a full picture of the event. We really rely on CISP. Now, if we know who the traffic intruder is, if we through the report or the pilot report, they identify the other aircraft, we can work with the other airlines. We're a very close-knit community. There's really no competition in safety, so I can pick up the phone and call any of our, industry partners and in the aviation safety business, and we can coordinate together.
When you do have an event like that, is it standard practice to notify the threat partner in a traffic conflict or near midair?
It just depends really on the severity of the event and the details that we're given, and if follow-up is necessary.
We noted in the data that there were a lot of instances of unknown aircraft conflicts identified in the FAA system, or perhaps that was the RES system, I can't recall. But do you have trouble identifying the other intruder aircraft sometimes?
Yeah, it just depends, obviously, on how much data the pilots are able to give us on if they know what the intruder aircraft was, if they have much detail from ATC at the time. Like I said, if we have enough data to action on it, we can. If we don't have enough data, that's really where we're going to be reliant on CISP or, in an aggregate way, working through a SIAS and really trying to fuse the data to be able to give us, access to the information that we need to take action.
But has that felt like a particular challenge, or does it feel like you generally can find out when you need to?
Like I said, if the details are given to us, we can certainly action them. But, in general terms, I think when we're talking about a SIAS and fused data sets and being able to give us access to more data, that would be certainly helpful.
Okay. Soon after the accident, PSA informed the NTSB about 5 TCAS RAs, its flights it had encountered in the DCA area within 6 months of the accident. How did PSA identify and analyze those events before the accident?
Yeah, so, those 5 events we brought in, risk assessed each one of them as part of the SMS. They were put into the overall metric for TCAS RAs and our monitoring of DCA. Those 5 events, we're in that same time frame. We flew 38,000 operations into DC. So those 5 events were, made up less than 1% of the total operations.
Okay, were any of those events similar to the accident event?
None of those events were identified. All of the events were TCAS RAs, and none of them were involved with runway 33, and none of those events were identified as near midair collision.
Okay. If a near miss involved an external party like the tower or the Department of Defense, one of their aircraft, what process was available to facilitate joint analysis and risk mitigation?
When you say the tower, you mean air traffic control?
Yes. So if we were in the terminal area and you had a reported near miss or near midair collision or loss of separation by one of your flight crews, and they believed that there was some tower involvement in the event, how would you coordinate with FAA on analyzing and responding to that? And then I'd like also a similar answer about what you would do if there was a near midair collision between a PSA aircraft and a military helicopter, for example, in the DC area before the accident.
Yeah, so first and foremost, obviously, if we had any report of near midair collision, we would immediately take action in our SMS. We would take that extremely seriously. But again, if it involved tower, that's where we're going to work with the FAA and ADSAP, through the CISP program. So we're able to be more specific with the CISP program. We're able to send that report over through the CISP to ADSAP, and they may or may not have a matching controller report. But in an event such as what you're describing, if it were to be a more serious event, they would certainly reach out and try to solicit a report, from my understanding. So the main coordination would obviously on the safety side would be through CISP, but I know through other events that we've mitigated with DCA, such as some of our ground-related issues, we've reached out to their air traffic management team and worked directly, and we have a relationship with them. So we would have certainly, been all over it to make sure that we investigated it and took the required actions.
So you have an event review committee that examines ASAP reports, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. We have an event review committee, and that committee consists of the FAA, the Airline Pilots Association, and the company, and they meet on a every 2-week basis, if not more.
Okay, and the tower seems to also have an ERC that reviews ATSAP reports. Would the two ERC committees ever interact, or is that something that happens?
Yeah, and we have in the past. Actually, 2 years ago, we were working through risks identified at DCA on the ground in regards to taxiway and runway incursion type issues, and we coordinated numerous times through the ADSAP program and CISP, and sharing reports and working together jointly to come up with mitigations. And ultimately, we actually had a joint ERC meeting, and then it led to an info share presentation that we did in 2023 together with the CISP program, PSA, and CISP, working through some of those issues at DC.
How about with the military? If you had a close call with a military helicopter in the DC area before the accident, what steps would you have taken to try and address that?
Yeah, so I don't have any direct contact with anybody from the military. If we had a close call with somebody in the military, I would certainly be trying to find one. We're audited by the Department of Defense on an every 2-year basis, and they check in with us every 6 months, so we do have some contacts there. We would certainly reach out and try to coordinate, but I don't have any direct military safety contacts pre-accident.
Okay. You mentioned your participation with ASIAS. Had there been any ASIAS analyses that had generated any concerns that you were aware of about mid-air collision risks in the DCA terminal area before the accident?
Not specifically. ASIAS has always monitored TCAS RAs as a metric, and we've always reviewed that data. DCA never stood out as a top airport for us using that data.
Okay. Has PSA made any changes to the way that it analyzes data since the accident?
Yeah, absolutely. We've done a comprehensive SRM of DCA post-accident, looking at all of our available data sources. We've begun looking at traffic advisories within our FOCA program. That was not something we specifically did pre-accident. We started doing that post-accident. And we've instituted the new requirement for pilots to file safety reports, an operations report, we call it, if they receive a traffic advisory below 1,000 feet. That's system-wide, not just DC. And that's trying to obviously give us some more visibility into that data and some context on what might be causing a TA. So if there's anything actionable out there, we can, analyze it and take action.
Okay. Mr. Fuchs, can you pull up Exhibit 2, Hilo, November, page 8? And I'm going to direct my next questions to Colonel DeForest. Colonel DeForest, you've commanded the Army Aviation Brigade, which oversaw the 12th Aviation Battalion and crew of PAT 25, since August 2024, which was about 5 months before the accident. This is a notional diagram of Army aviation safety-related organizations, individuals, and programs, including the Army Aviation Brigade and organizations above and below in the chain of command. Can you tell me where you're located in this diagram and describe the chain of command below and above you?
Absolutely. Can you hear me? Okay. So in referencing the diagram that is on the screen, where I am, if you look at the far left column, so working from the top, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks. I'm the fourth down, the Army Aviation Brigade. So I'm in that middle of the stack that's on the far left. My commanding officer, my higher chain of command is Brigadier General Tony Gant. There was recently a change of command. She commands the Military District of Washington, while also call it a dual-hatted command, Joint Task Force, National Capital Region. Subordinate organizations to the Army Aviation Brigade include an airfield division, a rotary wing battalion, and 2 fixed-wing battalions, and an associated headquarters staff. Within 12th Aviation Battalion, there's 3 flight companies, a headquarters, maintenance company, and then a combat engineer rescue company.
Okay, and I think in one of the interviews that we conducted, someone in your organization described, actually it might have been a higher level organization, but described the safety program for operational aviation units as being nested and embedded. Can you kind of give us a feel for what was the general approach to managing safety at the unit level?
Okay. I'd say safety, for everybody here, it includes everybody. Everybody's involved in safety. Where I, guide the organization, it's a comprehensive policy informed by Army regulation and the Army Aviation Center of Excellence standards. Okay, so risk mitigation is going to be a theme for a lot of my statements. Embedded into everything we do, from pre-mission planning, actual mission execution, and then after action reviews. What I value in our safety program, first and foremost is the people, making sure I have adequate trained professionals in this formation, and they're arrayed appropriately. So in context, the Army Aviation Brigade has today 664 assigned, okay? 12th Aviation, which is the Rotary Wing Battalion within the Army Aviation Brigade, has just over 360 assigned. Within that organization, there's currently 5 safety trained professionals. Now, most everybody that we know, you can't just rely upon your safety officers in your formation to have a fully functioning safety program. So we rely on our specialists. So within an Army Aviation Battalion, you have a lot of specialty warrant officers trained in a lot of things. So Standardization. This is going to go to one of my responses in my transcript. So standardization is paramount in Army aviation. When we want to foster a safe and a safe organization, and this is our mantra in that organization is standards plus discipline drives your safety culture. So we value the standardization in our organization. We hold that to a high level of importance. Within 12th Aviation right now, there's 12 instructor pilots, 5 safety officers, a handful of, 1 or 2 aviation mission survivability officers and aviation maintenance officers. All those individuals help inform and drive a safety culture. What I feel is important in the organization, is went back to that training, so I wanted to lay out where the people are and where they're trained and what their credentials are. So next is going to be our reporting. What do we report on? And I think, previous panel mentioned SMSs, so that's the aviation or Army aviation safety management information system. So that's the common platform where we're going to make our reporting through. Next is going to be how do we train our people and continuously evaluate them? That's very, very important. Data monitoring. I think a lot of the discussion here, we all understand we need to monitor that data, what that data means, who has access to it, and what are those trends. And then and this is me specifically, after action reviews, that is so important because that is where you're going to reveal some of that unanticipated risk. So those things you just didn't expect when you went out and conducted your operation or mission or whatever task you were conducting. So from the people, the governance, those meetings that we sit in, how we report the data, how we look at the data, but also how do we see ourselves during those after action reviews. And hopefully that's a good summary of how I feel about our safety program.
Can we pull up the figure again? So those 5 safety officers that you mentioned, they're embedded in these different levels of the stack that you're in between Military District of Washington and Bravo Company.
So those 5 safety officers, they're going to be organic to 12th Aviation Battalion. At the brigade level, there's currently 2 trained safety professionals and 2 standardization officers.
Okay. And my understanding from the interviews that we conducted is that the officers, the commanding officers at each level are in charge of the safety program. They're accountable for the safety management process. But the safety officers provide the expertise to help manage that program. Is that right?
That is correct. So your company commanders, and for flight companies, they are your low-risk approval authorities. So Army captains, they're in charge of their company. Most companies are just less than 100 people. Those company commanders are going to look to their safety officers to execute their safety program.
Okay. If we can put the chart back up again, please. And so where do the safety officers receive their training? And is that depicted on this diagram someplace?
I'll take that answer. The safety officers receive training from the Combat Readiness Center, and the safety professionals receive training through Army Material Command.
Okay, thank you. Colonel DeForest, can you describe for us the difference between a near-midair collision as defined by the FAA and a near-miss as defined by the Army? And Brian, you can take the chart down now.
So a near-midair collision, based on the discussion I heard, is anything less than a mile or 400 feet, if I heard correctly. And then a near miss for the Army can include the ground and air. So we report it in 2 different ways.
Okay. What capability did your brigade have to identify near midair collisions or near misses involving Army helicopters in or near or in or below Class Bravo airspace near DCA.
Okay. So I would say the different layers that I look at when I view the airspace in the National Capital Region. So those that have access to the FAA, because I think they see the picture holistically. So 12th Aviation Battalion has a liaison in the Multi-Agency Contingency Coordination Center in Herndon, Virginia. So that liaison officer works alongside an FAA representative. Next is going to be a Joint Task Force NCR. They representatives not organic to 12th Aviation, but in my chain of command, they hold a bi-weekly joint airspace protection working group. So if there's anything related to exercise using the airspace or airspace issues, they would talk about it then. And then certainly we participate in the DC, the Rotary Wing Working Group, and also the SRMs as they occur. So those are the meetings that we attend and have representation in.
So the primary method would be to find out through those entities or processes?
Yes, for in-person interaction. There's also the reporting that can come from the U.S. Army Aeronautical Services Agency. I think I mentioned them on day one. So there's an Army representative titled the Department of the Army Regional Representative, and that's where the information flows down to, most of the time, commonly it goes to the battalion commander before it goes to a brigade commander. So that's where the unit would be informed of, say, a near miss.
Okay, so a near miss that involves a near midair collision would likely be reported to you through this liaison to the FAA. What's the name of that position again?
So the position, and it's typically a Army Lieutenant Colonel, so it's Department of the Army Regional Representative to the FAA.
Okay, so that's one mechanism that you might find out. In what ways could your pilots report this kind of an event?
So for, say you're out flying and you either hear that you may have caused a traffic advisory, resolution advisory, or you think you just participated in an unsafe act. So how this would go is you would report it on the radio to air traffic control, as much information as you could, and then you would, as a crew, discuss it either if you needed to return to base or continue your flight. You'd absolutely talk about it during your AAR and speak to the mission briefing officer that briefed you for that flight. So the conversation would continue post-flight, and based on the severity of the incident, absolutely, that's where the crews would put together a report, and it would be in ASMS.
Can you define AAR?
After action review.
Okay, so it's our understanding that there were two reporting mechanisms available to the pilots. One was an ASMS report, the Army Safety Management Information System. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the other is an operational hazard report. Which of these would be the preferred mechanism for reporting this kind of event?
So from my understanding, ASMS is the preferred reporting. OHR, in my experience, is for austere locations. So if you don't have access to a computer, it's a form you'd fill out, say, in the field, and it would be later ingested into ASMS.
And how long has ASMS been in place as a reporting system of that type?
Since 2021.
Okay. So prior to ASMS, was an OHR the method for reporting?
Yes, to my understanding.
Okay. All right. Had your helicopter pilots submitted any reports of near midair collisions in the DCA terminal area since you assumed command?
Not to my knowledge.
How would the crew of one of your helicopters become aware if their helicopter triggered a traffic alert or a TCAS resolution advisory in a commercial airplane while flying in this area?
They would not. Unless it was heard on the radio, they would not have a cockpit indication.
Did other DC area operators, either fixed wing or helicopter, ever inform the 12th Aviation Battalion or brigade staff about such conflicts during your tenure? Prior to the accident?
Not since I've been in the organization, no.
Okay. Did your brigade ever have reason to reach out to another operator over perceived conflicts, traffic conflicts?
Not to my own knowledge, no.
Did the FAA ever inform you about traffic conflicts between your helicopters and other operators in the area?
No, they did not.
All right, let's talk about the Army Regional Representative, designated Army Regional Representative. Did you have interactions with them in the 5 months before the accident?
Not in the 5 months before the accident.
Okay. Have you had interactions with them in previous commands?
Yes, I have.
What was the nature of those typically?
It would be for alleged pilot deviation.
Okay. Tell me about brigade participation in helicopter safety working groups for the DC area.
So we would, or at least the one that I know of that occurred, so at least one representative from the brigade attended. And this is, I think it was in August of 2024.
Do you remember, are you aware of anything that came out of that in terms of recommendations that might be relevant to this accident?
Nothing came out.
All right, summing up, did the Army Aviation Brigade or 12th Aviation Battalion have safety concerns about the potential for mid-air collisions along the DC helicopter routes before the accident occurred?
No, I think the biggest risk, and Mr. Van Vechten mentioned, I believe yesterday, so a mid-air collision risk would be during a multi-ship formation flight. I think he described it very well. The other highest risk event would be a flight down, a night NBG flight to Quantico. So flights along the DC helo routes, I would say were considered relatively safe. No concerns with any proximity to commercial or rotary wing traffic along those routes while under air traffic control.
Okay, Mr. Fuchs, if you could put up the same exhibit. I'd like to turn to Mr. Stedman. Mr. Stedman, where are you located in the diagram, or where were you located at the time of the accident?
In the, excuse me, in the same place as Colonel DeForest. I work for him.
Okay, and it's my understanding you work closely together and had offices in the same building?
That's correct.
Okay. How long had you been a safety officer in the Army Aviation Brigade prior to the accident?
I started August 31st, 2009.
Can you describe your responsibilities?
My primary duty is to advise the commander and his staff on safety matters.
What guidance did you rely on to advise him and help manage safety at the TAB?
Are you asking like prior experience?
No, I'm asking about Army guidance and policies. Which documents did you refer to?
We follow the Army Safety Program that's in Department of the Army Regulation 38510 and some criteria is in Department of the Army Pamphlet 38510.
What percentage of your time was devoted to aviation safety versus ground safety, environmental safety, occupational health?
I estimated that at least 50% of my time was devoted to aviation safety.
Okay, and how much of that was helicopter safety?
With program areas that we have in 4 battalions, an airfield division, 2 fixed wing, and helicopter, not all of that 50% was devoted to helicopters, but I couldn't give you an exact number, I don't think.
You have the Army Aviation Brigade has a pretty diverse aviation operation, is that fair?
That is fair to say.
Okay, can you review again which battalions, how many battalions and which have which type aircraft?
12th Battalion has Black Hawk helicopters. Our battalion at Joint Base Andrews has 6 jet aircraft. Our fixed wing battalion at Davison has a detachment that has 6 fixed wing aircraft. And we run the airfield division that runs Davison Army Airfield and the Pentagon helipad.
Okay, that includes air traffic control personnel?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you and Colonel DeForest managed safety for all of those operations?
Affirmative.
And how many other safety officers did you have assisting you?
At brigade level, there's 2 of us. At each battalion, there's a battalion safety officer, and each flight company has an aviation safety officer, as well as the maintenance company has an aviation safety officer, and the ground companies would have unit safety officers.
Okay, and just to be precise, the second safety officer at the brigade level had recently joined the brigade just before the accident, is that correct?
That's correct. Started working the week of the mishap.
Okay. Okay, it's our understanding that the brigade did not have a program to monitor operational flight data from its UH-60 helicopters to ensure that, for example, they remain below maximum altitudes on the DC helicopter routes. Do you know why not?
I couldn't answer that question.
I will try. Yeah, DODI 6055.19 is the guidance from Department of Defense for the services to execute an MFOQA program. The Army has a portion of that in that we monitor flight data to support readiness through maintenance, as was mentioned earlier during the hearing. We have not been able to. It was an unfunded requirement. When it came to us, we have been unable to actually get started. We have gone back to OSD and told them that and asked if they could support with resources, and they said that they could not. So that's where we are at this point on our MFOQA program.
Okay.
Mr. McManus, OSD?
Office of the Secretary of Defense.
Okay. In the year or so before the accident, how often did the 12th Aviation Battalion receive safety reports from helicopter crews about flight safety related issues, either through ASMS or OHR?
Could you clarify what you mean by safety reports? Did they receive them or did they submit them?
How often did you receive them from flight crews? Either, forwarded to you from the battalion level or directly to you at the brigade level?
And for what time period?
Say the year prior.
For the year prior, I received no operational hazard reports. For the year prior, on the near miss reports as defined by the Army, I don't have the number for that, but near miss reports from the first one they submitted in 2021 until the time of the mishap, the total was 5 of the 23 that were submitted across the entire brigade. 3 of those were for wildlife strikes, One was for an off-duty event, and one was for a pre-flight event where some tail rotor drive shaft covers were found left open.
Okay, so as far as flight safety related reports involving the helicopters at the 12th Battalion, it was about 4, and 3 of them were wildlife strikes?
One was a ground aircraft pre-flight, 3 were in the air. None of them were near miss reports near DCA.
Okay. If a near midair collision involving a battalion helicopter occurred in or below the Class B airspace around DCA, how would that event be identified and evaluated? I guess we already talked about how you might find out about it, but how would you evaluate it and decide what action to take? And this is for either Mr. Stedman or Colonel DeForest.
Absolutely. So after after that event would occur, the crews would talk about it. That would go to the mission briefing officer, ultimately the final mission approval authority, and that's where the conversation between the commander, the standardization officer, and the safety officer would discuss. Something like that, if it was a near miss, I want to know about it. Therefore, the battalion commander would be informed, and I would be informed. How do you memorialize that in your aircrew training program? So the next steps would be to include it in the next safety council. Those are usually every month at the company level. And then it would be included in a quarterly safety and standardization meeting. Along those, so that's how we're capturing it across the organization. If there's an immediate change that needs to be made, the standardization section within the company would issue a standsgram. So that's it's a memorandum, and it would go into the aircrew information reading file. Really what that means is it's information that's distributed across the entire aircrew training program, so all crew members will see it, and they must review it before the next flight. So there's it's very, very timely in my opinion. So you're going to see it captured probably on a memo within a day or two. It will be discussed. That specific battalion does daily closeouts with leadership. They're going to communicate it across the other flight companies. Then it's going to work its way up to brigade, where the brigade standardization instructors, so I have a fixed wing and a rotary wing standardization instructor, they're going to look at it and review it. So within a day or two, it'll get to my level. And then dependent upon who else needs to know, because that's super important. Usually you're going to call the other aircrew, the other flight department, if you know who it is, so they know about it as well.
Is this wrapped into the mandatory quarterly Safety and Occupational Health Advisory Council meeting?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then what's the difference between that and the monthly Safety Council? Or is it the same thing?
Yeah, I'll take that one. The monthly meeting is a monthly safety meeting at the flight companies. The safety councils at the battalion are quarterly meetings that feed into the semi-annual SOHAC, which is Safety and Occupational Health Advisory Council. All of those meetings are the battalion safety meeting and the brigade SOHAC are held in conjunction with the aviation flight standardization meeting at the same time.
Okay. It's our understanding that the safety-related implications of such events were supposed to be handled at the lowest possible organizational level. Why is that?
That's published in Army guidance. Are you talking about a near mid-air collision report or just a near miss report?
I think this guidance pertains to OHRs, but I could be mistaken. But
so if an operational hazard report was filed, what the colonel said was the crew, if they perceived an in-flight hazard, would report that to ATC on the radio. Once they landed, if they were filling out an operational hazard report, they would give the piece of paper to their aviation safety officer or their operations officer. That report would be handled right away, and the report would be handled if it involves civil aircraft or civil ATC. A copy of that report would be sent to the FSDO and to the Department of the Army Regional Representative. And when we submit that report through the safety chain to them, We would request a written reply of their actions taken in the investigation while we conducted our own look into the matter at the brigade.
So I'm a little bit unclear on whether or not sometimes an event such as a near midair collision would be handled entirely through verbal communication versus documented in a report, either through a OHR or SMSs. But can you comment on whether that would always be documented in a formal reporting system?
Yeah, so if they filed an operational hazard, or if they told their aviation safety officer about an operational hazard report that they had determined was a near midair collision, and they did not fill out the operational hazard report, their aviation safety officer would fill that report out and forward it through the chain. If they were to report it via the near miss reporting system in SMSs, the safety chain would get an email automatically that that report was filed, take a look at it, and if it was for a near midair collision, then take action to get an OHR started and submitted through channels.
Okay. And then how would that information reach higher level Army safety organizations?
When we reported it through the Department of the Army Regional Representative, there are a few conditions where an operational hazard report would also go to the Army Combat Readiness Center, and we would report it to our higher command.
How did the Department of the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Environment, Safety, and Occupational Health, or DASA EOH, support your work as a safety officer? I'm asking you.
Any support that I got through that office would be through the Military District of Washington's safety manager.
Okay. What is your understanding of the Army Safety and Occupational Health and Management System, its purpose, origin, and status?
Army Safety and Occupational Health Management System we call ASOMS. We began using ASOMS in September of 2021. It's to improve our safety programs and to establish an SMS. I heard someone earlier talk about 4 pillars of their safety management system. The Army ASOMS has 6 capability objectives, and I think approximately 48 elements. I may be corrected in a minute if I'm wrong. Those are leadership engagement and personnel soldier readiness, investigate reports and mishaps, incidents and illnesses, conduct safety and occupational health training and promotion, conduct inspections and assessments, conduct hazard analysis and develop countermeasures, and health protection and readiness are those capability objectives.
And I would add in my terms, it's moving from reactive to proactive over 3 phases. Right now, we're currently complete with phase 1, moving to phase 2.
And what is phase 1 and what is phase 2?
I'll take that. There are 3 stages to maturity, and I think I used the word in our interview, implementation. That's just the Army word. All 3 stages are progressing at the same time. It's just how you validate your maturity in each of those stages is my understanding. Ms. McDonald may correct me in a minute. But you get a baseline in each stage, and as you progress improving your safety program, you graduate out of a stage and baselined into the next stage of those 3 stages.
And stage 1 is implementation, or that describes all the stages?
Implementation of the program is ongoing in all 3 stages at the same time. So you may be 100% green in stage 1 and still be making progress in stages 2 and 3 at the same time because you're working toward all of those. It's just how you're evaluated on the maturity to move along the stages each time.
Okay, what's stage 1?
Stage 1 is, I think the acronym is Plan, Act, Do. If I'm getting that wrong, but so you have all the policies in place for a safety program that addresses all of those elements. Once you have all of those in place, then stage 2, from my understanding, is measuring Are you doing all of those things? And then once in stage 3, it's, to my understanding, is it effective? Is it improving the safety program? And then evaluating what you need to relearn as time has changed and things have been improving, what else you can go back and do. So it's just a continuous cycle of improvement.
Is this system intended to address aviation safety issues?
To my understanding, it's intended to address all of the functional areas of safety for the Army.
Okay, and which Army organization developed the guidance for this and has promulgated it?
I believe that would be Ms. McDonald's responsibility at the end of the table here.
Okay. All right, how did the U.S. Army Combat Readiness Center, USACRC, and the U.S. Army Aviation Center of Excellence support your work as a brigade safety officer?
As a brigade, they would provide us with various briefings and products. They've come to our unit to provide safety assistance visits, where they're briefing the unit on aviation safety matters. Last time we asked for a briefing from them, I think it was August 2023, and then again in May of 2025. In between, we've done aviation stand-up in 2024, where they've provided products in the total Army effort to do that stand-up. In 2025, they've again provided products for the aviation safety stand-up, which is currently ongoing. They also provide a lot of products available through their website. They provide an aviation analytics dashboard that we can use to analyze Army aviation mishaps across the force or within our own organization. They put out a monthly newsletter called Flight Facts that we distribute widely through the organization, preliminary loss reports. They support us with online training for Army human factors, online training for the Army Safety Management Information System, and have a help desk that's never said no when we call. And I'm sure the list goes on, but that's what's in my mind right now.
And those functions you're describing, those are performed by or that support is provided by the Combat Readiness Center?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What information does the brigade, or did the brigade, provide to the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Environment and Occupational Health, the Combat Readiness Center, or the U.S. Army Aviation Center of Excellence in return? Like, did you feed them information, safety-related information as well?
We were providing reports through whatever the active reporting system was at the time. ASMS, I'm not sure when mishap and near miss reporting was stood up, but we started using that right away when it was implemented. We use the Army Hazard Management Module in ASMS, and the Program Management Module, I think, is still partially launched. We use that. And we use the Inspections, Assessments, and Audit Module of ASMS. And other than that, I think just the analytical stuff, or if we call them asking questions.
In the Hazard Management Module, can you describe what you use that for?
Hazard Management Module, if we did an inspection, assessment, or audit, that would populate into the Hazard Management Module. You could also manually enter hazards into the module, and personnel could make reports of hazards in that module, and they could even be anonymous.
Okay. Did you find that helpful, that module or the reporting system that ASMS provides?
I find it all to be a great program.
When was the Hazard Management Module phased in, Mr. McInnes? Can you give us that?
I believe Mr. Nelson would be best to answer that.
It was actually May of 2021.
Okay. All right, so we're going to do a transition from sort of the program management aspects of this at the brigade and battalion level to more of the data side of things with some of the higher level organizations. Yeah, great. If you keep that up for a minute. I'd like to start with Mr. McInnes. Can you tell us where you're located on this diagram?
If you look at on the right side of the chart that starts down through the senior Army leadership, and then take the leg that goes to the left and then comes down to the Combat Readiness Center. You'll see under the Combat Readiness Center the training and then the Director of Analysis and Prevention. And I sit as the Director of Analysis and Prevention. The mission of the Combat Readiness Center is to preserve Army readiness through analysis, training, and development of systems that prevent accidental loss of people and resources. We are a one-star command that reports through the Director of Army Safety, who is a two-star on the Department of the Army staff. But our Brigadier General has direct access to the Director of the Army staff, as well as to senior Army leaders, the Vice Chief, and the Chief of Staff.
Okay, and does the CRC own, for lack of a better word, the Army Safety Management Information System?
We do.
And does it also conduct the ARAP surveys?
We do.
Can you describe what that stands for and what that is?
Yeah, the Army Readiness Assessment Program is a battalion-level safety culture survey that a newly assigned battalion commander would sign up for and execute within the first 90 days of assuming command. Then after the sufficient number of surveys by the members of the organization had been completed, to assure the proper fidelity of the data, then that commander will schedule an outbrief with the safety technicians that work in the ARAP division within the Director of Analysis and Prevention, and they will be given a personal, however long they need, outbrief on what the data indicates after it has been analyzed, and also given ways ahead or tools that they can use to address any shortcomings that are identified.
Okay. Can you tell me, between these or other systems, was the Army tracking midair collision risk prior to the accident?
A midair collision is always at risk whenever there are two aircraft in the same area. So yes, we were tracking it as a risk. However, and as a where the severity would be catastrophic. However, the probability would be extremely rare. Is that particularly between Army and civil aircraft or commercial aircraft. This is the first time we have data going back to 1972 in our database, and this is the first Army and commercial air incident on record from 1972.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nelson, can you tell us your position at the CRC?
Yes, I'm actually dual-hatted. I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff and the ASMS 2.0 Director and Program Manager.
Okay. And so you are also in the Directorate of Analysis and Prevention?
I'm not.
Okay.
ASMS is its own directorate.
I see. Okay. All right. So what is the purpose and function of the Aviation Safety Management Information System?
So ASMS is the Army's designated system of record for safety and occupational health. And in that capacity, it is the single such system recognized to support those activities. If we think back to the activities or the components of ASOMs that Mr. Stedman mentioned earlier, ASMS has individual applications that underpin each one of those. So, for example, we have a mishap and near-miss reporting application that handles every aspect of that from cradle to grave, whether it be, a Class E mishap in which there's a laceration on someone's hand, to the complete loss of an Army aircraft that has a formal investigation board. Every aspect of that's supported. But ASMS is significant for a bigger reason, and that is it's the Army's first true total SOH system. And what I mean by that is we've unified all three components of the Army under one umbrella: the active Army, National Guard, and the Reserve. ASMS is, from a mishap reporting standpoint, we've done that for decades, and that's a very mature process. When we move into assessments, inspections, and hazards, and even into program management, those capabilities are new to the Army at large. And so this is a significant step forward, and it's a key driver to the success of SOH.
Okay, so tell me about the kind of information that you'd receive from an operational unit like the 12th Aviation Battalion or its parent organization, the Army Aviation Brigade.
It could be anything and everything I just mentioned, from a near miss report to a mishap to the conducting of an inspection to a hazard. So it could be any of those.
Okay. Do you regularly receive aviation safety related incident reports?
In general, yes.
Through the aviation safety?
They are through ASMS.
ASMS, okay. Do you receive OHRs?
Not directly. The OHR has historically been a separate form, a separate document, and our discussions as of late has been to leverage the near-miss tool as the single reporting tool and allow the attachment of the OHR to that, since it does support file attachment. So the goal of ASMS as the Total Army system, as I just mentioned, is to have the full collection of data from everything that happens within the Army, down to every level across all commands. So that's critical to having the data analysis capabilities that we need going forward.
And how do you feel the adoption of these reporting mechanisms has been throughout the operational aviation units? Do you feel like you have good participation?
We do. I will tell you that across all of the major commands, we have usage in all of them. So any Class A or B or Aviation C mishap will be reported through ASMS, and that's a given. We are at 100% reporting at that level.
And Mr. Stedman, I think in your interview, you mentioned that it seemed like you had better participation from the fixed wing battalion than from the helicopter battalions. Is that accurate?
I did say that in the interview, and afterwards I asked myself, why did I think that? I think a little expectation bias. When I went back and looked at it, 12th's first report was 2001. Their last report was in 2024. When I looked at the fixed wing unit, they had a cluster of reports that were in 2023 and 2024. So I think I may have just mentally been thinking that they were better than the 12th at reporting, but it was probably just the recency of reports that made me think that is what came to my mind after I went back and looked at the data. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's turn to Ms. McDonald. If we could put the chart back up. Can you tell us where you're located in this organization?
Sure. I'm all the way on the right-hand side. I work for the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Installations, Energy, and Environment. My position, though, is in the Office of the Secretary of the Army, and my job is really related to policy, advising our senior leaders, both the Vice Chief of Staff of the Army and the Assistant Secretaries of the Army. I'm supported by our Deputy Assistant Secretary for Environment, Safety, and Occupational Health, and that's where I sit.
Okay, and I think you mentioned that we might have gotten the organization of the diagram a little bit wrong here in terms of where you sit and how that relates to the other organizations. Do you want to maybe point out any corrections we should note?
So I think, for the most part, where I'm sitting is okay. I think what we didn't accurately capture is where our Director of Safety and our Assistant Deputy Chief of Staff, or G357, sits. So as Mr. Stedman pointed out, we do have a two-star general that is our Director of Safety on our military side. And then we also have 28 additional commands that are connected there too.
Okay, so that G357 bottom right center is should be a little bit elevated.
Yeah, you could almost put that up there where it says Department of Army HQDA Commander.
Okay.
I guess we'll definitely work on getting it corrected. So.
All right, and you're in the top left, I think.
I am in the top left. That is correct.
Okay.
Yep. I said top right, top left. It is.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, you told us sort of your relation to some of the other positions, but what's your role there?
So my role, and I specifically pulled my PD so I can make sure that I told you exactly what my role is. 40% of my job is to develop Army-wide safety strategies, plans, objectives, policies, programs, ensure mission execution includes safety and occupational health. I evaluate performance and compliance with safety laws, regulations. I represent the Army in interagency meetings and hearings like this one. I provide expert consultation to Army leadership, serve on boards and committees representing the Army, maintain liaison with federal agencies, review proposed legislation, prepare congressional testimony, and represent the Army in meetings, and participate in planning, budgeting, and oversight of execution of safety resourcing. And that is a position that affects Army-wide operations and includes aviation safety.
Okay. What involvement do you have with the ASOMS program?
So from a policy perspective, our office did author and issue through the Secretary of the Army the policy to implement the Army Safety and Occupational Health Management System. And then I also provide oversight to implementation and then the monitoring of the strategic objectives to implement.
Okay, and what's the vision for how ASOMS and ASMS are to interact with each other and with the operational units?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at our Army Safety and Occupational Health Management System, it's really built and designed so at the lowest level, our commanders have the ability to identify hazards and assess risk in their organization that drives then those standards, right, that develop those standards, implement those standards, and assess those standards for efficacy. It is supported by our information technology. We've continued to mature that support and have been for quite some time. And I know you're all safety management system experts over there, and I think you know as well as I do the best safety management systems that are out there that are high performing are supported by information technologies that align very closely with the tenants and in our situation, our capabilities of that management system.
Okay, and how about Mr. McInnes's organization in terms of his analysis capability? How is that to support ASOMS?
Currently, Mr. McInnes provides data analysis related to mishaps that have occurred and the implementation of that hazard tracking piece. So where our organizations can do inspections of any kind, put the information in there, the capability to actually track how well commands at all levels are developing their policies on doing those inspections. We'll use inspections as an example, putting the data in the tool, and then it provides the capability to track to completion those corrective actions. That's one example.
Okay. 2023 General Accountability Office report noted deficiencies in Army National Guard safety management, including high workload that degraded Army National Guard safety officer efforts and National Guard pilots' challenges meeting flight hour goals. Has the active duty Army aviation faced similar challenges?
I would say yes, and then I would tell you that we are currently in the midst of our manpower model evaluation, which we do have to recertify every single year. It defines step by step how our safety professionals and our safety officers are to execute their duties as our safety SMEs across the Army. And then it gives us a workload number so that we know those requirements, right? So that we know how many safety people, whether our safety and occupational health professionals or our aviation safety officers or our ground safety officers, the outcome is to define those requirements in which it takes to get us to minimum compliance.
Do you know what triggered that report?
I believe there was a National Guard helicopter accident in the state of New York.
Do you recall the nature of the accident?
I do not.
Okay. Anybody else on the panel?
Yes, it was a training flight where there were 3 personnel on board, and during the execution of a maneuver in a Black Hawk that involved the stabilator on the Black Hawk, the crew, they initiated the maneuver at an airspeed that was not acceptable for the maneuver, and the aircraft crashed on the airfield.
Okay. Thanks. That concludes my questions.
And Dr. Groff, did you want to get a clarification? No? Okay. No, I think that this concludes the questioning from the technical panel. Thank you.
All righty. We will begin with who wants to go first? FAA.
No questions, ma'am.
Wonderful. NADCA.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We just have one question, probably for Mr. Stedman or Colonel DeForest. Just in the review of the safety incidences and anything, were any of them involving the use of pilot-applied visual separation, either with either aircraft, either an Army asset or a civil asset that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. That's all.
Army.
Hey, Colonel DeForest, who owns the risk in your organization for aviation safety?
It depends which level of risk. So for high level, I own it. For medium, a battalion commander owns it. And then for low level risk, that's a company commander.
And for policies within the organization, is it streamlined, or who has the authority to change those policies?
So that is at the, so if we're going to overall risk assumption, the change of the policy, as I understand, is going to be with the proponent. So right now, the primary tool we use to characterize risk is our Risk Common Operating Picture, or the RCOP. We've referenced it several times. And based on, different levels throughout the mission, let's see, the mission approval process, right? We're going to go through a very, very regimented and disciplined approach to characterizing that risk. So the initial MISC approval authority, essentially that's when the mission comes in. We can approve it or reject it based on, if it's aligned with policy, or do we even have the capability to do it. And then we're going to move on to our mission briefing, officer mission planning phase. And that's where that conversation is going to happen for detailed mission planning. And that conversation is going to move up to the final mission approval authority, and that is where that overall risk level is going to be assumed. And if it's a low risk, it's at your company commander, Army captain typically. If it's a medium risk, it'll be with your battalion commander, Army lieutenant colonel. If it's high risk, it'll be with a colonel. Extremely high risk is at the general officer level, and that depends on the formation. General officers, they receive this training once a year, this mission approval process training. All air crews receive this training every year, and then when specifically warrant officers attend their PME or specialized training, they receive it then. So it's well known within the aviation community of who assumes what risk at what level.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Sikorsky,
No questions, ma'am.
PSA Airlines.
Thank you, ma'am. I think it's for you, Mr. Nelson. I was trying to understand the safety reporting mechanism here that reports up to you. That would be you, right? Thank you. I was curious about how many anonymous safety reports you receive a month out of the 12.
Anonymous, I do not know right offhand. And the anonymous reports would be near misses specifically, not mishaps, but I don't have a count.
Do you know how many reports you get at all?
So near misses total, from the beginning, we have almost 9,000. Actually, almost 8,000. We have about 5,500 ground and 2,000 aviation.
Not out of the 12. I was saying just out of the 12.
No, I don't.
So you wouldn't know how many you get a month, how many you get flight safety wise?
I mean, we could do the math on the 2,000 over 4 years and come up with an estimate, but I will tell you we've just fielded a new near miss tool that is significantly enhanced from what was there before and offers much greater support for aviation specific data points. So if I had to guess, I would say since April when we fielded that, the count has increased.
So for can you give me an idea a month how much it's increased? Out of the 12?
I don't. I'd have to look at the
Flight
data.
safety?
Do you have any notion, Ray?
The only thing I can say, sir, is that the use of, and just for clarity, the Department of Defense and the Army define, was already said, define a near miss as an undesired event that under slightly different circumstances would have resulted in personal harm, property damage, or undesired loss of resources. Yep. So that crosses the force, both ground, industrial, and the aviation force. We have 2,000 reports over the 4 years since we launched the system that are aviation related. So if you take, but the number of reports coming in every year has increased. So that started with a low number and is now we're up to about 2,000 overall reports a year, of which about 200 of those are aviation related. Those are so if you could just a quick math, that's about 20 a month. Okay. So if you look at that, that's not just about flight safety. Some of those near misses occur in the hangar, and some of those near misses occur on the ramp.
So, and that's just out of the 12, 20 a month?
No, that's across the Army.
So 20 a month out of the Army completely?
Yes, sir.
And some of those out of the hangar. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out the metrics here and how robust the safety reporting is.
It is a relatively new system, and we are still trying to to be perfectly honest, to get the Army to recognize the utility of the system, and that when we can analyze things at the Army level, that the whole Army will be better, because we're a learning organization and we're trying to make the whole Army better. As this becomes more and more in use, and again, a near miss is often only witnessed by 2 or 3 soldiers, and if if those 2 or 3 soldiers don't sit down and enter it into ASMS, that's what we have to teach the force to do.
Totally agree. Thanks, sir. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Alba.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Dressler, I believe you spoke earlier about how the HELA working group, which entities that here at the table are actually a part of that group, do you know?
So there are 2 different helicopter working groups. The FAA DCA sponsored helicopter working group that last meeting was I think it was August. There was a member of 12th Aviation there, and we had 2 meetings last year. In the preceding years, I believe it was about the same tempo. After January 29, the DC Helicopter Operators Group, which is an ad hoc group of the 12 operators that function in the DC airspace, those are 2 separate entities, and unfortunately, the 12th Aviation did not participate and does not participate in that, although I'm very hopeful that's going to change.
Were air carriers a part of, I guess, the ops group or either of those groups in any capacity?
Unfortunately, no. In the case of the helicopter working group, route changes that started in March, we strongly recommended that the air carriers participate, and They were never invited.
So but you would agree that there would be something for them to add?
Oh,
being a part?
absolutely. It's an ecosphere. It's all interrelated. And so to call it a helicopter working group is not acceptable.
Thank you, sir. Colonel DeForest, would you agree?
Absolutely. I think anytime organizations get together to discuss safety, regardless of the name, is very, very important.
And Mr. Allen, are you a part of that in any capacity? Helo working group?
New mic. No.
Okay. But could you speak to potentially the DCA, ATC part also finding value in being a part of that working group?
I'll echo, I believe, what the Colonel said. Anytime you can get the different entities together to participate is a win.
So could groups like this potentially bridge some of those gaps of data collection that we have between all of these separate entities? Just give me a head nod or a yes between the three of you if possible.
Yes.
100%.
And at these working groups, this is more for you, Mr. Dressler, again, have you all shared like local data specific to that area and unique events, procedural knowledge type, but specifically that local data for that area?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Let's see, that's all I've got from ALPA.
Back to FAA.
No further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
ADGA.
No questions, but I do want to thank the panelists. It's been a long evening. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Army.
No further questions.
No questions.
Got it. PSA.
No further questions, ma'am.
ALPA.
No further questions, but thank you all so much.
Member Graham.
We're on the home stretch, I think. Mr. Saylor, I want to thank you for briefing us on how your program runs, especially how you guys look at resolution advisories, how you try to correlate them with ASAP reports from your FOQA. I'm happy to see that you de-identify it and share it with the SIA system. Are you aware of other places where you're supposed to send TCAS resolution advisory reports?
Yes, I am. 49 CFR 830.5 NTSB reportable. Yes.
That's correct. I was made aware of that some years ago before I came to the board in my own program. I was not aware of that at that point. I've had discussions over the years with the NTSB on that, and since I've been here. Matter of fact, this morning, Mr. Soper and I had a little discussion about this, and I was kind of wondering where we were with this program, because I think there's a lot of operators out there. And it says here, if you are an aviation operator, federal regs require you to notify the NTSB immediately of an ACAS or TCAS RA under certain circumstance, per the 49 CFR 830. For more information, you can find out. Specifically, a report is required under the following circumstances: Airborne Collision and Avoidance System, ACAS, resolution advisories issued when an aircraft is being operated on an IFR, instrument flight rules, flight plan, and compliance with the advisory is necessary to avert a substantial risk of collision between two or more aircraft. You shall email us with this information. It gives you a link. Mr. Soper, can you add a little more about what we talked about this morning and make everybody aware of this? Because I think it's not just 121 operators, it's everybody, and I think we may be a little shy on reporting.
Absolutely. So we've been tracking these since around 2010, I believe, and we made it at that point we were getting well over 1,000 a year. I mean, easily over 1,000 a year, probably even more than that. We made a shift in the verbiage in 2015 because, frankly, we were getting a lot of them that weren't necessarily needed to be followed up on, and we're down to about 300 a year on average. Most of our flag carriers report 0 now. We're receiving no reports for them. We're receiving good reports from a few. Some Part 135 and BizJet operators are actually reporting very well. I've received none from the military.
Thank you, Mr. Soper. And I know I talked to somebody earlier today about, well, we don't receive any feedback from the NTSB on these. And I want to read, it's very easy. It's right off of our website. If you need to report an accident, it's about the third one down there. Very short. There's a link there. But at the bottom it says, after evaluating a reported ACAS, TCAS, RA, we will determine what level of response, if any, will be required. If you would like to request feedback on your report, please indicate in your email, and the assigned ATC investigator will reach out to you after they have reviewed the details of the reported event. Okay, folks, this is easy. Send them in. We're ready, okay? Another depository of information. I'll stop there.
Member Inman.
Mr. Saylor, I just want to get you prepped. You may not have answered some questions for a while. Earlier in the last panel, I talked about that we'd been given a stat from your FOQA program that PSA had about a 97% compliance rate with RA resolutions. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'd asked then, they said it might be appropriate for you. Will you, and I realize that that's sensitive information, so we're not asking for it in the public forum, but will PSA pledge to provide that data set to our investigators? And if needed, we can mark it proprietary?
Yeah, obviously, like you said, FOQA data is, protected from disclosure. It's a multi-party agreement. I don't have the unilateral authority today to commit to that. Would have to coordinate with our ALPA, individuals that are on the FOQA monitoring team as well. But if we can, we certainly will. We do provide all that data to SIS. I know SIS is doing TCAS studies, and they're actually doing a big rollout of the new SIS platform, which I am told there's more TCAS metrics in there and actually getting into possibly compliance studies as well. But short answer, if we can, we certainly will, but I don't want to give that authority just by myself.
And I appreciate you saying that, but I will just caution a little bit. It was a question from PSA to PSA. And so whenever I hear a party asking their own person for a data point and it was already known and teed up, I want to make sure we can validate that information in some way. I'm not saying it's not correct or accurate, but we need to see where you're coming from if you're going to hold it up as such a good example.
Understand.
Okay. We also kind of touched on yesterday minimum equipment list, and I think yesterday? Sometime in these 3 days. At some point earlier in the hearings, minimum equipment lists. And I think previous PSA representative indicated that the requirement from the FAA is that you can fly with TCAS not operating for 3 days. Is that your understanding?
Yes, per the approved MEL, it's a Category B MEL for us, which it would be 3 days. That's correct.
Okay, but that's an approved, and that's the absolute minimum. Is that correct?
Yes, I would agree.
So as a company, can you decide to actually increase that? You're flying a large number of CRJs into the DC airspace and a lot of other places. We saw the number of incidents that are occurring regarding, in the previous stats, I think the chair showed, the number of interactions within PSA. Could you make that requirement stronger?
Yeah, when you say minimum, I'm not aware of any events where we go over 3 days. I'll just say that.
All right, that's the rule.
Yeah, the rule, correct. The rule is 3 days. I would also say, I failed to mention it in my introduction. I'm also a line qualified first officer for the company, and I fly the RJ as well. So I'm fairly connected with the pilot group, and obviously with the management folks. I will say that that is pilot discretion. If they have a TCAS MEL, it is pilot discretion if they want to refuse that aircraft or not operate it into DCA. There's no no disciplinary action from the company on that. But either way, we do have a TCAS working group we're standing up, and this is going to be a topic of conversation in the group.
Okay. Just to ask, based on the information we received, PSA and the number of interactions RATA, we don't know how many are not happening because we haven't asked yet for how many times you've pulled them out or have exceeded those 3 days. But I think you may see some questions as a follow-up technical request regarding the minimum equipment list and how many have been operating without TCAS. I just want to let you be aware of it.
Understand.
Okay. Colonel Forrest, you talked earlier, you mentioned standardization is critical. That's a very critical part of safety, correct?
That is correct.
And I realize you're talking about standardization of procedures and understanding, and I know we got into a question yesterday regarding certain models. Does that also mean standardization of training in regard to when they're at Fort Belvoir or versus whenever they're going through their initial training, standardization of equipment?
Absolutely, 100%. So standardization in the approach to the training. So as most people are aware, we have a mixed fleet of rotary, of Blackhawks. We have VH-60s, Mike models, and we have UH-60 Lima models, and then an additional set of UH-60 Mike models. So it's 3 different airframes. And when our standardization approach is to maximize time and resources. So how do we do that? And this is part of safety assurance as well. So we have standardized publications, highly trained, disciplined instructors and safety officers, and then we're going to look at those checks. We're going to have written tests, no notice evaluations, your annual flight evaluations. But I think most importantly is that leadership engagement at the aircrew training program level. So that's standardization in this organization.
Okay. If I could have another minute or so, if that's okay, on this topic. Whenever you come out of initial training and you've been trained in Alabama, is that correct?
That's correct.
Are they all being trained on the Lima or Mike model? What is the standardization in their initial training?
Upon completion of flight school, near the end, you're going to choose which aircraft you'll be flying. So it's either
you're going to choose or be chosen told.
If you try hard enough, you'll be in a position to choose.
Just checking.
So Apache, Chinook, Blackhawk, and to my understanding, if you are selected to go the Blackhawk track, it'll be in a Mike model.
But you have aviators that have come, and in this case, the subject pilot, well, I'll just say the left seat pilot, had been trained in the Mike model. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But whenever that person came to your command, they were assigned to the Lima model battalion or group, sorry?
That is correct.
Does that separate group, is it called a group or a battalion or a division?
So within the battalion, there's 3 flight companies. So Alpha Company is historically all your Mike models, and then Bravo Charlie are all your Lima model helicopters.
Do you have an increased risk for new aviators that are brought into the Bravo and Charlie companies because they have not been trained on that aircraft? Or sorry, trained on that aircraft, I apologize, on a more advanced version, and then they're stepping into one that's less advanced?
I wouldn't necessarily characterize increased risk. It's certainly a challenge when you look at how we need to train them. So it's an additional local level. At the battalion level, we can do that Mike to Lima transition in-house. We have an approved training support package to do that. Is it risk? Risk characterized in additional time and money? I think if you want to characterize that as risk, but it's are they developing any negative habits? I don't think so.
I wouldn't believe negative habits. I'm just saying you're coming into the national capital region where you have, as you said, a 24-hour-a-day mission critical national interest. Those 2 companies don't present an increased risk whenever they first make the transfer from flight training school?
And if there was any, I guess what you're trying to get at is proficiency. How do we make sure it's standardized? When you have somebody go through the training, it's going to take X amount of flight hours to get them to a certain proficiency level. Everybody's going to be different, and that's the great thing about our mission approval process, i.e. crew selection, which is a part of that RCOP. Knowing your people, how much time they have in
time in a rotary wing helicopter and then type of rotary wing helicopter. And so that crew selection is critical in identifying if it's characterized as risk, but making sure they can get trained up to a certain proficiency level in the most effective way.
Okay. That's all I have in that line. I'll have some more questions. So.
All right, thank you. Mr. Saylor, do you believe that ASIAS, I mean, you all report to ASIAS. Is it as, does it provide the value that it should?
I think it helps, and I think the industry is on the right path. I mean, ASIAS is undergoing major upgrades right now. They're redoing the data feeds. They're redoing the platform in which we access the ASIAS data and looking to fuse more data. So I certainly think it's on the right track, but I do believe that's also, you know, some of the answers to some of the problems we're talking about when it comes to getting access to data. You know, we have robust safety programs. We're very proud of them. You know, we have great reporting culture, culture internally, but we do rely on that other data. You know, ASIAS previously was really good. You know, we could go in there and see how PSA compares to the industry, looking at different airports. You know, we could look at unstabilized approaches. We could look at TCAS RE metrics, but there's a lot more data available. And I think, you know, when ASIAS continues to go on this path and fusing more data, you know, the ADSB data and all the data that we're talking about, you know, that has been shown in many exhibits, I think there's a lot of potential to get that into ASIAS in a protected format, you know, and get it to the people that can make action on that data. And so I don't know if that answered your question or not. I think we're on the right path, but I think a lot more work to be done, and I do think that'll help a lot.
Great, thank you. I'm going to switch to, I think this will probably go to Mr. Stedman. If not, feel free to direct it to someone else. On average, how much time do safety officers in the 12th Battalion spend on aviation safety versus other safety and occupational hazards?
Yes, I know I was going to get that question. And I know what the battalion safety officer said and the company safety officer said. I'll take them at their word. I'll say sometimes they don't take credit for what they do. And so aviation safety related things that they do, being interviewed so early on and maybe the way the question's asked and interpreted, that they didn't take credit for doing mission rehearsals, going out on flights with company pilots because they're PICs, and observing flight operations, right? Looking at the flight schedule. So I think they would, if you really sat down and asked them, they may raise the number a little bit more. But I take them at their word. You know, we have some facilities that need some work, and so that does take some time.
Yeah, it seemed based on interviews that they spend about 75% of their work on occupational and safety health matters and about 25% on aviation safety. But that, again, was from...
Yeah, that one, you know, he has 4 flight companies and 3 ground companies, one of those an aviation maintenance company, the Delta company. And, you know, that's where we get personal injury mishaps with that industrial type aviation maintenance on the helicopters, the different shops, those types of things. So I can understand where he would have, you know, maybe not the percentages stated. I think he would raise them a little bit, give him a chance, but that's his word.
Okay. And you said, and I don't want to put, I thought you just said we could do a little bit better. What sort of changes have you made after the accident?
After the accident, we did issue recently some guidance of what an aviation safety officer's primary duties are. Try to refocus on that. And one of the things the colonel always asks when I go to his office and we talk about things that need to be done, if it's involving the 12th, he always asks, how can we take that off their plate? And so we'll try to do better.
And I'm going to hold a few. Member Graham.
Thank you. Mr. Soper, did you have something to add that you didn't get at the end of that last round I had?
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion there for a moment on the TCAS, on the lack of reporting of the TCAS RA stuff to the NTSB. I feel in present company feel a little remiss if I didn't say that PSA Airlines is actually one of our most consistent and reliable reporters. So thank you for continuing to submit that important safety information.
I appreciate you saying that. I was going to maybe mention that next time Mr. Graham asked me some questions.
Yeah, you bet. Good job on you. And I'm really interested to see what comes out of the TA study on below 1,000 feet. Maybe you do an InfoShare presentation on that or something.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly can. I think it's sort of a new metric for most of the industry to look at that. Like I said, we're gathering it in Folkwell and we're requiring crews to report it. So we're early stages of gathering data, but I absolutely agree that, some industry collaboration on it, and sharing it in industry safety forums be absolutely what we need to do. And second, just to your TCAS RA reportable data, and I'm fairly involved in some of the industry forums. I'm the RAA Safety Council. I'm the chairperson there. Some of the discussion in the industry is just how that regulation is written, avert a substantial risk of collision between two or more aircraft, just being somewhat subjective. Just maybe some advice. I agree, more data for you guys, probably the better, so you can, do your data analysis as well. But there might be some, clarification or, years ago, maybe you were getting too much. Now you're not getting enough. Just, kind of what you expect, that might help.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've got some work we can do on that too on our side, definitely. Thank you for that. I got a couple more questions for you. Can you, since you are a line pilot, can you tell me a little bit about when you're coming into DCA, when you're going to have the Mount Vernon Visual 1, Runway 1 approach, what is to be briefed per your SOP?
Yeah, so we're required to brief the entire approach. We usually do that in cruise if we can. We request numbers for the runway, the performance numbers, to make sure that we have the data to land runway 1. If we're expecting or might get runway 33, we'll also request data there. We'll brief any NOTAMs for the runway or the airport that had not already previously been briefed during the pre-flight phase. And then we will go through the entire approach chart, pretty much literally line by line, briefing all of the required items on the approach chart, the missed approach, then we'll take a look at the runway length, where we're going to exit, where we expect to exit, all that. So it's pretty comprehensive brief.
And I notice you will brief the ILS too, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, it's required to be backed up. That's
Absolutely.
correct. Yeah.
Now, the 3.3 is briefing that ahead of time is only optional. Is that correct? Is that how I read that?
Yeah, if we're expecting to land 3.3, it needs to be briefed. But if we're expecting to land runway 1, sometimes we'll do, crews might do an abbreviated brief for 3.3.
Okay. So, why wouldn't a pilot take runway 3.3?
So from my experience, I've not landed on 3.3 many times, probably less than 5 times. But I've flown with captains that are very, very comfortable with it and enjoy doing it and would continue to do it. And I've flown with captains that would rather not accept 3.3. And usually the answer or the reason is just, when you're coming down for runway 1, you're coming down on a controlled ILS glide path to the longest runway at DCA. The workload does increase if you break off that approach and circle to 3.3, for sure. So some pilots would rather not do that. And some pilots have even made the comment, if anything were to happen, such as a runway overrun or whatever, they wouldn't want to be asked, well, why did you choose a shorter runway?
And that
But from-
runway is about 2,000 feet shorter than runway 1.
Correct, yes, but it obviously still within our performance specs to do it. But I will say all the times in my experience that, we're asked to take runway 33 or we're talking about it in the arrival phase, 100% of the time it's a discussion between the crew and making sure that both crew members are comfortable with it, and, it's a crew decision.
Excellent, thank you. I did notice in your guidance too, it talks about on the visual approach into runway 33, also noted that the flight crew should turn to final to cross near a church on the east bank of the Potomac. Did the airline consider visibility at nighttime for that comment? Or does that church stand out at night?
In my experience, I've never done the 3-3 at
Okay.
night, so I'm not the best person to ask.
Maybe Alpa? Any of you guys?
The church is very well lit up. You can see it quite distinctly. It's actually quite easy to find.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. I see my time's up. Thanks. Okay, just for the Army, Colonel, I do have a question for you. What is the policy about using a cell phone on a flight?
Yeah, you should not be using a cell phone on the flight.
Okay.
While performing flight duties.
Does that include all the
required for
crew
flight.
members, including crew chief?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Last question is the Army Readiness Assessment Program Annual Survey. Can you give me a short answer of what that is?
It's the Army Readiness Assessment Program is a survey to address the safety culture of the organization. It is conducted at the battalion commander level. They register for the survey. They are then, when a sufficient portion of the organization has conducted those surveys to make the data valid, we will outbrief them at a time of their choosing with one of the safety professionals at the Combat Readiness Center, providing them with where they may have shortfalls, and then perhaps with tools that they can use to address those shortfalls.
Excellent. Do all brigade personnel receive that survey?
It's not required. It happens at the battalion level. So the 12th Battalion did the surveys, and in fact has just completed a survey here in the last couple of weeks. But it does not happen at brigade levels or higher.
Okay.
Sir, if I could just add, as our safety management system is maturing, every single command that is is part of our safety management system is required to do a culture survey to look at, the standards, right, the people, the resourcing, and the use of the information technology to drive that safety culture.
Okay. Last question here for me. Do we know what the response rate of the survey each has been recently?
It varies from unit to unit. We have had units that did not complete enough surveys to reach data validity. The 12th Battalion in this case did reach data validity for the survey, and I believe the outbrief was supposed to happen this week while I've been up here, but it may be next week.
That doesn't sound very effective. Get such a low rate. Okay.
No,
go ahead.
Our compliance rate is about 75% across the Army for those that register for and then complete the survey, and then have sufficient soldiers complete the surveys to get to that where you have valid data to conduct the outbrief.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I want to thank all the witnesses for the extremely long day. Thank you.
Member Inman.
Mr. Taylor, I just want to follow up your very last comment about taking 3-3. You said your operational specs allow it?
Yes, sir.
But in your handbook or your piece of the flight manual, it says that you actually have to brief it in advance if you can take it. which leads us to kind of believe that in some cases you would not be able to take 3-3.
Yeah, so like I said, in my experience, my limited experience in DC, when we're landing north and it's visual conditions and we might expect the, last minute switch to 3-3, we will go ahead and brief both, in my experience.
Okay, but in your experience, so they have to have the numbers, correct? They have to be able to have the weight and the...
Correct.
So there are times whenever you can't take 3-3.
Yeah, if you don't, yeah, correct. If we're heavier on the 900, sometimes we are not able to get numbers for 3-3. That's correct.
Okay, so I just trying to clarify, because it sounded like you've always got the opportunity to take it, but you may not be able to based upon that aircraft.
Yeah, it's dependent on the day, the weather, all that.
Okay, I just want to make sure of that.
Yep.
Mr. Fuchs, can we bring up the 12th Captain Aviation Battalion? I think there's, this is page 34, and we're going to start at line 6. There have been numerous times when we've missed, and this is a captain from the 12th Aviation Battalion, where we've missed an identified aircraft, be another rotor, someone coming from 2 Whiskey 5, a smaller airfield, someone just traversing. It's fairly congested as we get through there, so you're liable to see numerous aircraft if you're looking. It goes on to talk about a technique to have one pilot go unaided to help identify aircraft. Yes, there's a technique. In this check ride, or if you will, qualification ride, if at any point could have they gone unaided and that would have been acceptable, because the way we read the instructions is that they had to fly for the full 2 hours with night vision goggles. Is my assumption correct or incorrect?
It is acceptable as long as it's announced to notify the other, the other crew member, hey, I'm going unaided, but also it needs to be discussed before the flight that they'll be doing that.
Okay, and then I guess the concern is that earlier it said there's numerous times that they misidentify aircraft based on that. Is that a risk? And I'll go on to page 858, same transcript. In the constant topic of discussion, actually scroll up just a little bit, please, because I think the original part of the question is important. Have flight crews in the battalion expressed any concerns in recent months before the accident about the potential for mid-air collisions on low altitude? The answer, it's a constant topic of discussion. Based on our daily operations, just a ton of traffic. So as we come into different LZs that are within the CIFRA, that traffic is typically, I personally brief it for every single time on the mission line. The question was, in the recent months before the accident, it sounds like it's prevalent. Were there concerns that were raised throughout the entire battalion in regard to this potential?
I believe collectively it's known that flying the helo routes, DC airspace, it's congested, it's challenging. And, through our processes we have, and we've since reassessed, we were confident in our processes at the time. So the crews, the risk is reduced to the greatest extent. There's a percentage out there, but I'll say most risk is reduced left of launch. So when they are at those briefing tables, they're doing their tabletop exercises, mission rehearsals, they're talking about this. So when they get in the aircraft and launch, they know how to address it if they see it. It is well known this airspace is difficult to fly in.
So I'm going off of memory again, and I'm going to categorize it by left seat and right seat, because I don't know if I've got the nomenclature correct. But throughout the group chairman report, the right seat had indicated they had gone and done the mission pre-brief. They had talked. There were numerous people that indicated they had talked to the right seat throughout the day in preparation for this flight. The left seat in our reports don't indicate any of that discussion. Just the left seat shows up. And I don't know if it's the absence of the information or that it did or didn't occur, but did both of these pilots brief on that? I know you weren't in the room, but was there any collaboration, any witness, any information to show these discussions happened?
So before every flight, a crew brief will occur, and that's all crew members that are going to participate in that flight. Sometimes you'll have a mission briefing officer and maybe the maintenance officer nearby. The company briefing areas are pretty small, so it's a high likelihood there's others in the room in vicinity of the crew that was going to fly. So not an isolated discussion.
Okay.
We good?
I'll let you go, and then I got 2 or 3 questions.
You're good. Yeah. Okay. You'll let me go. All right. Thank you. Your 5 minutes is up. So, Colonel DeForest, I'm going to ask, I think earlier you said something about after-action reviews. We do them too. Just along that, I'm wondering what changes have been made. I know you may have inferred to, something about a risk assessment tool. Maybe that's changed, but also what else?
So that evening, or the next day immediately, paused operations, did not fly. We did not fly in the surface-based Class B airspace for just about 90 days to reassess the environment. Additionally, we found our ADSB transponder was not configured correctly. That was immediately fixed. We looked at how many crew members are going to be involved, specifically if we did have to fly into the Class B airspace. So we looked at those numbers again. Rehearsals, looking at those routes, where were those risks that we just did not anticipate? When we look at who is assuming risks, so ADSB, that's at my level right now for all contingency lines. We also spoke a lot to our mission partners, specifically the DoD partners that have similar mission sets for broad awareness there. We did fly, I believe, 3 flights into the surface-based Class Bs in support of national special security events, and those were well coordinated. We also have a great relationship, we've built upon a great relationship with the FAA, so every flight that goes into surface-based Class B, they get a piece of paper with a map and instructions on exactly where we are going to go. So I would say from a procedural standpoint, there's been significant changes since the accident.
You may also get your standardization wish in aircraft.
Yeah, and I'll add one more thing, because it's the question you asked. AARs, after every flight now, typically you would talk about it as a crew, and then if something that you needed to bring up to the mission briefing officer, you'd talk to that person the next day. You wouldn't, bug them in the middle of the night. Now, after every flight, the pilot in command, the instructor pilot, has to go to a common portal and write in the results of that flight, anything that the next crewmate need to know, anything maintenance related, but that's standard practice now. It's codified. So there's across the command, what's coming out of these flights, especially since the airspace is fundamentally different now.
And your risk assessment pre-flight, did that change at all? I think you call it a Aviation Risk Common Operational Picture, RCOP.
It did. So the RCOP, it's it's an Excel worksheet. Some of the fields are locked. Those are locked by DOTD, the Directorate of Training and Doctrine. So that's at Fort Rucker. They create the form. We can add to it, and what we have added to it is a comment on ADSB. We've put on there a comment on use of a VR simulator, so simulation device. There's certain places we just cannot go now based on the airspace changes, so we use our simulation devices to maintain a level of proficiency specific to our mission. We've also put on there things related to LZs, so there have been some additions to that RCOP.
And can I ask for your simulator? And thank you for allowing us to do that. And you upgraded the simulator with new software?
We have, and from what I understand, we're the first in the United States Army to have that new software upgrade.
What are the upgrades?
So the graphics, what it was before, didn't necessarily represent DC, but now it does represent with appropriate locations of buildings, bridges, the places that we do fly. So it's a big upgrade for us.
Okay, thank you. Member Graham? Member Inman?
I think this might be my last round, I hope. Colonel DeForest, we noted with the crew chief especially, I wanted to highlight something. It's something that's been brought up to NTSB and others, that the crew chief had decided at one point last year to remove themselves from flying for mental health reasons. And I want to applaud that. Go ahead, Jay. I want to applaud that. I thought it was a great and noble thing that was done. And it returned, this was in the interview with a family member, had returned back into that. How do you work with individuals that want to remove themselves or feel like that they need to take themselves out of rotation?
Absolutely support. So I would say the basis of what we do to lay the groundwork there. So I have a very clear training approach. So it's fix, fly, train, and take care of your people. And that's the most important thing, is taking care of your people. We feel comfortable enough to raise your hand and say, I'm not ready to fly. And for the crew chief, as a standardization instructor, he sets the standard. People are watching him. And I tell you, we were so encouraged to see that included into the report, because it means a lot to us. Somebody that stepped up and said, you know what, I'm not going to be a danger to myself or my crew, or bring that risk into this airspace. So that is, again, it is great to see as a commander.
I think it's something we can kind of highlight in a tragic situation, absolutely. I do want to go back, though, and if this goes back to increased risk, and this will be on the left side pilot again. Based on what we kind of referenced, that the left side pilot had flown approximately 5 hours in the last 3 months. Is that accurate? Prior to the accident?
That's accurate. In the month of January, there was a significant amount of weather, so that's pretty common when you have, in the month of January here at Davidson, you're going to have those weather cancels. So not to say she wasn't scheduled to fly, but a lot of times that comes up in January. You just don't have that opportunity.
What about hours in the month of December?
I'd have to refer to the report. I don't have that information available.
It's okay. And in one of the close associates, the comment is that the left side had deliberately tried not to fly in the month of December because we were recovering after an ACL surgery and also had social events as part of a volunteer program. I guess my question is, whenever you have a pilot who is not getting a certain number of hours, as you said, in certain months or certain activities, is there a different risk assessment as you're bringing them back in and doing certification or doing flights?
Absolutely. So we're going to look at that recency, that time captured on the RCOP. Not sure of the specifics, but on the 29th, all crew members were current, qualified in the aircraft for currency purposes, and medically qualified. Anything off duty or volunteer types of commitments occur off duty, and we do encourage those as well.
Sure. But earlier, I think yesterday, we were told you needed to have 2 hours of night vision every 60 days. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know, in this case, was the left side current on night vision? Because we knew that there had been a practice run of about 1.5 hours a few days before, but it didn't define whether there had been other night vision hours in the 60 days prior.
Yeah, I would have to refer to the report. I'm not aware.
I think it may be absent in the report. I was just wondering if you had done the math backwards.
I had not.
Okay. I want to thank the panel for a really long day, the witnesses, everyone, family members. So I think I'll be done. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to see if the technical panel or the parties had any additional questions at all.
Technical panel has no questions. Thank you.
Okay, great. Do we have any parties? Nope. Okay. Do we have any exhibits? All right. That was a no. The transcript will be made available to the parties and witnesses electronically within 7 days of the completion of the hearing. Any corrections to the transcript must be sent to the hearing officer by September 1st, 2025. The transcript of the hearing and all materials entered into the record will become part of the public docket. A recording of these proceedings will be made available on the NTSB YouTube channel. I'd like to extend the board's gratitude to our colleagues, certainly across the agency, starting with our hearing officer, Dr. Bauer, and our investigator in charge, Bryce Banning. You did an excellent job, as did all of the staff here and throughout the agency. I also want to express my appreciation for certainly the transportation disaster assistance team as well. And really, I want to extend my appreciation to not just the NTSB staff, but certainly all the witnesses that have been part of this investigative hearing, and certainly the parties to the investigation. Our work together, I think, will greatly improve safety. And I would just say, on behalf of the board, for the families, I know you've been here for, I think I calculated, over 30 hours to heat. Well, thank you. We do this to improve safety, certainly, but we all do this with each of you in mind and your loved ones that were lost tragically, and with you in mind, not just on the CRJ, but also PAT 25. So we will continue on and hope to complete this investigation within a year, and thank you for everyone's combined efforts. We are adjourned.